minutes to get everything else queued in. So we always start the YouTube horizontal, your YouTube vertical stream first because it's the easiest to put on. But I always have to ask you guys to hang on for a couple minutes while I get the rest of the other streams going. Like I said, I have no other way to do this without it because I would like, if I could theoretically, I'd like for them all to be starting at the same time and we could come on and immediately go on live with the show. But until I can figure out how to do that shit, this is kind of what we do. So I start up YouTube, um, what you call it, the vertical, and then I get the other horizontal going. So right now, what I'm doing while I'm doing this is I'm working on YouTube horizontal. So give me a minute and we'll get the live stream going. I have to tell YouTube that the program is not made for kids. Believe it or not, they asked that. Is your program made for kids? I have to say no. This shit ain't meant for kids. You don't want kids necessarily watching this. So, okay, I got everything going, I believe. So let me see if it'll put us on live. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, I think we are. Now we got YouTube horizontal is now up and running. I'll put the power cord on and we should be going in about 10 seconds here. So power cord's going. Go over to TikTok and I just want to make sure because we're gonna have an open show today, so we're not gonna have it where I don't want to make sure it's not set to subscriber only. I want to bring everyone in today. So just to make sure the settings here, so I don't have to end up correcting this in the middle of the show. Sub only live chat turned off. All right, perfect. And we can start in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. As you see on the monitor behind me, plus or minus, there you go, a chart. Free Trump. Trump is going free. Now, that's not to say that there was any doubt or any suspicion that he was not going to go free, but he does have to report to be sentenced next week, I believe it is. And the judge has already announced there's not going to be essentially any punishment for President Trump. So, for the most part, he's defeated Merrick Garland, Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, and he is emerging victorious. You remember when he said, if you elect Trump, you're going to get tired of winning? Well, he seems to be getting tired of winning because he is emerging victorious. And obviously, in addition to beating all his court cases, he has rolled back Roe v. Wade, flipped the Supreme Court pretty far to the right, and won re-election. So he is indeed winning the hell. He even beat Stormy Daniels in court. Even Stormy Daniels owed him over $500,000. So say what you want, he is doing a hell of a lot of winning. We'll see how the rest goes. But I do want to talk about the fact that, he got away with no punishment, but he is due to show up in court. So there is like a little official sentence. I want it just for shits and giggles, knowing that he's not going to be punished. If Trump did not show up to, if Trump did not show up to court, you think the judge should put a bench warrant out for him? Because that is the tradition. If you don't show up to court, they issue a bench warrant. Let's say Trump said, this is bullshit, this is a witch hunt. Yeah, I'm due to show up to be sentenced. I'm not going in there and wasting my time. Let's say he acted like Ice-T. How many of you seen Ice-T? The video footage floating around of Ice-T being stopped because his car did not have up-to-date registration. Let's say, for instance, Trump said this is bullshit. I'm not even going to go in there. You think the judge should put out a bench warrant for him? That could get to be real interesting, real quick. So we'll talk about that. But in addition to President Trump, I also, in addition to the court case, and many folks believe that it makes no sense to continue doing this, because at the end of the day, we know Trump is not going to be punished in any way, fashion, or form. And some would say it is needlessly wasting American tax dollars to continue this stuff in any way, fashion. And the court stuff is not going anywhere. I think we all can somewhat admit that Trump is not going to face any type of justice in the court system at all. Whether you believe he's guilty or you believe he's a witch, or you believe it's a witch hunt, doesn't matter what side of the aisle. You know he is not going to face any type of punishment. So some folks are saying that, and considering that it appears to be fact, why keep going after this stuff? But I'll entertain your opinion on that. What do you think about that? Next, in addition to that, talking about freeing Trump, I want to ask you folks, we're going to talk about Biden, the notion that Biden seems to be deliberately trying to undermine Trump. Is he trolling Trump in his own special way? Now, we know he gave Liz Cheney a presidential citizens medal last week. Well, in addition to Liz Cheney, now he's giving one to Hillary Clinton, Mitt Romney's late dad, who Mitt Romney is now on stage collecting an award for his dad, and George Soros. He gave a Medal of Freedom award to George Soros. That is the highest award the government can give to a citizen. He gave it to George Soros. I'm asking that simple question is, do you believe that Biden is trying to troll President Trump? Because it appears that he is targeting like Trump's entire enemies list and doing good things for him, saying good things about him, and likely to pardon the ones that Trump want to go after too. I do believe Liz Cheney, probably General Milley, and even potentially folks like, I don't know about Hillary Clinton. I don't know if they have anything on her or not, but he may give her a blanket pardon as well. Liz Cheney, Dr. Fauci is probably in there. He seems to be looking out for everybody that Trump is targeting. So we're going to talk about that. Last but not least, I want you guys to hear this clip. And for you folks that are tuned in, let me know on TikTok. I want to make sure I do not have the subscriber only feature turned on. For some reason that comes on my lives. I don't know why. This time I'm trying to make sure that is not there today. No, it says it's off. Okay. All right. So I want you guys to hear this clip because MAGA is upset about this. The right side of the aisle is upset about this. This is former CNN news host Don Lemon. Now, it's made the rounds all over right-wing media. This is Don Lemon. He didn't have anything good to say about MAGA. This is what we're talking about.
The H-1B debate. Take a look.
Some farmers say without these workers, they have about 2 days that they can run their farms. And then after that, it's over. Oh my gosh, I love this. Now you're finding out, you dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it.
He's referring to MAGA. Now, I'm only playing a little clip of it because there's a lot more, but he obviously had a lot of choice words to say for MAGA. He's talking about essentially you voted for Trump, and now you're finding out, fuck around and find out style. You're finding out that you may have voted for your own, you may have voted against your own best interest. And he's basically saying you're dumb fucking idiots or something of that nature. They beeped a lot of it out, but I think with a little bit of improv, you can kind of tell what he was trying to say. He's speaking in regards to those H-1B visas that, because Trump has essentially led folks to believe he's going after everybody. He's going to get all these immigrants out of here, and he's going to make it virtually impossible for new immigrants to come in. And a lot of folks on the right are starting to speak out, up to and including Elon Musk and one Vivek Ramaswamy, stating that we do need some of these people. So that's what he's talking about, is the HB1 visas.
Farmers say without these workers, they have about 2 days that they can run their farms. And then after that, it's over.
Now listen to these words.
Oh my gosh, I love this. Now you're finding out, you dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it.
Dumb fucking idiots. That's what he's referring to MAGA. I'm telling you, you'll be amazed that now you hear the phrase no snowflakes and all of that coming from the right. They're not taking this in stride. This is all over the right. They're calling him unhinged. They're saying he has TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. They're calling it a tirade, a rant, all of that. But the right has really found themselves insulted by this. It's been covered from everybody from Fox News on down to the Hodge twins. It's been everywhere. So what do you guys think? What do you think of Don Lemon stating this? Does he have a point, or does he indeed have Trump derangement syndrome? We're going to talk about that. So you guys know how the program is ran. We've been running it this way since day one. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body for their commentary. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including the host. We are indeed MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one, always will remain that way. But MAGA's my preferred guest, but liberals are always welcome on the program as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. So if you enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, feel free along the way to follow the program or subscribe on YouTube. We're on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical, and TikTok. So looking in the comments, they say the truth hurts, says Rico. Suave. Rico says the truth hurts. So what you're suggesting is what Don Lemon is stating is indeed the truth? Wow. All right. Well, we'll see how it goes. Now, I think that plus or minus a few swear words, it's undeniable that that first part of that statement is true. The farmers are not happy with the possibility of them losing some of their low-wage employees. Some of them are upset about it. I don't think what he was saying on that part, but calling MAGA dumb fucking idiots, then that's a different part of the statement. We can talk about whether that's true or not. That's different. Blanket pardon only makes them look guilty, says Cookie Monster. Now you're saying if Trump gives a blanket pardon to Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, or General Milley or some of them, it only makes them look guilty. Yeah, but Trump got 91 indictments originally. Doesn't that make him, quote unquote, look guilty as well? I don't think these people care about how it looks, but I get your point. Yeah, blanket pardon might make him, or might make any of the people that are receiving a blanket pardon, it might make them look guilty. But we stood by Trump in this country, and he certainly had a hell of a lot of things behind him that made him, quote unquote, look guilty too. You got like 15 women accusing you of sexual assault. It makes you look like you did it. But we didn't buy it on Trump, so I don't know. Maybe we won't buy it on Liz Cheney or Liz Cheney or Hillary Clinton or General Milley, depending on who he pardoned. It really depends on who he pardons. But my guess is some of the folks that Trump has a bullseye on will receive a pardon by President Biden. I think I would probably put it at about 80-20. If I was a betting man, I would put it at, well, I am a betting man, but if I had the option of betting on that, I would say about 80-20. He was convicted. He just hasn't been sentenced yet. Well, that's that's another great point. You have an excellent point. Who made that statement? He's convicted, but he hasn't been sentenced yet. That came from, I got to use my spectacles, Leisha. Because, thank you, Leisha, for that comment on YouTube. One of the primary pushbacks from the right is Trump is not a felon. Because, they found him guilty, but until he's sentenced, he's not officially a felon. He will be sentenced in a few days. So he will, even though Trump will likely, obviously he won't serve any jail time or face any significant punitive, any punitive punishments from this, but he will officially have been sentenced. A lot of folks commit felonies and they don't receive a tough sentence. I think that Robert Downey Jr. and Paris Hilton with the amount of smack they were caught with on them during the day. If they had been average Joes on the street, they would have did time. But they did get caught. I mean, Trump did get caught. He did get convicted. And now that he's sentenced, he will go down in history as our first president, our first felonious president in history. He now will be a felon, a convicted felon that has officially been sentenced. Doesn't matter what the sentence is, he'll be sentenced. So that won't be up for discussion anymore. So a felony with no consequences seems like lawfare to me, says no reply. No, it doesn't. How many times have you complained about liberals letting folks out of jail that commit felonies? We got immigrants that are roaming around with felonies. That's not lawfare. Lots of people in this country commit felonies. I mean, how many cops, goddammit, how many cops have committed felonies on people? You got a bunch of police officers right now, or correctional officers right now in the state of New York that beat a man to death on camera. Has any of them been charged with any serious crimes yet? Has any of them even been charged yet? I'm not aware if they've been charged with manslaughter, homicide, or anything. So that happens. I mean, look how long it took. I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole of policemen's conduct, but it was like 4 days before they even charged Derek Chauvin in the George Floyd case, even though he was on camera on his neck for 9 minutes. And people, well, he died of this or he died of that. It doesn't matter what George Floyd passed away. Just simply being on his neck for 9 minutes is a damn felony. You got your hands in your pocket. You're not trying to arrest them. So plenty of people commit felonies and don't get arrested for it. So I don't know about the lawfare part of that. It will obviously be overturned on appeal. To deny that is to deny reality. Well, would Trump's convictions be denied on appeal? It's quite possible, but you can't guarantee any damn thing before it happens. So until it happens, he is a convicted felon. If it gets denied on appeal and they completely drop all the charges, I don't think that's going to happen. Fortnite, because I believe what they charged Trump with, and I'll go to the box. I got a viewer there. I'll go to the box after saying this, but what they charged Trump with, I think the witch hunt part about it is like what Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank was saying. A lot of other business people do this and they don't get charged. So it's like getting a ticket for jaywalking. A lot of Americans jaywalk and they don't get a ticket for it. But if you do get caught jaywalking and you get a ticket, yeah, it's something they normally wouldn't give anybody. But you did jaywalk. You actually did do it. So you're not going to go to court and appeal the ticket, because appealing on the grounds of, well, you let everybody else get away with that. That's not a legitimate claim for an appeal. What they actually convicted Trump of, he actually did do it. He did do it. He just got charged with some stuff that a lot of other business people would have been, they would have turned a blind eye to it. So you can't file an appeal on the grounds of you let other people get away with it. That's not a legitimate claim for. You gotta file an appeal that he didn't do it, and I don't think there's a case to be made for that. I don't think that he's going to get that. We'll see. Trump has been known to do the unthinkable, but I don't think you can file an appeal on the grounds of, well, you would have let everybody else get away with it. Let me go straight to the box, actually. Trig, good evening. Welcome to the program, Trig. The problem is you keep letting Trump get away with it. He ain't gonna get away with nothing no more at this point. He's home free. Trig, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So did you hear Don Lemon's statement there?
No, I missed Don. What did he say?
Now, the H1, that Trump is going to be tough on immigration. And it appears that a lot of folks now, like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk and all of them folks, have said we need the H-1B visa people to still come. So some folks want, skilled and labor to still come here, and then got some of the far right MAGA that are like, no, we need those jobs to go to Americans. We don't need to let anybody in. Well, here's Don Lemon criticizing MAGA that voted for Trump and are now realizing that he may make it so that people they need to work for them are no longer in the country. This is Don Lemon.
The debate. Take a look.
Some farmers say without these workers, they have about 2 days that they can run their farms. And then after that, it's over. Oh my gosh, I love this. Now you're finding out, you dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it.
He's calling MAGA dumb fucking idiots. What say you?
So, Trump been saying this the whole time.
What do you mean?
He been saying the whole time that he loves the dumb and uneducated to
He didn't
vote
say,
for him.
wait a minute. He said I like the poorly educated. He never said dumb.
Okay, well, you know what? Add whatever you want. But that's what he's thinking.
So you wait. You believe that Trump believes his own supporters, his own constituents, Trump believes MAGA are dumb?
Watch and see what he does. Watch and see what. Let me tell you, between Elon Musk and what's the other guy's name that's running with him? The other guy that's with Doge, right? You watch and see those two big rich guys is gonna turn MAGA out. That's why Steve Bannon is so pissed.
You're telling me Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk is going to turn MAGA out in what way?
They're going to turn them into the folks that they just like, you know what? We told y'all was stupid as hell.
So you think that Trump is going to have you think that Elon and Vivek are going to have a falling out with Trump?
They're going to have to do it.
So where would MAGA go? Let's speculate
You know
on
why?
this.
Let me tell you why I believe that that's the necessary case, right? Because somehow or another, MAGA don't believe. MAGA just believes that whatever Trump say is good.
Not always, is it? You think they just blindly follow him?
Tim,
I gotta ask.
you starting that shit again.
I gotta ask. I gotta ask.
You already know. You already know they blindly follow him. It don't matter what he can tell them that it's gonna be raining cats and dogs. And they gonna believe him.
I think what you're saying is somewhat insulting to MAGA. You're making it sound like MAGA don't have a mind of their own.
When? Tell me when they had one.
They had one when it came down to choosing whether to vote for Biden or Kamala Harris. They used their mind to vote for Trump.
No. They went just like any cult person would do and go with the one that they feel like was gonna help them build their cult.
Then I gotta let me put on my virtual MAGA hat.
Hold on,
Let me push back.
right now.
Let me
Put
push.
it on right now.
Let me push back. If you're going to suggest that the Democrats are in a cult, and you may not like what I'm saying, hang on. You know, my liberals may not like this. And by the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000 on my TikTok side. Definitely need you to help the FYP. Tap the screen on TikTok. If you're going to suggest that MAGA's in a cult, how do you feel about the fact that the Democrats continue supporting Biden when he could barely even talk on TV? Is that not the essence of a cult?
Tim, let me just say this, right? And, each and every damn day we talk about this. When you put me on, we talk about the same identical thing. Joe Biden was basically a sick man. Joe Biden, and listen.
What do you mean by that?
And I totally agree with you on that he was a sick guy. He wasn't the Joe Biden that they voted in 2020.
And yet the Democrats were going to vote for him for 2024, expecting him to be around efficiently to 2028. How does that not make the liberals in a cult?
Tim, did you hear all of the stuff that Donald Trump was saying?
That ain't answering the question what I just asked you. The liberals are going to support a zombie for 4 more years. How does that make the liberals look any less cult-like than what you're talking about?
The liberals at least had enough sense to say, you know what? We probably need to go another direction.
That ain't true. Biden had to step down. If Biden didn't step down,
when they watched Joe Biden do the goddamn debate, they all was like, oh my God, he's not gonna make it.
But then I have to ask, why the hell did it take to Biden? Why did it take for Biden to go on TV and prove he was out of his mind when a large portion of the country was already telling you that? Why were people still backing Biden when I think most of the country already knew this guy is not completely there?
Man, you was watching Joe Biden, you know, had a couple stumbles up the damn the steps going into the plane. You seen Joe Biden, you know, having a couple stuttering incidents that he already was a stutterer from day one. That wasn't the case, you know, but somehow or another, if you gave him a chance that he wasn't sitting there in front of a million people standing doing a debate, yeah, he was going to be off his game, right? So
it's safe to say the Democrats are...
that, Tim. I'll agree with you on that part.
So the Democrats are cult-like.
I'll give you that.
So the Democrats are indeed cult-like.
Hell no, it's not cult-like. Not like how these fools is going after Trump. Are you really? Tim, when Donald Trump sits here and go in front of people and tell them, yo, they eating the cats and dogs. When Donald Trump go in there and say, yo, you know what? I was thinking that, you know, if a battery hit the water, am I going to get ate by a shark or am I going to use...
He didn't say that. If a battery... Wait, say that again.
Damn, he was talking about batteries hitting the water. He was talking about each and every time you get him in front of a lot of people, he talking about what's the guy's name? Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Who in the hell is talking about Hannibal Lecter right now?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you want to sit up here and talk about a person who is off their rocker, what is that?
The man likes his movies. What can I say?
Tim, stop. See you doing that shit again.
We like movies.
No. See, you, look, I told you before that, you know what, I'm cool with you trying to be devil's advocate on each side of the fence.
No, but you got to admit, voting for a guy.
But at some point in time, Tim, come on with us and say, yo, you know what, you got a point. I mean, because you know what, you gonna love MAGA anyway, you did. You might as well keep the hat on and, you know, put it on backwards and, you know, things showing. You know, you might as well come on and just go ahead and pay that $400 for his gym shoes. You know, you might as well go ahead and goddamn it, get you a coin that say Trump. You might as well do that because you are a damn fan.
Wait a minute. Why does calling out the obvious make me a fan? If I think that the liberals are on some hypocritical shit, is it wrong to call out the liberals?
I'm not saying that it's wrong, Tim. But at some point, damn, be fucking honest and goddamn fair with all of this shit, right? You know that these goddamn MAGA is fucking goddamn crazy. You know they are.
But this once again, let me put on my favorite hat. How can you say that MAGA?
That red damn hat on.
I'm just going to say, how can you say that MAGA is crazy when you know damn well I could put on a wig and the liberals will say that makes me a woman? I mean, does the left not do crazy stuff too?
Tim, you know what? In this politics game, I think that everybody does some crazy shit.
All right, there we go. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere.
Okay, but when you got JD Vance that'll get in front of the damn national TV and tell the media, you know what? I'm gonna lie just so that y'all can put my shit on fucking blast.
Yeah, you talking about the cats and dogs?
Correct.
Yeah.
You know, when you sit here and listen to Trump, and for hours he sits here and he tells people, yo, you know what, Hannibal Lecter, blah, blah, blah. When you sit up here and you hear this, the same person that they voted for say that, hey, we're eating cats and dogs. And y'all know it. Y'all know it. And then, you know, when you sit up here and you hear somebody that say, it wasn't my fault that we had fucking the real bad pandemic with COVID.
Wait. You're going to tell me it wasn't his fault.
Because I did everything I could to, you know, to make sure that the American public was okay when that wasn't true. When you start telling people on national TV, man, you know what? If you just go ahead and shine a light up your butt, or you know, drink you some disinfectant.
He didn't say shine a light up your butt. Come on now.
When you tell people to drink disinfectant, I see first because I'm gonna push back with you, right? Because the last time we talked about bleach, but this time when you tell people to drink Pine Sol, which is a disinfectant, that's killing people.
He questioned were there other alternatives.
He did not question no. Tim, you better start putting that shit back on the big screen behind you again, because that's exactly what he said. I think if you could drink some of the damn Pine Sol, you'll be fine.
He said disinfectant. He didn't talk about Pine Sol or bleach. You're making up words. You're making up stuff. He didn't say that.
What the hell is disinfectant?
It could be Pine Sol or bleach.
I don't give a shit if it's Lysol, Fabuloso, motherfucking goddammit Pine Sol. I don't care. It's disinfectant.
All right, Trig. I gotta move it. You're driving a hard bargain today. You ain't making it easy at all, but I do appreciate it.
I'm not going to make it easy for you, because you know what? I watch you on YouTube. I watch you on TikTok. I follow you on both platforms.
Thank
and
you.
some days I just be like, you know what? Throw a damn brick at my phone.
Okay.
Because I don't understand. You do this shit every damn day. And then you know what? You be like,
Oh, shit.
I got to push back and say this, or I got to do this.
I gotta call.
man.
Wait. Is it not wrong though to call out the liberals when they are indeed showing signs of hypocrisy? Am I wrong for that?
Are you calling out the goddamn Republicans?
Yes, I do all the time.
Do you call out Marjorie Taylor Greene when she on her bullshit?
Yeah, she showed a dick on the House floor. I had a whole live about it. Yeah, I call her out.
Do you call out fucking Mike Johnson when his ass was dead? A vote or two from getting thrown out of there?
Yeah. We discussed the story of the day. If somebody is looking irresponsible or looking like, you know, they own some bullshit, the person of the day is who we call out. I mean, I don't skip over. You know how many Trump supporters tell me I got TDS all damn day? They tell me exactly the opposite of what you said.
You know why? Because they want you to put that damn red hat on and go with them.
You just told me to do it. You just told me your damn self to do it.
Because I believe that you will at some point.
I gotta go. Trig, thank you.
Adios. Take care of yourself.
All right, man. All right. So one day I'm going to put on the MAGA hat. He's not the only one to say it. He's not the only one. But then, like I said, the right thinks they got TDS, bad case of Trump derangement syndrome. So I'm getting it from both ends. I always enjoy talking to Trig. Trig's always welcome back on the show. And by the way, like I said, folks, we got thick skin over here. So we are a free speech program. We can handle criticism. That's what free speech is about, right? Ain't that how it works? So on this show, understand you can state your point, state your case. You don't have to hold back. You know how some of the other programs work. We don't do that here. Nobody's telling you what you should say or what side of the aisle you should be on. Damn it. It's all about free speech here. Left, right, center, you name it. So look at in the comments. It's okay to call out one side if you're able to call out your own for sure. I like that, Peter, and I agree with that vehemently. I do agree with that. I don't favor either side having a difficult time being critical of their own. And like I said, there's a million things to be critical of President Trump on because he speaks a lot more than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. I mean, he talks more. He has more rallies and things like that. If you support Trump and you don't see anything to criticize him on at all, then yeah, you fucking biased. You're biased. I mean, we point out things. My liberals favor only hearing negative about Trump. My MAGA favor only hearing negative things about liberals. And when I don't do the one they want, I'm usually considered to be a traitor. It's not good in the middle, folks. It's not. Let me go back to the box, but we press on either way. Brad Mass, I think that says that. Brad Mays. Good evening, Brad. Welcome to the program.
Yo, what's up, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. So what do you think?
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think that, I would say definitely from both ends of the aisle, I feel like both sides have cultish vibes just because, mainly, when you're just voting for either a Republican just because they're a Republican or a Democrat just because they're a Democrat, that's a cult, right? Like, you're not voting because you want to do better for the country. So, that's kind of my stance.
I don't know if it's, I would push back and say, I don't know if it's a cult, it's more sheep-like. You're not thinking independently.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that, obviously people have voted for, a long time, whether it's Democrat or Republican. I think that, for me, I'm an independent, but I did vote for Trump. I just didn't think that the left was really focusing on issues that we cared about, which is, obviously inflation's a, big talking point now. Obviously immigration, I feel like there's always been issues.
What do you mean by inflation? What do you mean by inflation as a talking point?
Well, I would say that, obviously everything's more expensive, right? I don't think anybody can deny that.
But Trump is promising to bring inflation down.
Well, that's the hope. I feel like
no, he didn't hope. He promised to get this stuff under control, like the price of groceries. Did it go from something he's going to do now that he's been elected to suddenly a hope? That's a downgrade.
Well, I feel like generally, you don't have 100% information to say somebody's going to do something, for sure. There's obviously, you vote with the best intentions that person's going to do the right thing, but that never, obviously that doesn't always work out. So that's kind of my stance. Like I said, I voted for Trump. I think he's the best option that we have based on, the two.
Yeah, but it sounds like, I get that Trump was the best option. There's none. If you favor Trump over Kamala or the liberals, I understand that. But it sounds like yourself, maybe you realize that Trump exaggerated and made promises that he may or may not keep.
Oh, no, 100%. But I think all politicians, they exaggerate to be able to win. Like, nobody goes into a political campaign saying, well, I'm going to lose. No, everybody, obviously you have to take everything that they say with a grain of salt. I'm definitely in the mindset that Trump says a lot of arrogant things that he shouldn't say, and he should just focus on things that need to be done.
So what happened to we put Trump in there because he's not a typical politician? Now you're saying all politicians exaggerate.
He's not a typical politician, but that doesn't mean that he's not capable of lying. I think everybody can lie, right? Like, nobody's like 100% truthful all the time, right? But you have to read between the lines, kind of make.
I'll give my caller a second. I don't know if he dropped out or not. Are you there? Okay, he still popped up. Maybe he got a phone call. We'll give him a second. I don't like to drop callers, but I mean, he went silent. So let me know in the comments on TikTok. You guys can still hear me, right? Because, okay, are you there? He must have a bad signal. That's what it is. Can you hear me? I'm going to have to drop you because apparently you got a bad signal. Okay, so you guys hear me, just not him. You're going in and out. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna drop him. His signal's going in and out. Okay, and I hated that. I was enjoying talking to him. Guest is admitting Trump is the biggest con man, says Thomas. I won't say that he's admitting Trump is the biggest con man, but he certainly was admitting that Trump is not always truthful. He came out and flat out said that Trump is not incapable of lying. Now, remember, Trump was the one that we went for because he wasn't a typical politician. He was a straight shooter. He calls things from the hip. But if he's exaggerating and lying, then yeah, he's starting to sound real fucking typical at that point, is he not? Sounds like a regular politician. And I've been saying that on the program probably since we've been doing this about 3 or 4 years. Now, this is something I would have aimed at my previous caller before the last one, who was talking about I don't go after Trump enough. That's one of the things I was saying about Trump from day one is that how do you know when he's telling the truth? If you're going to admit he's exaggerating, then if you know he's capable of lying, then what makes him any different from anyone else? How do you know which policies he's promised that he's actually going to deliver? I mean, essentially, you got to sift through his lies like anybody else's. Unapologetic. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Trump will get prices to stabilize and growth will make them seem lower. Well, he talked about bringing gas down to $2, not stabilizing it. So Robert Kennedy in the comments says Trump is going to get prices to stabilize it, and then the growth will make them seem lower. He didn't promise to stabilize shit. He promised to bring down the price of cereal and groceries and gas. So it does seem like Trump supporters actually realized in real time that he's probably over-promising things. And let's just go with it to get elected. And then once he's in there, we'll go ahead and let the people know it's not going to be as great as he said. Unapologetic. Good evening.
Yeah, I like how you said that. Over.
You said what?
His ass was lying. I said you can sugarcoat it for Trump. His ass was lying.
Yeah, I say exaggeration, but the synonym for exaggerating is lying. I mean, if he says he's going to, bring back $2 gas, and he doesn't do it, it's an exaggeration, but it is also a lie. You correct? You got a loud background. You got music on or something?
Damn, you can hear that way. That's like 2 floors up.
Yeah, I can hear it pretty good, too. But go ahead.
Let me see if this helps.
That's much better. That's much better.
Does that help?
Loud and clear. Much better.
All right. Yeah, I mean, let's just call a spade, right? Like if we can call out shit that Bill Clinton did, like why don't we just call out when Trump asked a lie? He's a damn liar. He's a habitual liar. Like let's just say it. We got to stop sugarcoating. If we could say Hakeem Jeffries, Kamala lied and sucked her way to the top. They say that proudly, but with just Trump, they just can't admit his ass lied. He lied. Let's just say it.
Well, my last guest did come out and admit it. He obviously voted for Trump. He made it clear, but he said Trump is not above lying. He didn't just use the word exaggerating. I mean, because you're right. A lot of MAGA do try to downplay downplay telling a lie and use other synonyms to soften it up. He's exaggerating. He's stretching the truth. My last caller referred to it as a lie.
Oh, okay.
So
that's weak. You usually don't hear Trump supporters saying he lied.
No, you don't. And that's true. And because I normally have to drag it out of him. Like anytime somebody says he's exaggerating, I often ask them, what's the difference between an exaggeration and a lie? I mean, if you're exaggerating and you know while you're exaggerating that you're doing it, then you're telling a lie.
Well, I mean, they are in their fuck around phase, so they know that right now they're at the phase where there's no point of lying right now because you're just going to have to try to cover it up with another lie, and Trump is just making you guys look silly right now. I mean, Elon is like Jeff Dunham, and Trump is like fucking Peanut. He's a ventriloquist dummy. Like, it's starting to get ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. This is not politics anymore.
Elon is like Jeff Dunham. I love me some Jeff Dunham. You said he's a puppet master. Let me say this, and I see in the comments I wanted to respond to somebody, Conservative Moon said, what about Soros? Did you hear that Biden is handing out awards right now? He's giving them out to folks that Trump hate. He obviously gave Liz Cheney the Citizens Medal. He's giving Mitt Romney's dad the Medal of Freedom. And now today he gave the Medal of Freedom to Hillary Clinton and George Soros. Is he trolling Trump?
Yeah, dark MAGA. Remember they thought that shit was funny. Now he's dark MAGA in their asses. And that's what I don't like about Trump supporters. They get it, they come up to you and slap you in the face with a white glove, ready to fucking duel. And then when you start dueling, now they ass talking about, no, we was just playing flag football. No, we was playing tackle, motherfucker. We were playing tackle. That's why you slapped me with that white glove. Don't try to back into the... They do that all the time if you notice. Oh, we wasn't fighting that way. No, you don't get to tell people how to react to things. Or you don't tell people this is how we battle. And, that's why I don't like the Democrats. Because when it comes to battling back, they're just weak. They with that old, turn the cheek shit. We're better than them. No, we're not.
But that came from Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. So you don't agree with her?
Hell no. I agree. I agree with anybody that say when you go low, I go lower.
Damn.
I'm gonna go lower.
Damn. So how would you come? So what would you have recommended Kamala Harris do that she didn't do?
I mean, anytime, like when they mention her race, she should have been like, I know this German, Scottish motherfucker not talking about my damn race. Like, she should have been like, kind of like Tim Walz.
Now, you know who you want? You want bleach, blonde, bad built, butch body. That's who you want. You want that girl.
Look, America's not ready for Kamala. Jasmine.
Yeah.
Jasmine will be every ghetto hood. She will be all type. She's already a DEI hire because they don't know what the fuck a DEI hire is. But Jasmine, come on, Tim.
I'm just saying, you want the attitude of her.
Yeah, I wish that, because if the further Jasmine go up, the further you go, the more you're gonna see the fucking Daughters of Confederacy coming out. Moms of Liberty gonna be coming out.
AOC, even though a lot of folks see AOC as way too progressive, too far to the left, she has attitude in her too.
Yeah, she got a little spunk in her, but AOC actually. We can stand behind. Well, I know I can stand behind a couple of AOC policies when it comes to just, humane. What we feel is God-given rights. The government be like, you a damn lie. Collect rainwater if you want to. I'm gonna lock your ass up. Try to grow. Try to start a huge garden in your backyard, and the city gonna come in and sanction that shit, or like things that we think we have a God-given right. The government steps in, and I think the people like Bernie and AOC and them telling the government that. When we really want a smaller government, we mean in that means where people can, like we said, if I want to grow my own food, I can without paying city or state taxes. If I want to fucking have chickens and cows, I can in the city because, we should be able to do that. So,
who would have a law against collecting rainwater?
Oh, damn near every state. You can't collect rainwater no, you can't do that.
I've never heard of that.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
How the hell they gonna know you collecting rainwater?
I mean, shit, just like how they know that people have little bitty bugs in their restaurants. They have inspectors come out and catch your ass.
Collecting rainwater? Well, I guess you are preventing the water. Well, huh?
You can't collect rainwater in some states, and like I said, you can't start your own garden in your backyard in some states. You can't, like Chicago. You ain't never seen nobody with a damn chicken coop in Chicago.
Well, yeah. Well, I knew somebody who had a chicken coop when I was really, really young in the neighborhoods had a problem. But I guess the thing about collecting rainwater, maybe you're stopping that water from hitting the actual ground and, supplying us all. I don't know why. They have to have a reason for why they would do that. Why would they want you to stop collecting rainwater?
Well, monopoly. They monopolizing on water. The government, God giving shit to us. That's like even. Again, like I said, God-given thing. It's all the time that what we think is God-given rights. The government be like, nah. I mean, only thing you really have a right to do is your emotions and fucking breathing. That's it. Everything.
And you saying that AOC is in favor of preventing people from collecting rainwater?
No, yeah, I mean.
That is way too far to live. Now, I seen the comments, before you continue, I seen the comments, Robert Kennedy says, too many commies buy folks. What the hell are we saying is communist related? People this is what we know, this is what I'm talking about, because you mentioned, you chastised me earlier, or you were just, you were chastising back MAGA earlier, unapologetic, by saying that white gloves, and then they're okay taking playing touch football, and then when you start tackling it, now the commies thing is a perfect example of that. And you call Trump a racist or bigot, and the right goes ape shit. It's wrong to call this guy, confusing him with Hitler and shit. When you're throwing around words like communist and shit like that, it is exactly what you're talking about, unapologetic, where they're okay with the name calling, but then when it comes back at Trump, it's suddenly wrong. We can call you a communist or a socialist, but you can't call us racist. I mean, if you don't want to be called names, don't name call. Just like the whole Don Lemon clip.
If you don't want people to call you names, then you probably need to read a fucking book first too, because communism, there has never been any true communism practice in the world. In the world, there's no true communism practice in the world. No, we have never seen a society get close to true communism. Secondly, Trump supporters, you smooth-brained, empty sinks. Communism is literally no government. That's what y'all beg for. Y'all want smaller government. I want the government out of my business. That's communism, people. When the government is not in any of your business. That's communism. The fucking word is. I think the ism just blows them. They hear ism they don't like because they hear racism, socialism.
Well, no, because they're okay with capitalism.
Yeah, but they don't even know what the fuck capitalism is because they let people like Elon Musk now all of a sudden they fucking soaking in and letting the electrical vehicles blow their dumb asses up. Like,
no, you can't.
I remember when EVs was a bad thing. You say electrical vehicles around a Republican, they put up a cross to you. Now all of a sudden Elon Musk buy Twitter and electrical vehicles not that bad.
Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon. If you want to talk about Kamala Harris, as you say, sucked her way to the top, or whatever they're claiming that Kamala Harris did, Elon Musk definitely bought his way to the top. That's the only reason that he's at the top of the food chain in the Republican Party is he threw around a lot of money to the right people. He bought his way in. There's no denying that. He bought his way in.
Elon arm is so far up Trump. Trump can taste the dirt on his fingernails. You hear me?
Damn.
Straight ventriloquist. We've seen Trump do it before, which this is what we saying, the fuck around and find out phase. Because now Trump supporters are seeing that, like I told you, people hate to admit that misogyny and racism won. And Democrats, even Democrats, with that bullshit, I'm tired of, we sat out again, just like with Hillary. Democrats sat out again.
I don't know about that. When you look at the Hispanic vote that Trump got, they didn't sit out. They voted for Trump. I mean, he got more Hispanic males than Kamala Harris did.
No, Tim, we were like 7 million short from the last election. Like, people didn't turn out. The vote turnout was low. A lot of people, like I told you, remember we were saying about Christian votes and the turnout vote was not that good this year. It wasn't as great. Like, I think the end tally is like 77, 75 million. We wasn't.
What about the notion that maybe Kamala Harris was just a bad candidate? She wasn't offering what they wanted. Is why they may have sat it out. Maybe they didn't like Trump, but Kamala Harris gave them nothing to shoot for, so they just decided not to vote. Is that possible?
No, that's not possible. Come on, people voted for Mitch McConnell. Goddamn it, ass staring in the star. Mitch McConnell, fucking dazing out into the damn lights when they were talking about Biden, but they was letting Mitch McConnell. Fucking every time he just days off, I can't think of nothing but the Reading Rainbow song. Just butterflies in the sky. But they talking about Biden. And when it comes to Kamala, let's be real. She has been the most qualified president in history. She's worked in all three branches. But then, a white T guy who, again, not a politician. Keep on saying he's not a politician. He wins with felonies, with a horrible record. Obama couldn't even wear a tan suit. This motherfucker got 34 felonies.
Yeah, I do gotta say that the scandals under the Obama administration compared to Trump are incredibly mild. I mean, like you said, a tan suit, not wearing a flag lapel. He got off a helicopter and he didn't salute the dude. I mean, the scandals under Trump are allegations of rape and all this. He didn't wear a flag lapel while he was on stage. I mean, yeah, it is the level of scandals.
The same thing with Kamala. Look at Kamala. Willie Brown.
Well, Kamala Harris is not, but Kamala Harris didn't actually become president. Those scandals may have gotten bigger.
I just mean in the political arena.
Yeah.
You see, and people don't want to admit the racism in the political arena where white men like Mitch McConnell can literally show signs of dementia. Literally, part like what they said Biden was doing, Mitch McConnell literally was doing on TV. But white men can look at Matt Gaetz smiling, but his ass ducked out because he didn't want his business out there because the committee was like, well, we got to let people know about this shit now. And he still gets to be in Congress. But any black man, like you just said, you wear a watch the wrong way. They ready to tell you need to put your resignation in, goddammit. You wearing tan suits.
Yeah, I mean, but it was Fast and Furious with selling guns and four agents down the border got killed. That was a scandal under Obama. And then Solyndra, which solar panels are now a good thing now. So that really was to me a right wing made scandal. But for the most part, under Obama, there were some very mild scandals compared to what happened under Trump. I mean, there's numerous ones under Trump, and the whole tan suit is insane that they even had the nerve to complain about what color the suit he wore was.
I just mean as far as politics, this isn't politics anymore. When we have an elect coming up, they're all giving promises. I promise I'm going to do this. I promise I'm going to. That's what politicians do. And you go off of their moral, their character, their record, and you vote like that. Trump has no record like that. We sat here for the couple of hundred, and then we got to give it to Kamala. 100 days. She got 100 days, and she only got 2 million votes less than him. She did pretty good. I think if she would have,
you can give it to Kamala Harris, but you got to take it away from Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the reason she only had 100 and something days.
Yeah. Remember I told you, I think it was like January or something. I was like, why is old ass not ducking out? When he failed the second time, I was like, this is a perfect time to duck out, hand it to Kamala, because that was part of his legacy with black women, Ketanji, Kamala, the judges that he was appointing. That was part of that he wanted to finish up Obama's legacy. Now, when we got to Kamala, once again, we went to the country where it wasn't about politics anymore. It was about greens in a fucking tub, what complexion she was, and what race she was. Like, this is why Trump won. She was a woman. She was a black woman that put greens in the tub. That's the shit that we was talking about. Wow. We wasn't talking about what she can actually do for the country like they thought Trump was going to do again, because he didn't come with anything new. He just used Bernie, no taxing, overtime. That was Bernie shit. That wasn't even his plan.
Well, he's getting credit for it.
I mean, he can get credit. They give him credit for a bunch of shit.
Yeah. And that's why he's back. And that's why he's going to be back in the White House in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, it is what it is. I got to move it on unapologetic, but certainly we'll be talking about him a lot in the future because he's back.
Yeah, we got the Tangerine Tyrant back.
What did you say? Smooth brain, empty sink.
That's what my grandma used to call us. You smooth brain, empty kitchen sink.
That's some unapologetic shit right there. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Just because I left her screen door open.
Damn. Granny didn't play. Yeah, sound like my grandma. All right, appreciate it. Real quick on the YouTube side of the aisle. Thank you for the super chat there, Dub Trotter. Dub Trotter says, I am ashamed Trump promoted the GMO vax. What is GMO vax? I'm ashamed Trump promoted the GMO vax, aka poison clot shot. I'm a conservative still because it's obvious it's an ideology, not a person. But he made people die. Wow. I would certainly like to know GMO vax. What is that? Geez. That's some strong language there, Dub Trotter. Wow. But in regards to his handling of the pandemic, a lot of folks do believe Trump has deaths on his hand. There's a lot of people who believe that. I mean, when you think about how many people in America lost their lives and you look at how messed up Trump's instructions or the way he handled that whole era, the pandemic, a lot of folks believe that Trump has deaths on his hands. Herman Cain, for instance. Tap the screen. Let's see if we can get 20,000. Let me continue on with the program. People have no idea that there is a what? Oh shit! I just hit something there. People have no idea that there is a bigger picture going on. Upgrade 101. There's always going to be a bigger picture going on. No matter what we're talking about, there's always something bigger out there to someone or somebody else. I mean, you say there's a bigger picture going on. When has there not been a bigger picture going on? Did you used to play for the Lakers? Hell, I think I'd be on the screen talking to y'all ass if I had a Lakers career behind me. Yes, I read GMO Vax too, and I believe the person is confused or auto-corrected, messed it up. So what vax are we talking about? COVID? GMO Vax. I don't know what that is. Make Israel and India great again. Mega. Okay, I don't know what that means. Let me go to the box. Continuing on with Stick Darula. Good evening and welcome to the program. What's good, everyone? The family. Good evening. Oh, that's MAGA Reacts. Good evening.
Yo, that last guy was wrong about everything that he said.
Elaborate.
What is he? Well, first of all, communism. He's like, communism is not having any government. It's the opposite. Communism is when, like, the government owns everything. They own all the factories. They own all the businesses.
I was told that was
Basically what they have in
socialism.
China, and they pay
You
their people
guys
shit.
say that's socialism.
Yeah, but communism is a form of socialism. But yeah, socialism is a little different. But communism is where, like, they
What
own
is
everything.
what is
They run
fascism?
everything.
What is fascism?
Fascism is when the government controls even your freedom, where you can't even speak.
What is
I mean,
Marx?
they're all related.
What is
It's
Marxism?
just being up. Marxism is basically the founder, that where all this stuff started. It's a guy that basically that
You know why? You know why I'm asking you.
philosophized all this.
You know why I'm asking this stuff, because I obviously talked to the right, been talking to them extensively for about, I don't know, 20 years, been debating the right. I hear you guys call the Democrats all of those: communists, fascists, everything but a capitalist. I mean, when Obama got elected, he was a socialist, he was a communist, he was a Marxist. They started comparing him to Adolf. I mean, I don't know where to go with this stuff.
I mean, it's all related. They're all like cousins of each other, and they're all opposite of capitalism, basically.
And you think one individual party can be all of these simultaneously?
No, but it has traits of all these things. I mean, all parties have traits of all these things, but the Democratic Party tends to have more than the Republican.
I guess
Because
that's
we're all socialists if we have, Medicaid and Medicare and all that stuff.
so. If somebody,
And,
now you said the Democrat Party has traits of socialism. So if somebody said the Republican Party has traits of racism, how would you respond to that?
I mean, like I said, both parties have traits of racism.
All right. So in
I
other
mean,
words, everybody has traits of socialism and traits of racism.
yeah, well, no, we're not black and white, for lack of better words. Everybody.
I'm
is
just trying to make sure I
multicolored.
get it clear, because I hear these insults thrown around, and from what I can tell, both sides likes to insult, but they don't like to be insulted.
Also, it's not always an insult. It depends how you use it. Like, you're comparing being called like a Nazi to being called a socialist or a communist.
I lived through 8 years of Obama. I didn't see America come close to being a socialist nation. That shit was an insult. I mean, was it a compliment?
No, it's neither. It's just who you are.
No, it's
how
a
you are.
lie. Obama was not a socialist. You seen the guy in office for 8 years. If you were to give me all of the socialist policies he ran, because I've seen a whole lot of capitalism coming from him. I don't see the socialism. It's a lie.
Because I never called him so, and
I'm talking about your party. You know what I'm talking about.
What's up?
You know what I'm talking about. They were calling that guy a socialist. And we had 8 years of Obama, and America didn't become remotely close to being a socialist nation.
Well, Obamacare is a socialist program.
So is dialing 911. So is the post office.
Yeah, like I said, that's how we are a little socialist. There's nothing wrong with it.
Every
I'm saying it's not
country
an
on
insult.
earth is a little socialist.
Exactly. I agree with you.
So why was
For the
Obama...
record, I was a Democrat when Obama was in office.
So
Then
why
I
were
became a
they trying
Republican
to
with Trump.
say Every free country on earth, damn near, has universal health care. Where is the socialism part about Obama? Why were they saying he's a socialist? I'm not hearing it. He didn't do anything that any other free world
is a
country.
socialist thing. What we're trying to avoid is being 100% socialist. Being like 10 or 20% socialist is fine.
And I didn't see anything out of Obama that was coming close to 100% socialist. Not even 50%.
Look, it's the idea of raising taxes and having the government take care of everything is the socialist. Why we called him that, and why the Democratic Party feels like a socialist party.
But what makes you think
have
that
low taxes and we pay for our own services than have collect more taxes and have the government run everything?
But you said, but look what you said. Under Obama, he was not talking about raising taxes and having the government take care of everything. I mean, he didn't do it. He didn't even talk about doing that.
Basically, what he did with healthcare,
that's one thing. You went from one thing to everything.
But that's they do it one thing at a time. It starts out with that, then they add more and more and more to it until over a couple of decades, we go from being like 10% socialist to like 60% or even 80%.
Then if you want to say that, then that means Trump is a socialist too. I mean, he's going to have the government take care of the wall. He's going to have the government decide whether a woman can choose or not. I mean, is he a socialist too because the government's making decisions?
No, we're talking about like things that cost money. I mean, we're talking about infrastructure. That's different because the people can't manage infrastructure. People could buy their own health care, but we can't build a wall around the country.
So if he expands the police department like he's promising to do, is that not social? That costs money. People can protect themselves. I mean, is that not socialism?
That's a little, no, because you can't have your own police. I mean, I guess you can have your own security, but you can't have them police other people.
I think you're picking and choosing to make the narrative fit your side. But what Trump is doing is using the government.
Like having your own firefighters. It's just easier to have the government do it.
Yeah.
And it's not quite socialist. I mean, like I said, I'm okay with 10 or 20% socialist. Some things are better off done in a socialist way. And, but, I'd rather keep that low at 30%, not.
I didn't see where Obama, and by the way, Trump is talking about repealing and replacing Obamacare too. So he's talking about following up and keeping it. He's not talking about getting rid of it. He's talking about keeping it. So how is he not a socialist?
Well, listen, I'd rather get rid of it, but we're kind of stuck with it because it's
going to
be really hard to get rid of.
But he can still try, could he not?
It'll be suicide because it's like a bird in the hand versus like 3 in the bush or 4 in the bush. You can't promise.
I think you're twisting the word socialism to fit narratives. I mean, every president we get makes promises that would fall under your definition of what socialism is, using taxpayer money to pay for something. They all do it. It's just you favor what Trump might do, like expanding prisons, for instance. That's socialism. You're using taxpayer money to pay for that shit, to expand a government-provided system.
That's quite socialism.
Huh?
Again, as long as he's also promoting people having their own small businesses, and he's promoting capitalism by letting the people have more control over their money by lowering taxes.
I don't see where Obama was telling people. I don't see where Obama was telling people to get rid of small businesses. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm not hearing the socialism part.
These things are not done 100% over like right away. It's slowly done. It's slowly done while you're not paying attention. That's the problem. It's hard to like describe it the way you're trying to describe it because it's not done overnight. Okay. It's done over a long period, one step at a time.
I was told Obama was a socialist, and I do not see the evidence of that.
What do you mean? What's it called? I just said it. The Obamacare. That's a socialist program. Period. Okay,
I get that Obamacare is a socialist tenet, but like I said, the post office is, or dialing 911 is. I mean, do you think that whoever created the 911 system, they're a socialist?
No, that's different though. That's infrastructure that you can't have on your own. I can't pay for a 911 service for everyone to use. It's just something that has to be things like
You- you-
the fire
why do you
department
think that
and
every American
911
woman-
and
why do
stuff
you
like
think-
that has to be done by the government?
Why do
because
you think that every American can pay for healthcare insurance on their own?
Because it was cheaper when the government wasn't involved. Because when you get the government involved, one, every time they pay for something, the people who are doing it are just going to raise their prices to take advantage of what they're paying for. And two, when they fuck up, they don't go out of business. They just collect more taxes and go into more debt. And that's the issue with the socialism.
I don't see
is
why
they
you
keep
could
collecting.
do the 911 system the same way you do healthcare. Once you get a job, some of your paycheck goes to the 911 system. So when you down 911, they come out. Just like if you don't have a job, you don't have healthcare, they don't treat you. If you don't have a job, you're not contributing to 911, they don't treat you.
Maybe you're right. We
So-
should have
so it's
private
socialism.
911.
So it's socialism.
Like I said, I'm okay with a little bit of
Right.
socialism. It's just there's a limit, and if the Democrats were in charge, everything would be done by the government.
I'm still saying
And
I
when
don't
they
see
fuck
the
up,
socialism
they
in
would
Obama.
still
I don't see it in Obama. I just see all he did, giving your citizens of healthcare. I don't see the socialism in him. He came up with one policy, universal healthcare, and that makes a man a whole blanket socialist.
It's where they start. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't want to even argue about this because I don't know that much about Obama. The other thing I want to talk about, you said he was drama free, but under him we had Benghazi. Under him we had Fast and the Furious. He droned that American guy without a trial.
I don't think. Well, I'll give
Took
you.
over,
Hold on.
Iraq and
What about Iraq?
took over the Middle East.
What about Iraq?
ISIS, basically, he let ISIS take over Iraq while he was president, and they took over. And the civil war in Syria was partially his responsibility. A lot of bad things happened under Obama. It wasn't like all quiet.
let me tackle two of those. First of all, now I'll give you Fast and Furious and Benghazi certainly happened under his watch, which means I don't know why the hell Hillary Clinton ended up getting drilled for it if it was Obama. They tried to really get their money's worth out of Benghazi. I think they brought it up.
Well, it had to do with the State Department, she was the head of the State Department at the time.
But they tried to use that under
My
Obama.
friend.
But here's two of them I want to bring up. You mentioned that Obama let ISIS take over Iraq, and you mentioned that he droned an American citizen. Now, what I want to say, this is what I'm talking about, how the right may see something and be critical if it happens on the left, but they would excuse it if it happens from Trump. In other words, like you got an American that identifies with ISIS, goes to the Middle East, and he's fighting on behalf of ISIS against his own people, which are American jihadists. If Trump had a drone that guy, you guys would be giving him a medal for that shit. But because Obama did it, all of a sudden you're going to say it's a scandal? The guy was trying to harm Americans. Who gives a damn what country he was from?
I'm with you.
Right.
100%.
So that's not a scandal. That's not a scandal. That's a right-wing talking point. Also, go ahead.
It was still a scandal.
No, it's
Even
not a
though
scandal.
I don't agree with it, it's still a scandal.
It's a right-wing
just
talking
'cause
point. It's a
I'm
witch
on your
hunt. It's a
side,
witch
I'm on
hunt.
Obama's side on that one.
It's a witch hunt. If they had tried to punish, Trump for that, you guys would be saying it was a witch hunt, it was election interference, and all that other stuff. But because Obama droned this guy, all of a sudden now it's something that is insane that would even be a discussion. This guy is over there on behalf of the enemy.
I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, I don't even know why that came up
I
so
agree.
much, doing. But here's the other one. You also said that Obama let Iraq fall to the hands of ISIS. Once again, this is when I'm talking about the hypocrisy against Obama, and we ignore it when it's under Trump. Trump negotiated with the Taliban, who is just as much our enemy as ISIS, and now they have control of Afghanistan. You notice the right ain't complaining about that, how he gave Afghanistan back to the Taliban. They're oppressing women and mistreating them and all of that.
No, but he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
He made a deal where they were supposed to stay where they're at. They weren't supposed to take over the country.
You just said ISIS took over Iraq. I'm telling you, Taliban is in control of Afghanistan. What are you trying to tell me?
That all happened under Biden.
No.
That all happened under Biden. None of it happened under Trump. He made the deal, and but they didn't take an inch of land until he got out of the office. All that stuff happened.
What deal did he
happened
make?
so quick. It happened in like a 3 minute. He made a deal where they would stay where they
would
were
get to
staying
take
in part
over
of
Afghanistan. He made a deal
it
that
was
they
never
would
to
get
give
to
them
stay.
back.
He made a deal that they would get to stay in Afghanistan, and there was going to be no
And
protection.
they're part of Afghanistan, not take over the whole. They had an army. They had all that equipment. They had so much. And
You're
we
going to
could have
wait.
kept Afghanistan with very little.
MAGA.
I mean, we could have drawn.
MAGA. Hold up, MAGA reacts. You're going to leave Taliban in Afghanistan. You're not going to provide any security to the system, to the citizens or anything, and you expect the Taliban not to take over. Is that what you're telling me?
We left them with an army. We left them with equipment. We had so many.
Come on, you knew damn well.
We droned the Taliban.
So then I have to
Droned
ask
the
you
shit
this
out of
then.
the Taliban,
Did-
like
if-
we droned the shit out of ISIS.
So if we left the Afghanistanis with so much shit, then why are we negotiating with the Taliban? If the Afghani army had got all this equipment, why aren't we negotiating with them? The fact that we're negotiating with the Taliban shows that Trump knew they were already in control.
It's the same reason Russia is getting their ass kicked by Ukraine.
I
It's
think
because
you-
just because they have the soldiers and the equipment doesn't mean they're motivated to protect their land or to take over.
The
Ukraine.
fact that he negotiated with the Taliban shows he viewed the Taliban as having some form of control. Otherwise, you wouldn't negotiate with the Crips or Bloods. You're negotiating with the Taliban. That means you know that they have control here. I mean, that's the whole purpose of negotiating. He didn't negotiate with the Afghani
they're
residents.
supposed to have control of a piece of Afghanistan, not the whole country. Sorry, it was Afghanistan. They weren't supposed to take the whole country back.
And
I bet you nothing in the deal says that they could take over the country.
there was nothing in the deal that said we were going to stop them.
I'm pretty sure it's probably he would have never.
You
left,
really are trying to defend.
if they saw him.
You really trying to defend this, huh?
No, if Trump was president, that would have never happened. That's my defense of it. If he was president, he would have droned them to death. He would have never let them do what they did. I mean, they took over the country with almost no resistance. I understand we don't want to go in the ground war.
He bragged.
Again, but why not drone them? Why not stop them and blow them up?
He bragged.
I mean,
He actually bragged that he was ending our involvement in Afghanistan. But what you're saying is he was going to come back and drone them.
listen, there's a difference between getting our troops out and ending our involvement in Afghanistan. No one wants to end the involvement. No one wanted to give up Afghanistan.
You really think that we could? You really think we could control? You really think we could control who's ruling Afghanistan with just drones? That without putting boots on the ground, we're gonna control who's controlling that nation just by doing it from the air. You really think that would work?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Israeli's Air Force is the reason 4 Arab countries around them got their ass kicked because their Air Force was so dominant.
What
A good Air
war?
Force will.
What war have we ever won where the adversary surrendered without us ever putting boots on the ground just from the air only? Where have you ever seen that happen?
Look how we defeated ISIS. We droned them back to the Stone Age, and they were gone in a matter of months once Trump took over.
I think what you're doing is you're blindly defending Trump. I mean, he handed Afghanistan back to ISIS. I mean,
I'm
to the
just going
Taliban.
over the record. ISIS was in control of Iraq. They were in control of most of Syria, Iraq and Libya, I think. They were in control of a lot of land in the Middle East.
What did we accomplish in
Trump
Afghanistan?
started droning them, and they were gone within a matter of months.
What did we accomplish in
our
Afghanistan?
drone
Hold on.
power and
What did we
technology
accomplish
is so
in?
powerful.
What did we accomplish in Afghanistan?
Nothing now.
So why is he negotiating
We got
with
rid
him?
of-
Why is he negotiating with him?
Because if he would have killed them all, it would have been a genocide, and America frowns on genocide. So he had to make peace with them.
He didn't just make peace with him. He left them in power. Even by your own admission, he left at least some of Afghanistan
he
in
left them
control.
alive. He didn't leave them in power. He left them alive in a little corner of the country, and
Afghanistan,
took over the whole country in a matter of 3 months.
You're telling
They
me
went
when
from having a little tiny corner to taking over the entire country. There's a difference.
you're telling me when Trump left Afghanistan, the Taliban had no power in that city, in that country, rather.
No, nothing serious. They were hiding in the mountains, and the second that Trump left,
Why would you
they left the
negotiate?
mountains and took over the city by city.
Why would you negotiate with somebody that's hiding in the mountains? Why would you even do that?
Because we've been trying to bomb them out of those mountains for decades. You can't
You're
bomb them out of those
leaving!
mountains, but you could. But
You
you
are
can bomb them
leaving
once
the
they're out in
country.
the open.
You are leaving the country. Why would you negotiate with somebody that's hiding in the mountains? Make that make sense.
Because you want them to stay in the mountain and not take over the country and, not take us back to square one.
Was that a
Throw away
success?
20 years and trillions of dollars.
Okay, so if he wanted them to stay in the mountains, did he get what he wanted?
Well, he would have if he would have been president, but Biden let them leave the mountains. They should have been bombed to death the second they left those mountains. The second they were out in the open, going city to city, because they crossed the entire country like in nothing. They took over the country in 3 months. They went from out of the mountains to all the cities. They could have been bombed by all our drones and all our satellites and technology. You're saying we can't beat a bunch of cavemen?
Okay.
But once they got to the cities, they're protected by civilians.
So
We
he
know how that goes.
negotiated with the Taliban, and was it on the honor system?
Look, the deal is pretty simple. It's like they don't leave the mountains and they don't kill Americans, and then America's gonna leave and they stay in their little corner of Afghanistan, and the rest of the Afghanis get to live their lives.
Where have you heard this from? Who told you this?
What do you think he negotiated that he's gonna leave and give him the country? There was nothing in that deal that says they could have.
I'll tell you
another
this.
inch of the-
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes. I'll tell you, Trump has been campaigning since he came down the golden escalator. We know how he feels about different subjects. I haven't heard him once say that he wants to get back in office and hold the Taliban accountable for violating their agreement. Not once has he mentioned that. You said if he was in office, he would have bombed them from coming because it came out of the mountains and didn't follow the agreement. He would have bombed them if he was reelected. Well, he has been reelected now,
No.
and he's not talking about doing
Listen
that.
what I said. No. If he was not reelected now, reelected in 2000. If he was reelected in 2000 and won, he would have never left the country if they started
Wait a
to
minute.
violate the agreement.
Okay, so
And two, if
have they violated the
they would've
agreement?
bombed them
Have they violated the agreement?
by leaving their damn caves.
Okay,
they
so-
were supposed to stay in those caves. They're supposed to stay in their.
Okay, so
villages
now that
in the
he's
middle of
been
nowhere.
reelected, why isn't he talking about holding them accountable for violating the agreement? He's president again now. Why isn't he talking about it?
Because now it's another Gaza where they're in the cities. They got a bunch of civilians around them.
Why wasn't he?
It's-
He wasn't even chastising
it's-
Biden. He wasn't even chastising Biden for the Taliban
Yes,
taking
he
over.
was.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He
was. That's the first thing he mentions. That the withdrawal out of Afghanistan was such a disaster that he would have never let the Taliban take over Afghanistan like that.
All right.
He's always said that. I mean, I always say that. I was pro-Biden until the
You were
Afghanistan
what?
situation.
You were pro Biden.
Yes, you know how like when a new president is elected, you're like, all right, even though I lost, I gotta support our president because he's all our president. I was doing that. I was like biting my tongue, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give Biden a chance to fix things. I was hoping that he was gonna be quiet, and I wasn't gonna hear all the Twitter shit, and the daily noise from Trump. I was like, maybe now I could relax and I don't have to worry about daily tweets and all this bullshit from the left because Trump's gone and things are going to be peaceful and quiet. And I was hoping for, good government. I was hoping for peace and quiet. And within 9 months, Afghanistan happened. I was like, this guy's fucking.
I don't know
worse
why
than
you were hoping for peace. I don't know why you're hoping for peace and quiet. Trump has been tweeting and saying insulting things since he came down the escalator. He didn't stop during Biden's term. He's been insulting politics ever since he became a politician.
After January 6th and the ass whooping he got January 6th, he was quiet until Afghanistan. He was a pariah after January 6th until pretty much Afghanistan happened.
No, he was a pariah until
he was
a pariah until McCarthy came out there a couple days later and shook his damn hand at Mar-a-Lago. Once that happened, he was back on. I gotta move on on MAGA Reacts. I think you're debating for the sake of debating on this one.
Afghanistan, and he was a pariah until they raided his house. When they raided his house, that was when there was no more pariah.
They just raided his house last year.
No, that was 2 years, 2 or 3 years ago. No, 2 years
was
ago.
it?
That was right before the midterm election. I remember because right before the 2022 election.
And you're telling me November of 2022 was the midterms. You're telling me up to that point, You telling me from January 6, 2021 to almost November 2022, Trump wasn't saying anything? Are you crazy?
He was no up until Afghanistan. He was quiet. After Afghanistan, he started saying some things, but overall, he was quiet. But after they raided his house, that's when he was like in campaign mode, and then like these guys are not gonna leave me alone, so I'm gonna open my mouth again.
Okay, I gotta go.
Listen, and it's all relative. For
All
Trump
right.
being quiet is not the same as like me and you being quiet.
I think you and I got a different definition of quiet, but I gotta move on, man.
All right,
All
take
right.
care, man.
I don't even know what else to say, but I see the comments that Johnny 11 favors him, says he has a point. Now, he said that Trump was quiet after January 6th all the way up to the midterm. Trump was defending what happened on January 6th almost immediately, stating that it wasn't a problem, it was a love fest and all of that stuff. And then, of course, he was heavily involved in the midterms, so there's no way he could have been quiet all the way up to November of 2022. He was campaigning with those people. Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker. I mean, he was all over the... Quiet? Really? I mean, he was holding rallies for all of those folks. He wasn't quiet. He was heavily involved in politics from day one. I don't even know what else to go with that. Maybe, how about this? Maybe he was quiet compared to what we normally expect from Trump. Maybe if you view it that way, I don't know. But Trump was campaigning heavily for various candidates in the midterms, tweeting out about Kerry Lake and all of them. He was involved in all of that shit. Not only was he involved in defending the participants of January 6th, he continued talking about how the election was stolen. And then, of course, all of the court cases and shit that were starting to develop against him. He ain't been quiet. He's had a hell of a lot going on from day one. I don't ever recall a time that Trump was quiet. I'll tell you one thing. In my opinion, he's kind of quiet now, which is why I've been skipping some days doing shows, because I don't like to come with boring shit. I like to try to present a decent story. I'll go to the box, by the way, and tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 30,000, if you will. Smash that like button on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. But I don't tend to come on if there's not any significant news. I don't want to just come on for the sake of coming on and host a boring show. And I'll tell you, since Trump won the election, the quality of news stories has dropped significantly. I mean, he's not constantly saying bad things. He said enough. His message on Christmas, his message on Thanksgiving, shit like that, I'll come on and talk about. But he's been somewhat quiet over the last few weeks compared to what he normally is like. But after January 6th, I don't recall Trump being quiet. That's something we have a difference of opinion on. Debo says the last caller fried his brain. And I did see a hell of a lot of folks on YouTube as well, which is, I have more MAGA on YouTube. Even a lot of them folks disagreed with some of the things he was saying. It is what it is. But the whole notion of he negotiated with the Taliban to keep them in the mountains, I've never even heard Trump say that. Before I go on to the next one, Handsome, what was the reward for the Afghanistan not killing our troops? It was USA military leaving. Why? So they could do as they please once we left. Yeah, exactly. He handed Afghanistan over to the Taliban. My last caller is suggesting that no, he basically demanded that they stay in the mountains. How the hell are you going to enforce that? Like I said, I don't know where he's going with that. If you're going to complain that Obama let ISIS take control of Iraq, but you don't hold Trump accountable for the Afghanistan's falling back to ISIS or better back to the Taliban, that's what I was telling him. You just biased in the judgment. Like he tried to also suggest that Obama had a scandal because he used drones to kill an American that was radicalized by ISIS. The guy is in the Middle East. He's pledged allegiance to a terrorist outfit, and he's fighting against Americans. And because Obama ordered a hit on him, that's a scandal? As I told him, you know damn well that if Trump took out an American that was a traitor to this country, MAGA will be applauding that like a month. But now because it's Obama, it's all of a sudden a scandal. That's about as biased as it can get. I don't know any other way to say it. That is about as biased as it can get. This guy was trying to take American lives on behalf of the enemy. He died in the process. So what? But because Obama did it, now we got to come on now. Let me go back to the box. That's probably the worst scandal I can ever think of in the history of politics. You're going to criticize the guy for saving American soldiers? That's because you don't like him? Stick. Good evening. Welcome to the program. A little kid was in the car with the guy. They drove by. Hey, it happens all the time. If I am, hold on, Stick. Let me say this right now. If I'm riding around with my daughter in the car with me, police pull me over, and I start reaching for shit, or come out of the glove compartment with a pistol, and everybody in my car, including my daughter, loses her life. What are they? You think they're going to blame the police department? They're going to blame me for having her in the vehicle with me when I'm out doing shit like that. But Obama orders a citizen that is doing something even worse with his daughter in the car, and all of a sudden Obama gets a blame for it. Come on now, look, this is bias. This is what I'm talking about being biased. If he had his daughter in the car while he has pledged allegiance to the enemy, then he's put his daughter in danger. That's as simple as that. Whatever happened to his daughter is his fault. Because ISIS has enemies even in the Middle East. You shouldn't have your daughter in that shit. Stick, good evening.
How you doing, Tim? Hey, man, listen, I know you play devil advocate a lot.
Not on this one. They dragging me through the mud today, man. I'm in the trenches.
I know, and I was. That's why I was gonna say. I appreciate it. I love it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to hear that from you. I already know that's how you feel anyway. But when you actually say it, it's totally different. So. Because you always play devil advocate with me.
Well, if I hear something that favors Trump, I don't mind calling. If I see the liberals doing something stupid, I don't mind calling it out. But blaming Obama for taking out a guy who was a traitor to this country and actively trying to kill Americans, and said, well, he had his daughter in the car. Like I said, if I was robbing a bank or something with my kid in the car, and the police took me out and my kid, people would say it was my fault because I got my damn kid in the car while I'm doing it. But because Obama does it, we hate Obama, we're going to blame him?
Yeah, that's the equivalent of the last two guys that just did a mass unaliving. That's the equivalent of them having their child in the car.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to say shame. You're going to say shame on him. You're going to say it's a shame, but lives were saved. The law enforcement did their job. But that's the hypocrisy. And that's why I said I'm glad to hear you say it. I'm glad to hear you call it out. I'm glad to hear you give immediate pushback on you come in here, MAGA, and you say things that just put yourself in a
Yeah, that was easy, but he made that one. That was an underhanded lob there. I mean, look, I can't even play. I mean, that was so bad I can't play devil's advocate on it.
Oh, exactly. And again, it's like, to me, it's like that with Obama with the border, right? Y'all didn't say anything about the border this, the border that, while Obama was doing it. And you might have said that he was up for open borders, but at the end of the day, you didn't give him his just due until it's time for Trump to come in and say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Well, Obama was a deporter in chief. Then you want to give him his credit. Yeah. So it's kind of like, which one is it? Was he just as bad as Joe on the border, or was he the deporter in chief and Trump is trying to catch up to him?
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, when you look back at the Obama presidency, and I know Trump has told Jesse Waters of Fox News Obama didn't do anything good for this country, but when you look back at the Obama presidency, it's hard not to admit it was a successful presidency. We had a good economy, very few scandals. He got us out of the Iraq War, and even
he got the economy back on track.
Protected the border. Even the right has to admit, as you pointed out, he was separating families and doing everything that Trump started doing, which was a good thing when Trump did it. But because Trump started getting in trouble for bragging about separating families, he had to come out and say, well, Obama was doing it too, even though we were telling you he wasn't. So I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Now Biden, that's the one reason why I say that when people say that Obama was the puppet master for Biden, and I totally disagree. Obama's presidency was significantly better than Biden's.
Yeah, definitely. And they inherited two different things. You feel me?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Obama's presidency was brilliant. It brought the country back. For black folks as a whole, it gave them like basically pride in being an American, and now we see that we can get there. Can't nothing hold us back. Like it was a stigmatization of being super proud being black. But just like we seen over the years, they have that, okay, well, we're going to bring y'all down a peg or two, because that's when basically all the mass shootings, the police shootings and things like that upon black people started. And then on top of that, you got the big wigs up there, the senators.
Wait, what do you mean? You said that, wait, you said the police shootings of black people started when?
It didn't start, it started doing the same thing how Trump has got the racial rhetoric up. The actual shooting of black folks went up under Obama.
Let me explain. And you're not the first to say that. Let me tell you why. Because people always say this. Why all of a sudden, because when I was a kid, cops used to come to our schools, and a lot of kids wanted to be the police, and the police didn't have anywhere near the reputation they have now, particularly among black people. When people say what happened, why did it change? I blame Steve Jobs. I say this all the time. Because Obama was elected in 2008. Steve Jobs brought us the iPhone in 2007. From that point on, all Americans, including black people, now had a complete movie studio in their hand in the form of a smartphone. From that point on, from 2007 on, you didn't have to just go to the police station and file a complaint. You could bring video. That is why all of a sudden under Obama, it blew up. Because now everybody had cameras. They didn't have cameras before Obama got elected. 2007 is when he brought us the first iPhone. And from that point on, more and more cameras started being out there. And more people were coming forward with video footage. Everybody suddenly turned into a television news reporter. They didn't have to depend on you to believe their story or not. They could show you evidence. So it ain't got nothing to do with Obama. It's that damn phone.
Well, at the end of the day, too, with that being said, you could say Obama made it more, or not Obama, but Steve Jobs made it more prevalent to see it actually is going on. And we're seeing more of it. And so at this time, what I got from it, I'm glad that you gave me that narrative, but what I got from it, this is us letting you guys know you're still at the bottom. We're going to show you in your face, because this is going to happen. And these majority white men, they're going to get off.
Wow.
It ain't nothing you can do about it. Wow. So you, even though y'all got that black president up there, know that y'all still at the bottom. That's how I looked at it.
I will say with the phones, like the George Floyd case is a perfect example. When you look at his rap sheet, without that being caught on video, he was just another criminal that was resistant, and he died during the fight. I mean, if people would have bought that would have been the it for that. But that video footage is what, because, when you go back to the Rodney King era, you had to come out there with a whole VHS-C camcorder on your shoulder. It's hard to hide that. I mean, it didn't have the clarity and all of that. But when everybody got phones.
And they still got the video. Yeah. They still got the video. That guy still recorded it. And guess what happened? They got off. Yeah. So again, it's the same outcome. We don't care that you have a black president right now. We don't care that y'all got this so much pride right now. We're going to deflate this shit real quick, and we're going to show you in real time we don't care.
I don't totally buy that, because I will say this. There's been so many videos of cops doing wrong that, what did Martin Luther King say? The arc of the universe, moves towards justice or something like that. It's slow, but eventually it happens. I mean, obviously the police is still not where they should be, but you got body cams are now a requirement in a lot of places. Chokeholds are being banned in a lot of places. There are a lot of cops that have went to prison. I'm assuming in the 60s and 70s, there was nobody going to prison for that kind of stuff. So it ain't where we wanted it. It ain't where we want it, but it is moving in that direction.
And that's the point too, that we know that it's going on, but it's always being denied. Even though it's getting better, it's always being denied. They always want to say, "Oh, I don't see color," or "Oh, I don't see what you're talking about." Where you from? I'm from Sunbuck, Arkansas. Oh, what the hell? It's all you around you. That's it. It's all you.
Well, I don't even think that's just the case. I think that there is just an inherent resistance to admitting racism. I mean, you could even go back during slavery, and people were trying to make it sound like the slaves are being treated nice. People just don't want to admit that they're mistreating people. It's always been that way.
So basically, let's just say it how it's supposed to be said, Tim. They don't want to agree that their people historically, whether it be ancestrally, are wicked and violent folks.
Ooh.
Just being honest.
Ooh.
It's all over the world. Whether it's over in Ireland, whether it's over in England, whether it's over in France, Germany, Italy, and on and on and on. You got all of these so-called dictators, from Napoleon to Mussolini to Schmittler. You got all these people that came from over there, and all they did was push hate, in the sense of, I want to take over the world. You smaller than me, I'm gonna take what you got. I'm gonna go to Africa. I'm gonna take their stuff. I'm gonna have people down there speaking French, because I done took over. I'm gonna have Haiti. They speak French and Spanish and any other language that the people who took over. So yeah, that's what it is. So the quicker that they can understand that y'all come from mongrels that just went places and just took over, gave people diseases and stuff. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. There's no other way to say it.
There's no way to deny it happened in this country, and that's why I always say is that I believe America has a resistance to immigrants, and I'm not talking about just Hispanics. We weren't favorable to the Italians when they came here. We weren't favorable to the Polish. We have not been favorable to any group of immigrants coming to this country, and I always say I believe that is because we know what happened when people let us in here. We were the worst group of immigrants to ever come to America. You're talking about they're bringing their rapists and murderers. They're not bringing us their best and brightest. That's exactly what came from England. Rapists, murderers. They brought smallpox. They brought diseases. They did all of the stuff that we're saying that immigrants are going to do to this country.
And that's a fact. And so that's why I said they don't even want to admit to it, that they are actually the worst thing to ever happen to this country. Oh. You can say you force people to build roads, you force people to build your monuments, you force people to do a lot of different things. And then finally, when it was all set up, at least to where you can just build onto what it was already built by other people, now you don't want them to hear anymore. You can keep it up yourself. You can hog all the land. You can do everything that you want to do. But when it boils down to it, y'all not even the indigenous here. You need to go back and try to see if you got any land in England or Scotland.
What are you trying to promote? A white people back to Europe movement?
Hey, they promoted for us. Go to back to Africa.
You know something? Now,
go back to where they from.
One of my guests on the program, Will G, who I'm assuming is not in the program today, but he promoted, or not promoted, but he talked about Liberia. The Back to Africa movement you're talking about. Because I hadn't heard a lot about it, I didn't read up a lot about it in school. I've actually, because I promised on air I would look into it, and I spent about 3 or 4 hours last week, looking at videos and reading up on it. It is the most disappointing shit. It's African Americans that were freed from slavery in this country, got their own country in Liberia, and they fucked it up. They went over there. Now I'm talking about this is literally black on black apartheid and racism. They went to Liberia. And they brought all of the things they learned from white America and did it all to the people there. They believed in, what they call them, Libero-American, whatever, Afro-American, whatever they call themselves over there. They believed that they were supreme. They didn't allow the blacks that came from here to marry the inhabitants over there. They literally treated the people that was in that country, the natives, exactly how their slave masters treated them. They went over there and fucked had their own country. They fucked it up.
And so again, that's why I said a while back when I was talking to you, like the one thing that Byron Donald said, he said it wrong, that we did better under Jim Crow. It's not that we did better under Jim Crow. It's we had no choice but to socialize with each other and deal with each other because we didn't want to deal with them over there. We already knew who they was and how they, moved and what they thought of us. Because, it wasn't just, I do it and they going to pay me. No, you black, why I got to pay you? You just came from out of slavery. I'm not going to pay you. So we dealt with folks that understood if I do a service for you, you got to pay me, which was black folks because we understood hard work because that's all we did. Yeah. So when we congregated with each other and we did everything with each other, you have those Black Wall Streets, whether it's Durham in North Carolina.
I think that can happen, but like I said, but when you look at Haiti and when you look at especially Liberia, which was America took a hands-off approach. They just wanted free slaves out of this country because they felt that they might interfere with blacks that were still in slavery and try to, instigate them to fight for freedom. So they sent them to Liberia, gave them their own country, gave them a hands-off approach. America was not even interfering with it. And they went over there, even their flag, they actually did. They patterned their entire existence after the white man in America. They brought capitalism, they brought the way our government is ran. They even their flag, they even copied our flag.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tim. We was fine when we wasn't trying to be like them. I'm saying this.
I get it.
I'm saying this in the sense of Brian Donald said it all wrong. He said it all wrong because they were in power and we were still considered second-class citizen, third-class citizens, and not even 3/5 of a human, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is the moment you try to be like somebody else that's already a failing society, you're going to create another failing society because you're going to have their mentality. You're trying to do it like
it definitely failed.
So they did this. Yeah, and that's what you get. Because this is a
they even named
it and how it's being ran.
Yeah, they even I gotta move it on, but they even named the capital of Liberia, Monrovia, after the president of this country, Monroe. Like, why would you go name your capital after a white man? It was terrible.
They wanted it to be accepted. They wanted to be, again, looked upon as like everybody else in the sense of, we like y'all, boss. So that's what it is. And they treated everybody else like the field Negroes, and they was the house Negroes.
It's the most depressing. It was so depressing to hear that. Like you just went over here. You took what you learned. You took the oppression and the abuse you went through. What do they say? Abused children grow up to abuse themselves. They did exactly to the people that were there what the white man was doing to them. And then they started naming streets and shit after American landmarks. I'm like, this is fucked up. Man, I gotta go. I'm still disappointed. All right,
Tim.
All right, Stick.
A horrible flashback, but all right, have a good one, Tim.
Very bad, very bad. And I don't know why it's not taught in schools because it makes African Americans look terrible. But I was like, you got your own country, you got free, and this is what you went and did with it. Gabriel says Hillary ain't about shit. I'm assuming you're talking about Hillary Clinton ain't about shit, but because on what's on the photo. By the way, that is Gen X. Gen X says Stick ain't about shit. Talking about my last caller. Love my man Stick. The photo you see behind me is the fact that President Biden gave Hillary Clinton the Presidential Medal of Freedom, I think it was. And he gave that same medal to George Soros today, which is one of the subjects of the show. Do you think that Biden is trolling Trump? Just targeting all of his enemies and praising them. Liz Cheney got an award last week. She's likely to pardon anybody that Trump is targeting. He's making heroes out of Trump's adversaries. Now, a lot of folks all over right-wing media are pissed off that George Soros got the award. Here's my response to that. How the hell did Rush Limbaugh get it? He gave George Soros the same award that Trump gave to Rush Limbaugh. we can talk about whether George Soros, deserved the award or not. Maybe there's some legitimate reasons to say why George Soros did not deserve the Medal of Freedom. But those would apply to Rush Limbaugh too. Rush Limbaugh didn't deserve no Medal of Freedom. Rush Limbaugh didn't deserve that any more than George Soros did. If you think that George Soros, it was absurd for George Soros to get an award, but you're okay with Limbaugh, then you just lean right in your bias. Rush Limbaugh did not deserve the Medal of Freedom. He has a fucking successful radio show. What's next? You gonna give it to Joe Rogan or Alex Jones? He didn't do anything to deserve a Medal of Freedom. He just got on the radio every day and propped up conservative politicians and causes and criticized and ridiculed liberal politicians and causes. And you get a Medal of Freedom out of that? So I don't want to hear about George Soros if you're okay with that. Neither one of them deserved it, in my opinion. Magic Johnson did get an award. I don't know, but I do know Magic Johnson is a huge employer in the Southern California area. He owns dozens of places, Starbucks, movie theaters. I mean, so he is a huge employer. If that's, and I'm sure there's a lot more he has done, but Magic Johnson is known as I don't think there's a lot of people that have anything bad to say about Magic Johnson. He doesn't get overtly involved in politics. I mean, he doesn't really have a lot of people that have a lot of negativity to say about him. So I don't see a lot of people bitching about Magic Johnson getting one. But, George Soros and Rush Limbaugh, those are very divisive people. Big difference. Everybody wants to talk about George Floyd. He is a drug addict, but nobody wants to talk about Black girl. Wait a minute. Everybody wants to talk about, you said Joyce's Floyd. I don't know. I'm assuming that means George Floyd. Talk about George Floyd, that he is a drug addict, but nobody wants to talk about Black girl. She was as a kid and she died. Nobody don't want to talk. Nobody knows about it. Maybe Moonlight Ace. I mean, let's be clear. Nobody would be talking about George Floyd if there wasn't so much video footage. I mean, the man is on his body, neck, back, whatever you want to call it, for almost, 9 solid minutes with the crowd telling him, you might be killing this guy, you need to get up. And then you see, of course, George Floyd making his, passionate plea for his mom or whatever. And then, of course, once the paramedics show up and ask Derek Chauvin, could you get off of him now? He's completely lifeless. If you didn't have all the footage of that, nobody would be talking about George Floyd either. That would have just been a guy who resisted arrest and died of excited delirium. That would have been the end of that. You can see anything positive. You can see anything positive about the Africans get their own land. Well, I can't say nothing positive about Liberia or Haiti. I mean, both of those areas are 100% controlled by African Americans, and they have been volatile and contested from day one. There's been multiple outbreaks of civil war on both Haiti and Liberia. Both of those countries, the people never got along with each other. And yeah, there are Black countries controlled by Black people, free men. I mean, it doesn't look good. No other way to say it. One of my subs, Alan Quinn, good evening. Welcome to the program. I was really disappointed to read that about Liberia and see that stuff. Damn, what did he have me look up? This shit sucks. I'll give it a moment for Alan to come up. Otherwise, I may have to move it on. I think the box is moving on. Negative news. That's why you like Fox, says Timothy Lee. All news is negative. All news is negative. You want to see, a bunch of kids graduating with straight A's? That's not news. That's not. People don't want to see positivity. Even your local news show you who got shot or show you who has a criminal record or, talk about bad weather systems. Nobody wants to hear good news. The ratings for good news would be exceptionally low. So when you say I like, negative news, that's why you like Fox. MSNBC is not saying anything positive. They're criticizing the hell out of Trump. Every news network you watch is saying something negative. That's what people want to watch. They want to see the bad things going on. There's cops that saying people's cats out of trees and shit. They're not going to cover that. That's not interesting. That's not good news. A good example. In the hood, innocent people get killed all the time. You know, stray gunfire, you name it. When an innocent person, let's say a little child is, lost to a stray bullet from a rivaling drug fight, two rivals are firing and they hit a little child or something like that. That makes news. But if the next day, a hell of a lot of folks in that neighborhood are protesting and, stop the violence, it's a peaceful movement where they walk down the street saying we need to stop killing each other. That don't make the news. Nobody want to watch that. They'll watch the covering of who took this kid's life, and maybe if they catch the guy and bring his ass to justice. But any type of movement to reduce the amount of casualties, nobody's going to watch that. That's positive, but it's boring. It's not entertaining. So no, there's a reason why people watch negative news. That's what sells. If it bleeds, it leads. Looking in the comments, yes, it makes the news too. No, watch your local 10 o'clock news. I don't care what city you're in. ABC, CBS, NBC, your Fox affiliate. Tell me about all the positive news stories you see on that shit. People complaining about the economy sucks or they're going out of business. It's all negative stuff. Positive news don't really, it doesn't sell. Nobody want to hear that. Not national, but local, yes, it gets reported. Let me go back to the box. Yeah, to some degree, maybe in a local area. Let's try it again. I don't know what happened with my last guest, but Gen X, good evening. Welcome to the program. Gen X, are you there?
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. Am I disappointing you again today?
No, brother.
I know. What was I doing last week that you said I was disappointing you?
No, it was yesterday, man. It wasn't last week.
Okay, what was it? Well, yesterday was last week. I guess it's damn near Sunday. So what was I doing though?
Brother, when I said that, I just wanted to see your face, and you did not disappoint.
Let me look up.
I laughed for about an hour because you had a face like, man, what the fuck is this dude talking about, man?
Well, I keep I keep these notebooks around. I got my notes from every show. So yesterday, that show, I know what it was. We talked about Trump's quote in regards to the guy who took all those lives in New Orleans on New Year's. And he said, when I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have here in our own country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. That show was that Trump was trying to lie and blame the whole event in New Orleans on illegal immigrants. And he was wrong.
What I said was that you're dancing on the graves of the victims, to promote your agenda and get a Trump hating echo chamber,
right?
Which was kind of true because I listened to your whole show, and we had a lot of people come into your show, and right away they attacked Trump. They attacked Trump. And I said it as a joke.
Okay.
But it turned out to be somewhat true.
No, it wasn't true. And I'll tell you why. Now, me bringing up that Trump tried to blame the killings on an illegal immigrant when the person was an American-born guy from Texas, served in the military. Me bringing that up is not me dancing on the graves of those who lost their lives to make a political point. It is him doing it. He was trying to dance on the graves of those who lost their lives in New Orleans to make a political point about immigrants. All I did was reported what he was doing.
Did you see the second comment I made?
No.
I said Trump was 100% wrong to do that.
Okay, all right.
100% wrong to do that. But I also expressed that I expect more from you.
How can I? Wait, you expect me not to report that? You expect me to hold the show and not bring that up?
No, that's not what I said either, Tim. Well, what I said was I expect better from you. And, at first, I was laughing about it. But as your show went on, you're very influential, brother.
I am? Me?
You are very, very influential, and you've got a lot of people that follow you. And it seemed that as your show went on,
more and more people came onto your program dissing Trump about it. Now, I'm not going to say that's right or wrong, whatever.
No, you should say is that right or wrong. He blamed that what happened on illegal immigrants, and he never clarified it. He never apologized for it. You can say that that is wrong. How is that not wrong?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe. I believe that is 100% wrong.
Okay.
I think for him to use that is 110% wrong, bro.
Okay.
Me personally, when I heard his statement, I was, and you know me, I'm a hardcore Trump supporter, hardcore MAGA supporter. But when I heard him say that, I thought, man, why would you do that?
Yeah.
That's just, it's such bad taste. And then when I heard you do the same thing,
I don't see what I'm doing other than reporting what he did.
Because in my opinion, what you did was you used what he said to fucking to demonize him.
I don't think there's any way to use what he said to make him look good. I mean, what he did, as you're admitting, is wrong. It just me. If all I do is repeat your words and that make you look bad, that's not my fault. I mean, what he did, you're admitting, even as somebody who supports him, you're admitting it's wrong. So the only difference between me and you is, I guess, you just wouldn't have said anything about it.
I wouldn't have. I'd have let that shit die for at least a week or two. I mean, we're talking about coming up on a day after all those innocent people died. I'm just, dude, I was literally, Tim, when I watched that the next day, it made me physically sick.
Yeah.
That someone would hurt that many innocent people. I don't give a fuck if they were Democrats or Republicans. I don't care. They're innocent lives that didn't fucking deserve that. Their families didn't deserve that.
You know what this is like?
The thing I'm going to do is say something and to try to increase my popularity on focusing on that tragedy.
You know what this is? You know what this is like?
Let me tell you this, Tim. Let me say this last thing to you. I love and respect the fuck out of you. And what I said, like I said, it was initially a joke. It was just something, because I knew you'd go, man, what the fuck is he talking about? And you did exactly like I hoped you did, because it made me. You caught me with a mouthful of beer that I spit out.
Well, you know what this is like? It's like when, let's say, an African American gets killed by police, and the black community wants to jump up and blame the police for taking an innocent life, and then it turns out there's video footage of the guy pulling the gun out on the cops. They don't wait. They come out and say, even though somebody died in the process, they don't wait. If you know somebody don't say, they come out and attack the black community for defending what turned out to be a criminal and a justifiable shoot. You're not going to wait. If somebody is doing something that is obviously wrong, like what Trump did, attacking immigrants. And also, here's another reason why I covered it, because I also did a long form video about this on YouTube. I believe his language can get people killed. And I said this then. If I lost a relative,
I agree with
that. Yeah, if I lost a relative in that manner, and I thought that people coming in this country illegally were capable of just driving us over and running people over and raping and murdering everybody, I would want revenge too. I could see his language leading to lynch mobs and all of that kind of stuff. We just covered this. We just had a live a couple days ago of a man in Colorado chasing down a news reporter, demanding that the reporter prove that they had a legal right to be in this country. And when the reporter tried to flee the scene, he continued chasing the reporter 40 miles, caught up to the reporter, stating that I am a Marine and I took an oath to defend this country against people like you. Strangled the guy. That just happened like last week. So his language can get people killed.
Hold on. And you think that's wrong? You think that's wrong? It's okay if you say yes.
I can't believe you're asking me.
That when he could put out dangerous propaganda to get somebody hurt.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, 100%. You think that's wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong.
So putting out dangerous propaganda on Trump that could possibly get him hurt.
Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example.
You don't think that's wrong?
Give me an example. What are you talking about? Give me an example.
Okay, you put out a report like you did, or a piece like you did, and some psychopath hears it and says, well, you know what? Tim's 100% right. I'm going to go by his golf course and lay in some grass and shoot at him.
What? Wait. If simply repeating Trump's words inspires somebody to go put a hit out on Trump, that ain't my fault. He's the president of the United States. People do book reports. Everything he says is going to be. Hold on. Everything he says is going to be in his. Hold on. People do book reports. Everything he says is going to be in the Smithsonian one day. If repeating his own words puts him at odds with somebody trying to take his life, maybe the problem is his words.
And it probably is. But for you to repeat those words, when you repeat them, and you get, I'm right. I can see.
You are wrong. You as wrong as the days are long. You're going to tell me it is not advisable to repeat the words of the President of the United States? What type of era are we living in?
President-elect.
Fuck out of here. You gonna tell me it's...
I got a finger from Tim, baby. Hell yeah.
You gonna tell me it's wrong to repeat the words of the President-elect of the United States? Now, I don't know what to... Look...
No. Let me clear this up. I don't think it's wrong. I think it's as dangerous as what Trump said. I think Trump should have kept his mouth shut. 100%.
Okay.
He should not have said that.
Okay.
But I also think that based on that logic, you may have wanted to also.
I run a news show. I mean, if Biden says something ridiculous, like when Kamala Harris said that multiple people got killed on January 6th, I came on here and chastised her. I mean, should I not repeat what these people are saying if they say dumb shit? I mean, you are responsible for, you get on TV in front of 60 million people and say dumb shit, and it's my fault for repeating it?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You're making me use my soundboard just one more time.
Hey, I love that soundboard.
Oh my God.
I never use it when I have it. That thing is so entertaining.
Okay. All right, I got to move it on. But like I said,
your boy Michael has asked to come up with me so many times. Well, a couple of times at least. Bring the man up. I would love to debate with Mike.
I'd bring him up real quick before I do that.
You know why?
Hang on. Before you say that, I gotta point out, when I see humorous comments, I always got to point out the comments I see that are humorous. And certainly for an individual like yourself, Dwight Handsome in the comments says, Gen X ate too many sandwiches today.
A lot of them, baby. Chicken Parmesan was the last one.
Oh my God. Well, for shits and giggles, I don't normally do this, but I respect both of you gentlemen. You guys are pretty civilized. Mike, meet Gen X.
What's going
Mike,
on?
What's up, my brother from another
mother? What's going on, Gen X? What's going
on, man?
Okay.
Listen. Can we just start here?
Sure.
Can we just start here? To insinuate that Trump somehow is owed some deference on his comments is absurd at his face, Gen X. And here's why I say that. Because we've been on lives. I've listened to you. You've listened to me. I've heard you.
Mike, we
talk about when Biden called MAGA supporters garbage. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you went out for a minute. Keep going.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, brother, I can hear you.
I remember Gen X specifically talking about those comments when Biden said that MAGA supporters were garbage, and you were very adamant about holding him accountable for that comment. Is that the same propaganda based on your definition that you're talking about?
Absolutely, Mike. And I'll tell you why. Because when he did that, I acted like an idiot until Trump turned, as Hanson likes to say, as Tim likes to say, until Trump turned lemons into lemonade.
Yeah.
When he drove out in that truck, I thought that was brilliant. I was like, oh my God, why am I so offended when he's not? That was awesome.
But that's not propaganda. I was using your logic about a definition of propaganda. That's not propaganda. When someone says something and you repeat it, that's not propaganda. Propaganda is building an argument based on non-facts to change someone's thought and or feelings or minds about something. That's not what happened. You have.
But here's the thing, Jax. Give me a second. It is propaganda when you change the meaning of what they were originally trying to say.
We didn't do that.
It is.
But he didn't.
Yeah, we didn't do that. I didn't change the meaning. I just read his words, and you agree with me, Gen X, that even you admitted that not only was he wrong, you admitted it can get people killed. You're going around telling folks that immigrants are committing mass murders in the country. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, it is. It's dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous, and I will concede there and agree there. There's a lot of shit Trump does that I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck are you thinking, dude?
And the thing about it is,
he does it all the time.
Yeah, considering that he's not running for office at this point, I could see if he wanted to gin up his immigrant or border security base. Or you've won already. You got plenty of time to let the facts come out. If this guy turned out to be an illegal, you don't have to rush to the media right now and say this. You could say that in 2 or 3 days. You've already won the election, so there's no benefit to saying it now versus on Wednesday. So for him to rush and do that, to me, completely irresponsible. You don't have any facts. You're known for the phrase fake news, and then you're going out and doing shit like this. You're no better than MSNBC or anybody else you complain about. They don't like you, Jim.
I got a live restriction. Somebody hit me up. I don't know what that's about. Hey, Mike, before we go, because I'm going to drop. I don't want to fuck with this program. Thank you for being respectful. I always dig your commentary, dude. You're a pretty intelligent individual, except when you go against Trump. You should join that.
Yeah. Well, I guess you're gonna find me unintelligent 95% of the time because he absolutely has no idea. But I appreciate that. And again, I don't believe that you can't have civil discourse. I think you have to be able to have civil discourse, even if someone is 100% wrong. And I agree with that too, man. Which I find this to be. But
man, I'm going to drop Tim. I don't want to get.
Yeah, I saw it. I appreciate you coming through,
brother. I'll come back up later.
All right, I appreciate it. All right, so Mike, yeah, and I agree with you, Mike. And well, Gen X pretty much admitted it as well. I think he was kind of busting my balls a little bit. I think he admitted what Trump got on there and said the other day about trying to somehow twist that to being the fault of the immigrants. He admitted it was wrong and it could get people killed as well. So, when people talk about TDS and why do you hate them so much, it's stuff like that. I mean, it's stuff like that. You go out here and blame people for something that the FBI and everybody admits the guy was born in America, and then you don't clear it up. So if somebody follows you but don't believe the media, then they're going to believe that guy was an illegal immigrant and that maybe the media is lying when they say he's born in Texas.
100%. And before I dive into this, before I unpack all the things that were said all the way back to MAGA Reacts, I want Gen X to understand, because I can have decorum on these lives does not mean that I don't disagree with him 100%, right? I just don't think that you have to, I just match energy with energy. But with that being said, all the way back to MAGA Reacts, we got to stop, and you said it, we've been saying it for months. And they have to accept the fact that his words matter. Yeah. You want to sit behind that resolute desk saying things like that matters. Whether it's dog whistles, whether it's gaslighting, whether it's blatant racism. And that's what it is. And I'm going to say it because I don't have a problem saying it. What we're talking about right now needs to be said. And the fact that Trump would get on social, his Truth Social, and make those comments about this person when he knows that this person that created that did that horrific thing in New Orleans was not the very people he was talking about, is not misinterpretation. It's not taken out of context. It's none of that. It's a blatant lie, fear mongering, and race baiting. That's what that is. So when anyone wants to say that it's not those things, they're just being disingenuous. Period. End the discussion. And here's the thing. You remember we talked about we talked about Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anybody talk about John Sharon. I haven't heard anybody talk about the correctional officers that just unalived that handcuffed inmate the other day. That's not on national news.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, the cops that beat that guy to death, that is on the national news. You're not going to hear it from Trump or MAGA, though. Now, if that guy who the cops beat to death, if he had been an illegal immigrant and he beat a cop to death, yeah, Trump would be covering that like crazy. But if somebody beats an illegal immigrant to death, like the whole Colorado thing I brought up, the guy chasing down an immigrant, if an immigrant chased down an American 40 miles and was demanding money or anything, Trump would cover that. But an American chasing an immigrant, yeah, and of course, so he does have selective outrage.
Well, and this is the thing. I'm not going to say just him. I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about the Republicans in Congress, the Republicans in the Senate, because they parrot the very things that he says, and they stand on it. And again, if Lincoln Riley, if one is too many for her, then clearly, by your standard, one is too many for all. But that's not the standard. And what is the difference? What's the difference? The difference is race and it's women, right? Bottom line. So you cannot talk about these things and not be honest about what we're looking at. I mean, you're talking about Trump getting on Truth Social, enraged because the flags are going to be and I told you, we talked about this. He was enraged on Truth Social about the flags being at half staff for.
Is he fighting? Is he really fighting about? I've heard some people say this. Is he really fighting in regards to the flags being at half staff for Carter?
Yes. And we talked about this 3 days ago because we remember we were talking about, is he going to have them raised or is he going to leave them be? And I told you I wouldn't be surprised if he had them raised. And he is talking about this in the honor and the death of a former president. It shows his lack of.
And we talk, and to me, because I'm often criticized
and integrity and all the things.
Well, to me, I'm often criticized, and liberals are when you hear about Trump derangement syndrome, you just have blind hatred. That's to me the definition of blind hatred. You got a dead guy, and you're trying to shorten the amount of mourning period for him. I mean, that to me sounds like that's like the perfect example of Carter derangement syndrome, to do something like that. You really want to stop people from mourning from a dude that's dead? I mean, the flags are at half mast for 30 days or what? I mean, you really would change that? That's really bad.
This isn't Jimmy Carter. This isn't Jimmy Carter that worked at the Greyhound bus station. This is a former president. They're following precedents with this thing. They're not doing anything different. They're following precedents. And he is so self-absorbed that he's making this about him. But back to the New Orleans thing. Think about what happened. And he's been doing this for the longest. And 100%, he did it to John McCain to 100%. So that's what I was saying. He's been doing this for the longest. His behavior hasn't changed. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. And when people like Gen X or Johnny L or people on these lives or any other lives are in just in America make excuses for the behavior, they can't expect anything better because they are accepting the bias.
Are they still making excuses for it? Are they just, I don't know, are they really, are they still making it's almost as if they're defending it. So what?
Well, Gen X is holding you accountable. Gen X is holding you accountable.
He did do that.
What he said. Think about that. He basically said he was disappointed in you on your live because you were influential. So if he holds that standard for you, what the hell does he think about the guy that's going to be sitting behind that desk, that resolute desk, but he's disappointed in you repeating what that guy said? You got to be kidding me.
I don't.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of told him. I don't understand how you could hold me accountable for just repeating his words. Hang on before you do. Will G starts it out with Trump ain't shit. Says, I don't think MAGA understands, not even you, Tim. Trump is the politician's politician, despite how dumb he is. I still don't know if I feel confident saying that Trump is dumb. He's a billionaire. He's won the presidency twice. I mean, he's been very successful. I can't call him dumb based on that. But he says MAGA is basically saying every president is a, wait a minute. MAGA is basically saying every president is a remodel and should be reflected except for Trump. You can't get more idiotic than that. I'm not a fan of giving Trump special provisions like what you mentioned about Gen X, holding me accountable with Trump. He ain't the only one that says some of that stuff. I mean, there are people that do think that. But he said, I told you he will complain about flags that have staff. Carter was also the one to create the Department of Education as well as giving the canal to Panama. So you kind of agree with him, Mike. You believe that Trump has some kind of special beef against the late Jimmy Carter.
He has beef against 100%, and he's shown that he has beef against anybody that doesn't support these white supremacist positions, Tim. Listen, I'm not making it up. Every time I get on here, I tell you, these aren't my personal feelings. I won't share my personal feelings because they're probably too crude, and I'll probably get banned from the app. But what I'm saying is, this is what they're propagating. And Congress and Senate is even worse because they are supposed to support their constituents in their region. So they're supposed to be telling them what's really going on. And all they do is parrot the same thing. When Trump made those statements, they all got on board. Then Mike Johnson got on board. MTG repeated it. Rick Scott repeated it. All of them repeated the lie about New Orleans. It's not like
wait. Did they repeated that it was an immigrant?
Yes, they went on the same talking points that he did. All of them. Everyone I just named said the same thing. Everyone. And here's the thing. when you're having these lives, and I believe this as a citizen, we all have a responsibility to call a thing a thing. All of us. If I get on here and say, like MAGA React said that Rush Limbaugh spoke for the people, well, that's ignorance at its finest. But what he said in his comments after he left was he was too young. He doesn't remember the era. Well, if you don't remember it, MAGA Reacts, don't speak on it.
Well, the thing about it is when he says that Rush Limbaugh spoke for the people, he's probably parroting something he heard from maybe Trump or somebody.
Again, but when I challenged him, he said, well, I wasn't. When I challenged him in the comments, I said that, and he said that wasn't. He said that's not what he said.
He says that's not what I said.
But if he, right. But if you scroll up in the comments, that's what he said. Well, my point is this: if you don't know, because words are powerful, what we say matters. What we say matters, and if you're going to just repeat it because you heard it or you think it or you feel it, but you're consistently wrong and it's hurting people. We're hurting people by this misinformation. Everyone's acting like no one's getting hurt by this. People are getting hurt by this stuff.
Well, I don't think it's that
you can't see that.
Yeah, I don't think it's that they can't see people getting hurt. I think they don't care about the people that are getting hurt. It ain't people they care about. That like for instance, what Trump said. What Trump said about the Haitian migrants or about immigrants to New Orleans could get immigrants from those. I don't think MAGA really is concerned. If some of them get hurt, so be it. They shouldn't be here. That's just the way they're gonna view it.
So what does that say? If someone feels that way about other people, then what does that say about them?
They don't like them.
That's my question to you. What does that say?
They don't like them.
So don't turn around and act like. So then don't turn around and act like you do. Just accept the fact that you are who you are. You feel how you feel. You don't care about anything but white supremacy and those things that matter to you. And if it hurts other people, you're fine with that. But the minute it hurts something that looks like you, you want to demonize them. Because I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm gonna drop. If we took their position about one life is too many when it came to Laken Riley, and you said it earlier, then we should be having a mass deportation of white European people back to the land that they came from. Because historically speaking, they have caused more atrocities on people in this country since its inception. So if that's the standard, then that's where we should be moving. But we know that that's not the standard. The standard is demonizing people to make others wealthier. And the funny part is, the red states historically have been the ones with, lower wages, a lot of crime in these red states. The very people that are voting for this are being harmed as well, and they don't even see it. They don't even see it, and that's the sad part.
All right.
That's the sad part.
Do as I say, not as I do. All right, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, bro.
All right, moving on. Moving on with the program. And I do agree with what he was saying about if anytime I've had this argument. Let me get my words clear. I'm having a Biden moment, but I've often said that Trump has went way above and beyond the danger to this country that immigrants actually pose, even illegal immigrants. I don't believe that, they're raping and murdering everybody. I think that the percentage of that happening is so low. So for him to make it sound, I do think that he's inflating that to astronomical levels, and it's totally incorrect. And what he talked about, my last caller, Mike, said about one is too many. That is the way the right responds. Okay, well, maybe Trump is saying this more than it is, but one Lincoln Riley is one too many. Shouldn't be anybody dying at the hands of illegal immigrants. Well, he is also correct in pointing out, if you're going to go by the one is too many standard, why does it stop when other areas of this country are doing things? Like, for instance, if you had as many immigrants on TV, on YouTube, on social media, harming Americans as you do cops doing it from a standpoint of being immoral, being corrupt, some of them being murderous. If you had as many immigrants committing crimes online where you could visually see it as you do police officers, you'd be talking about deporting everybody with a badge. One is too many, right? One is too many. Just like I bring up the same thing about the LGBTQ community. I'm like, how many transgender people are really playing for, a girls' team? It's very, very few of them. Once again, one is too many. Yeah, nobody should play for, and I'm not a fan, by the way. I'm not a fan of a boy transition into a girl and then going and beating girls at girls. I'm not a fan of it, but I've been saying since this became an issue, this is not that big of a fucking issue. It's a handful of people in a country of 350 million people. Whole states do not have a single person doing this. And the right would once again counter with, well, one is too many. And then I would counter with the same statement. If you had as many transgender folks beating girls at girls' sports as you do Catholic priests abusing children, you would demand that all of the priests be deported, right? One is too many only seems to apply when you don't like that group. People have no problem still going to the Catholic Church. I mean, there's a ton of them. There's a ton of them that have done. I mean, one is too many. There's hundreds of them that get caught up for decades abusing kids. We don't treat them the same. We're bashing immigrants. We're bashing transgender folks for the actions of a very minute portion of them. But when I bring up the cops or I bring up the Catholic Church, or he brought up even white people, I'm not going to go that far, but I'm just simply saying one is too many only when we don't like the group that's doing it. When cops are caught doing something wrong, we don't say one is too many. We say, well, 99% of them are good. We actually view police as a look on the bright side approach. If you've seen a transgender person going into a bathroom with a kid and abusing that kid, you wouldn't hear somebody say, well, but most of them don't do that. No, they would go after that person and say, see, that's why I don't believe any transgender person should be able to go into a bathroom with a kid. You demonize the whole community. But when the cops said, well, but 99% of them are good. So in one case, we blow it up to demonize the whole community. And in the other case, we actually circle the wagons and downplay it and say, well, it's only a handful of them. A few bad apples, I think, is the common statement. So it is bias in it. It really is some bias in the way people view that stuff. Another good example, you see a video featuring a bunch of black kids. They're in CVS or they're in Target and they're stealing shit all over. Well, it's always the usual suspects you see in the comments. I guess it's part of their culture. It's always them. But if you see a guy like Dylan Roof show up to a black church and shoot 9 people, well, he's just a bad guy. That does happen where people blow up the people they don't like. And then when a group of people, somebody from a group they do like do it, they downplay it. I mean, I think I gave you at least 3-4 examples right there. It happens all over the place. I mean, there are plenty of examples of black kids, black people committing crimes online. Well, there's plenty of examples of white people doing it too. Look at the comment section. Look at the difference in the comments you see when you see it happening from. Just take what happened with Black Lives Matter, Summer of Love 2020. Look at the comments on those videos and look at the comments on January 6th. All of a sudden, one went from being a bunch of animals to a bunch of patriots. They both doing the same shit. They're breaking in some place they have no business being in, stealing property and destroying shit. But one group happens to be criminals and thugs, need to be damn near dangling from a rope, and the other group are patriots who should be receiving a medal. Looking in the comments, Charlie, I'm American. Don't tread on me. These illegals need to do it the right way, says Marlene. I'm okay, and I'll go back to the box. I'm fine with demanding that people only enter our country the right way, but you gotta make sure there's a right way available to them, or you're not going to get rid of the problem. The reason why we have a huge issue with illegal immigrants is because coming the right way is not really available to most of them. I mean, myself, I'm in my early 50s. If I wanted to migrate to the United States, let's say I lived in Brazil, there really is no avenue for me to get here. I'm above the age for a lot of visas that will qualify. I don't have special set of skills to be sounding like the guy from Taken, Liam Neeson. I don't have a special set of skills. I mean, I wouldn't probably qualify. I could maybe come and pick cotton and shit, like my ancestors, and go home at the end of the day. But there's just, for most folks that want to come to this country, if you tell them to come here legally, that really pretty much is saying you can't come here at all. There's no legal avenue available to them. And of course, it's going to be, we got to limit how many could come in. So it's only going to be a small number. So I'd say probably 90% or more of the ones that want to come here, if they came the legal way, they wouldn't be able to do it. It would be cost prohibitive. They couldn't afford it. The barriers to do it legally are just so numerous that you might as well be telling them they can't come at all. Let me go back to the box. Come in here the way the white people came in. Well, they came legally. The natives let them in. Timothy Lee, the white people came legally. They didn't actually act right once they got here, but they came legally. They were invited in. King Finn, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for bringing me up, my brother. Okay, so let me just go back in real quick. I just want to go in real quick on this clown, Tim, whatever the hell his name is, real quick. I'm racist because I said the fact, what about white people when they like in Philly, if the YT people in Philly, they grease the poles down in Philadelphia when the Eagles win or lose because they're down there jumping on damn poles and breaking shit down after a win or a loss. That don't make me racist. That makes me let you know exactly what's going on. Because if black people in Philly did that shit, black people in Philly, all they want to do is ride fucking motorcycles. And they have a problem with that. So how you gonna call me racist? Because I'm telling
Are you arguing with guests in the comments?
Yeah, man, people say dumb shit like I'm racist because I said, to one of the comments that you just got done saying about how it's really strange that they're different. A different set of rules for every damn body. There is. Because when Black Lives Matter did that shit, everybody's, oh my God, it's such a horrible story. And we got tired of that shit. But when shit like Charlotte happens, or January 6th happens, oh my God, they were patriots. They were just doing their civic duty.
It's
So I
viewed,
said,
and there's no
that's
denying.
funny.
There's no denying it's viewed differently. I mean, that's not even up for debate. There is a difference in the way it's viewed.
Exactly. So it's really funny that you're saying that's one of the things. I said, damn that. What about when somebody loses or wins a football game? Lil Timmy and them out there flipping over cars and pulling down fucking light poles. But let black people do it. That's taking everybody to jail. You know what I mean? Come on now. Keep the shit a buck.
That does happen.
You're racist. You racist. The hell up out of here with that shit. Am I prejudiced? Hell yeah. Because I've lived over 40-something years in America. You're damn right I'm prejudiced against some shit.
I don't want to just let you. I don't want to just let you get away with that. I don't want to let you just get away with that. I need you to explain why do you say you're prejudiced? Give me your definition of what prejudice is, and why are you saying you are prejudiced?
I would say that definitely I'm gonna speak for myself, my opinion. Most people align with this view. Prejudice is something that you have about a view or something that you are going through. In my personal experience, I'm prejudiced against a lot of shit because of things that I have seen, things that I've been through. Have you been chased by the KKK? I have.
Really? What the hell? What did that happen?
I've been chased. I told you this the other night, man. You're not listening. You know who I am, bro. I'm from Michigan. I done seen the red trucks. I done seen all of them. I done seen the Michigan militia. So I done seen all of this shit. So I'm prejudiced against that. You're damn right I am. Yes, because it poses a threat to me. Am I okay with all this shit Trump says? Hell no, I'm not okay with that shit because it poses a threat to my daughters. It poses a threat to my kids. It poses a threat to my nephews, my nieces.
Hold on, I am by no means laughing at what you're saying because that's some serious shit. But I do point out comments that I find kind of comical. When you said you have been chased by the KKK, MAGA React says they probably were chasing you because they wanted to know how Pelosi rigged the election.
Come on, man, for real.
I get some wild comments, man. I cannot believe he said that. It's kind of funny, though.
Man, hey, look, man, you be letting that shit. As I said the other day, man, you be letting that shit fly. I get it that it's supposed to be free speech.
It is free speech. I mean, look.
That's bullshit.
Well,
that's bullshit, though, right? Come on now, Tim. You know that's bullshit.
Yeah, it's 100% bullshit.
You from Chicago, you know that. Oh,
it's 100% bullshit. I get it.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, he said he was.
I'm just making sure.
He said he wasn't talking about that. He said he was implying something else. Okay, all right. Hold on, before you continue on, Trump lied. And now this is coming from Will G. He says Trump lied, cheated, and stole to get his wealth. The honor code in the Navy is to not lie, cheat, steal, nor tolerate those who do. Now, I don't disagree that he definitely did all of that stuff because you got people suing him for it, not paying them for their labor and things like that. So, I mean,
are we assuming that he has any honor? Because I don't think he does.
I think Trump. A shred of honor in that man. I think Trump has found. A lot of things in America, certainly at the upper levels, is done on the honor system, and I think Trump has found loopholes that he can exploit. I mean, even the court system, you can delay shit and make people. I mean, like let's say you sue your insurance company or you sue your employer, and they delay because they know the longer they do that, the weaker your case is going to be, or you're going to be likely to settle for less. I mean, there are people out there that do that kind of stuff, and I think Trump, via Michael Cohen, who was his lawyer, they were doing that all over the place. They were using the system like that. Yeah, I believe that.
That's definitely true. And the age old process of handing people a couple of checks or handing people a lot of Ben Franklin's works too. Because if you got a lot of Ben Franklin's, you get a lot of shit done. But people see people sitting with a public defender can't do a damn thing, can they? People sitting with a public defender, it's millions of those in the jail system, right?
Yep.
But if you got more than a public defender and a lot of greenbacks, you can get a lot of shit done.
And that's one reason why.
Go home.
Yeah, and that's one reason why I have constantly dispelled the argument that blacks commit more crime because you see there's more of them in jail. And I'm like, if you got public defenders versus people who can afford lawyers, you're going to have far more people that were represented by public defenders in jail. I mean, because a lot of them just come to you with a plea.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they come to you with a plea. I don't have time to fight your damn case. You can plea and take this little shit and we can move on. But yeah, I mean,
or we could say cash bail. Because cash bail is the same damn argument. Yeah. You ain't got no money. Oh, do this time then. And then you get into the system. And once you get into the system, it's over with in the first damn place. Because as soon as you in the system, you ain't getting out. Yeah. They ain't gonna never let you out.
The system is definitely tailored against poor people. Now, colored people and minorities, it doesn't help you in the system at all either. But if there's one main factor that hurts you with this, well, actually, there's three main factors. One is being poor does not work in your benefit. That's the number one.
Class.
Huh?
Yes. Class, yes, you're right, 100% right. Class.
Yeah, your level of financial security is the number one thing. The second one, I do believe being a minority doesn't help you out, but I think one is even stronger than being a minority. Being a man, I think being a man is even worse.
You going to jail too.
Yeah.
If you white male, poor white male, you going to jail. Yeah. Poor black man, you going to jail.
I think your financial status, your gender, then your skin color. I think that's the way it is. Those three things, because if you're a man, even if you go out and take a life, women don't get death row. I mean, the system is far more favorable to women. So being a man doesn't help you out at all. But then, of course, being a person of color is the last one. I don't think that helps you out.
You have to do some heinous shit to be a woman and get death row.
Yeah, it's very rare. Yeah,
real bad shit.
You usually got to take out multiple people as a woman to end up on death row.
Yeah, and you can't have any excuse or reason because they, unfortunately, and I'm not just saying this from a point of contention, but most of the time the court system will give a woman a way out quicker than they will a man.
Especially if she got a little bit of looks to her. Especially if she's a little attractive. But keep in mind that system is ran by men, so it's happening because male judges are doing that shit.
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah. It's us doing it. I mean, it ain't women.
Of that situation.
Because I think some of the toughest judges on women are other females, like Judge Judy. You gonna get sentenced by Judge Judy. The female judges are actually tougher on women.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. I mean, I liked her. I watched her show; it was entertaining. But yeah, she was hard on everybody though. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah. You shouldn't. I feel like everybody else. You did the crime. You must got the time.
Yeah, but see, for women, stuff like I got a kid at home, or breaking down in tears, or if a woman takes out her husband, they start asking, "Well, did he abuse you at all?" If a man takes out his wife, nobody gives a damn if she was abusive. That's not an excuse. But if a woman takes out her husband,
that get you laughed at.
Huh?
That get you laughed at. You let a woman beat on you.
Yeah, she was laughed at. Yeah, my wife was verbally abusive. I couldn't take it no more. That ain't going nowhere. But a woman can use that. So there's a whole lot of wow. Dencal. Thank you. I hope you ain't had no problems with your wife, Dencal. Appreciate that.
Dencal ain't have no problems with his wife.
I haven't seen a galaxy come through on this program in a few weeks. I don't get a lot of galaxies, so to see one of them pop up, shit, I ain't seen that in a minute. So thank you, Dencal. Appreciate that.
Why, man? You know why you ain't getting no galaxies, man?
I'm being
hated. You ain't had no mag on here. You ain't had no mag on here, man. You ain't had enough mag on here. You ain't talk that shit enough, man. You start talking that shit again, they mag gonna bring them galaxies.
Well, back. If Trump, I'll tell you something. If Trump, when Trump gets in office, if he starts doing and succeeding in some of the things he promised, I'm gonna be sounding like MAGA. I mean, if he brings the economy down, if he, all of a sudden $2, I'm gonna give that man praise. I'm gonna be sounding like MAGA again.
If he do it, listen. If he do it, I give that man praise. But I know the truth, just like you do. Grocery prices and gas are not set by the damn president. Let's keep it a buck. Now, if he signs something as an executive order, or he signs a bill that brings those things down, because I'm from the age of Schoolhouse Rock, which means I know how all those things come together. So for all them dumb folk out there who ain't never watched Schoolhouse Rock and don't have a damn idea about how a bill or how anything that the president does gets to his desk, it has to be brought by Congress. Yeah. Don't be a damn dummy. The president can't wave his big Sharpie marker and say, "Oh, make gas prices less, make groceries less." That's not how that shit works. Corporate greed is your problem. Yeah. If you go to your grocery store and you see a gallon of milk that say Trump milk, and that milk is 99 cents, and 99 cents going to Trump, and ain't nothing else coming out, then guess what? I will 100% say Trump brought down the price of milk. If you go to your gas station and see Trump gas, and the only people that's making money off Trump gas is Trump Gas, Trump Oil Company, then guess what? I would say yes, Trump brought down the prices of gas. But that's not what's happening. Exxon, Chevron, all those folks.
Give the man a chance, though. You got to wait till the man get in office. Let's see what happens. Like I said, if he does, I think securing the border, I feel confident that Trump will secure the border. That's one promise I feel confident that he will do.
I hope so. You know why? So they can stop talking about this shit. Because the southern border ain't the only damn border we got in America. Y'all do realize that there are 3 other borders around the damn Americas. So there's the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and Canada.
Ain't nobody coming in here through the Pacific Ocean.
They're not.
King?
They're not coming through on boats. Ain't nobody coming through on boats. The Chinese, the Chinese tankers, they're not coming through on boats.
Ain't nobody entering.
Chinese people.
Ain't nobody entering. Wait, you trying to tell me people are entering? Wait, you trying to tell me people are illegally entering this country via the Pacific Ocean?
How do you think they child trafficking, Tim? Them people are coming over in the Maersk boats. People are being found in Maersk boats dead, like, kind of unfortunately, horribly, like the slave ships. They've been thrown in a container and kept in that container for a whole month. Who knows how much month? How much time?
They sure ain't making much of it. Well, yeah, you're right about the container ships. I do agree with that. That is one way of doing it. But I guess the numbers are so small, you're not going to hear much about that.
I guess not. But all I'm saying is there are other borders.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, to come through. Other than the southern border. And for all them people in the comments talking about, the southern border is the only one being abused. How the hell do you know? You live there. Are you counting every person that comes to the southern border? Because I can tell you now, Katie, Katrina, and Melanie are the ones bringing in the fentanyl. It ain't Oscar, Guillermo, and damn Luisa, okay? Now, Oscar, Guillermo, and Luisa might be bringing in the weed, but they ain't bringing that fentanyl in. And it ain't going to matter how much they bring in, because the only thing that's going to happen is going to keep on damn coming.
Yeah.
There's a supply and demand problem in this country. The supply is being brought because of the demand. Yeah. The cartels are making that money because of the demand of America. People want to get high. I hate to say it like that, but people want to get
What
high.
movie is that from? Is that from New Jack City? That's a movie like that. People want to get high. I got to move it on, but you are right. As long as there is a demand for this stuff in America, you can go after the Hispanics all you want, as long as there are, and a lot of them are white with money. I mean, whether it's coke or whether it's heroin or whether it's fentanyl. There's a lot of Americans in this country. And now that you got these miracle weight loss drugs coming in across the border as well.
Lord Jesus.
Yeah, you're not going to end that. Yeah, you're not going to end that by only going after the Hispanics. It just ain't going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. All right. Have a good night, brother.
Always. Thank you, King. All right, moving on with the program. I do want to respond to a couple super chats here. Will, appreciate it. I'm going to put my spectacles on to read this, though. He says another thing, what the hell it says? Another thing about the literacy discussion we had the other day. Someone commented my logic of it being crime intimidating for black people to be educated. MLK wasn't educated. He was just shot. He just got shot for being. So, well, MLK, like I said, you don't have to go to school to be educated. You just don't. I mean, there's a lot of other. I mean, going to school just means you were educated by another human being. There's a possibility you could develop a lot of education on your own. So, yeah. But by the way, Will, I wanted to point out to you, because you weren't on earlier. I brought up that you depressed the hell out of me by having me read up on Liberia. I took your advice and I spent several hours the next day looking at videos and reading. Man, that's bad. I mentioned this early in the live where a lot of blacks escaped slavery and went back to Africa, had their own country. There was a lot. Once you started having a lot of freed black men in this country, white slave owners started fearing that they might motivate slaves that were still in captivity to try to get free. So this big, huge Back to Africa movement came across, and they had this the American Colonization Association or something that they created, and they were actually financially backing sending blacks back to Africa. They sent them back to the nation of Liberia. Now, they didn't all come from Liberia, but that's where they sent them back to, or they sent them to. So not only did they give them their own nation, but they took a hands-off approach. So the former slaves that were freed in this country got their own country in Africa without any Americans, for the most part, trying to govern it or anything. Let them have their own country. Man, did they fuck it up. They went there and they took all of the oppressive ways that were being bestowed upon them by the white man and started doing that to the natives. They started viewing themselves as superior. They started passing laws that none of us can marry none of them. They even started separating the facilities. You know, like you had separate water fountains and shit from the 50s. They started doing all of that stuff. Even the flag of Liberia, they patterned it after the United States. It looks exactly like our flag. It's just a different symbol in the blue side, but it's got the same amount of stars and stripes in it. I mean, they patterned all of that shit after us. They actually went over there and started building homes that were patterned after the slave masters' homes and shit. They took the architecture and they literally went to Africa, had their own country, and just started acting like the white man. I mean, they took over government. Like I said, they started oppressing the natives. It was only a small minority of them that came from America, but they took over the country and started oppressing all of the people there. Even made them slaves, even made some of them folks work for free, and became known as, for the most part, I don't want to say slave masters, but that's pretty much, they were actually, some of them were even more oppressive and violent than the ones that were the white people in America. But they literally had their own country and went to Africa and just took all of the worst aspects of the white man, went to their own country and started doing it to people that look just like them. It's a depressing tale. I saw one or two videos, like it just can't be true. The more I read, the more depressing that shit got. And ever since they've been there, it's been nothing but turmoil. Civil wars, clashes, they've never gotten along, coups have taken place, leaders have been murdered. It's just black on black apartheid. It's kind of gotten straight, but only since like the 1990s. I mean, it's still been, it just has never, just like Haiti. Haiti's another example where we got our own nation and it's just, but Liberia had no American interference at all. And they just could not get their act together. I mean, it's a horrible story. Like I said, Will, you having me read that, man, that was depressing. And you disagree with me saying white people did not come in America legally. Colonization says different. Manifest Destiny says different. They stole the land and then let the undesirables, in quotes, aka poor people, in through indentured servitude. Well, the Native Americans, the original colonists came here legally. They originally let them in. They didn't originally come here and express what they wanted to do. Once they let them in, then they started taking. That's what some people are saying the immigrants are doing now. They believe that the Hispanic immigrants are coming here and then they're taking over the country once they're here. That's kind of what the white colonists actually did. Is they came here and they were kind and, they were teaching them how to hunt, teaching them how to live the new land. And the white man just had a plan. And, when we figure this shit out, we're going to take it over. And that's what ended up happening. But they were originally friendly to him. We give him a chance. We gave Trump a chance 8 years ago. He was the one that started the tariff war, and he plans on starting it again, sound like, and he started inflation. Trump ain't shit. I don't know. He keeps saying, yep, white people tried and failed. Well, like I said, we got our own country and they fucked it up. It kind of reminds me of Joe Pesci. We could have had it all, but he fucked it up in the end. Real quick before I go back to the boxing, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 45, if we can do that. I think you guys can do that. Tap the screen, show your boy some love. Doesn't cost you a thing to tap the screen. That's what all people do. They are simply shaping the future. Well, the future of Liberia and Haiti still is not bright. I think they went over to Liberia in the late 1850s, somewhere around up in there. I mean, slavery ended in America not long after that, but they still, that country still ain't right. Still ain't right. I had a case where the police department told me to take a plea deal But I wasn't part of a crime. Someone just mentioned my name, questioned the police department. He came back and said I had no clue what your case was about, but sounded like a good deal. Damn. So somebody made a false accusation against you, and the lawyer, that was enough for your own public defender to say take a plea deal. He wasn't going to do no work on your behalf, huh? Damn. I bet there's a lot of people that are probably serving time because they had a lazy ass public defender. I mean, I bet there's no shortage of people that would say that has happened to them. Took it to trial, charges dropped. Well, fortunately, you had the wherewithal to do that, Ed. You ended up taking the case to trial and had the charges dropped. Who defended you? If that weak ass public defender was trying to get you to, that's terrible. That's a terrible outcome. Michael says it happened to me as well. Damn. And that's what I was talking about all the time. When people don't ever look at everybody that's incarcerated and think that they deserve to be there. Even some of the ones that committed actual crimes may have been significantly over sentenced. Think about Joe Biden and the crime bill that the right always brings up. We know a lot of them folks got draconian punishments for simple possession in some cases. So even when you look at the people that's actually in there, you can't, I mean, there's a lot of people that are probably incarcerated that should not be. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying they're all innocent. Some of them just got ridiculously long sentences that they didn't deserve. There's a guy on YouTube, I don't know what the guy's name, he's a white judge though, and he has a bow tie on. And he regularly chastises prosecutors for trying to give people ridiculous punishments and shit like that, pulling people over and having no excuse for arresting them. You'll see his videos on YouTube. I mean, we need more judges like that. But yeah, there's a lot of people that are incarcerated that shouldn't be. My humble opinion, the main reason is because we have a for-profit penal institution. Anytime people can make money doing something, people are going to try to do that something. If people can profit off of individuals being incarcerated, they are going to try to have individuals incarcerated by lobbying to politicians. If we can make this or that a crime, if we can make the punishment for this or that longer, it'll guarantee we'll have more people filling up our jails. I mean, you should not be able to profit off incarceration. But in America, you do. And because the right tends to be more stiffer on penalizing criminals, when right-wing politicians get elected, the value of prison stocks skyrocket because they expect Republicans are going to put more people behind bars. You shouldn't profit off it. There should be no stock in prisons. There shouldn't even be anything called prison stocks. It's fucking immoral to even have that. That's why I always question whether we are a Christian nation or not. How the hell could you have that? Prison stocks. Going back to the box. I mean, that's insane. How do you make money off of people getting locked up? Alan, good evening. Welcome to the program. I think you dropped earlier or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was so angry with something that Maggie React said. Listen, let me tell you something, Tim.
Go.
You know, I told you before, I served during the Gulf War.
Mm-hmm.
And for someone who's never served this country and had to sit in those briefings about what's about to take place,
okay,
he needs to shut the hell up. Because I guarantee you he wouldn't go to any one of those men who were over there in Afghanistan and say anything that he said.
Now you're talking about him suggesting, are you talking about him going after Obama for droning the guy, or are you talking about giving Afghanistan back to the Taliban?
Any of it, because you don't know what it's like to be in that room. Unless you have picked up a weapon and stood a post, all you need to say is your insincere thank you for your service and shut the fuck up and leave us alone.
Mm.
Because you don't know what it takes. You don't understand it. You have no clue. Just enjoy the freedom that we provide you.
That sounds like Jack Nicholson.
Exactly. Because you don't know what it is. And for him to offer an opinion, here's the thing. I may not agree with 45. I don't. But I respect the office. The reason why I have an issue with him, he dodged the draft. He sat there and he said, I will suspend the Constitution. I swore an oath to that Constitution. And guess what? Your oath doesn't end when your service ends. If somebody came here now, I would defend this country today. Hand me a weapon, let's go. But a lot of these cowards who come on here and are all of a sudden TikTok experts on freaking foreign diplomacy and geopolitics, it's easy for you to talk about what we should have done as a military. It's easy for you to do it because you're doing it from the convenience that we afforded you. Shut up, say thank you, and sit down. On the happier things, Tim.
And because I haven't served, I can't do nothing but say exactly what you stated. Thank you. That's all I can say, man. Thank you for making that sacrifice.
I mean, it's just we serve at and that was 45's plan. Biden had an obligation to execute the plan. We executed the plan as best we could.
Yeah.
Just that's all we can do. But it's now on to the other thing. Everybody knows that you eat off of the economy for at least 2 years of the president before.
Yeah.
And I found something interesting. President Biden's numbers coming out of COVID and all of that, the numbers that he has now are better than the pre-pandemic numbers.
Well, you know what I've said about Biden from day one, because my liberals think that I don't give Biden enough credit. I think Denkel's another one that often chastises me on that. I've said it from day one. Biden's messaging sucks. When the economy was going great under Trump, he was telling you it was the best. When Trump was saying everything was the best in the world, even his inauguration crowd, biggest in history. I mean, he's lying on a bunch of that stuff. But at the end of the day, he leads his people to think he is incredibly successful. Whereas when Biden accomplishes something, he don't say shit about it. So a lot of his own supporters don't even know. There's a lot of Biden supporters that can't even name you 3 good things he did for the country. Because he doesn't,
Absolutely.
The messaging is terrible.
The messaging is absolutely freaking horrible. No denying that. But remember this, you're supposed to be doing it for the American people, not for your ego.
Yeah, but the people need to have a reason to, because you are doing it for the American people, but they got to know you're doing it so you'll vote for him again. Like Trump is here scoring,
I agree.
Trump is actually scoring black votes because some black people think he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. That's one of his accomplishments he's telling people. So he's getting shit like that, getting by when Biden is appointing all these black people, but not taking credit for it. So Trump is getting credit.
I don't disagree if they're talking about, because here's the thing, I'm beyond this past election and I'm looking at 26 and I'm saying, gotta win the House. You have to win the House.
They don't have to win. They don't have to win by much. The right barely is holding on to the House. You see what happened with Johnson yesterday.
Hell yeah. And that gives me hope, because my thing that I'm looking at is they've got to, 2 things have to happen. Number 1, you got to win the House. Number 2, you have to identify the top 4 candidates right now and get them to start delivering that message by 26. By 26, they need to be in full, let's go, let's crank this thing up mode. Because that's what he did. He cranked out for 3 to 4 years. Hey, I want to run for I'm going to run. I'm going to run. But the messaging has to be singular and focused.
Yeah, I'll tell you this: if Trump loses the midterm in 2028, 2026. If he loses the midterm in 2026, yeah, a lot of his agenda is not going to get accomplished because he promised a lot for only 4 years, and now if you lose the midterms, you only got kind of like 2. There's no way in hell he's gonna be able to do all of that stuff he made a promise if he does not win the midterms. Even if he wins the midterms and it stays at this slim margin, I think he's made a lot of promises that are not going to be kept.
Well, the big thing is those in those state houses have to stop the Republicans from doing their bullshit ass gerrymandering of our districts. You know that they gerrymander the hell out of our districts, and they will do anything to minimize and disenfranchise our vote. period, point blank. And anybody who wants to sit up here and try to refute that it's Republicans who do gerrymandering, go look at the dead Supreme Court decisions and go look at all the decisions in the state house.
Yeah, you've even had the right-wing Supreme Court rule that there's been gerrymandering on the right in recent years. I mean, even the right-wing Supreme Court has admitted that that's happening because it's been so bad, so rampant.
It happened here in North Carolina. It happened so bad that, like, North Carolina was leading the charge on the crap. And it's just like, here's the thing. Republicans are always talking about law and order and we're decent, Christian, upstanding people and we're blah, blah, blah. But then they do this bullshit. And then you get people who sit up here and try to act like, no, we don't do that. You're a goddamn lie. We got it on goddamn tape.
You sound like Samuel for a minute there. Yeah, I don't disagree. The gerrymandering thing is well documented, to say the least. I mean, it has a lengthy history of that too. That's not something that is just recent.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. Everyday YT people will not simply understand and just accept that, hey, and call it down the middle, call balls and strikes and say, yeah, we do it. We don't. I'm going to be honest with you, Tim. This whole racism thing, and everybody can say whatever they want. If they just own that, yeah, white people, we do that. We'd be okay.
No, you won't. No, hell no. You would admit.
No, listen to me, Tim. Listen to me, Tim. I respect a man who believes in something and stands on it. I don't care that. Listen to what I'm saying, Tim. Would you rather a man tell you to his face who he is?
I mean, I get the point that I want the person to come out and tell me who they are, but I'm not gonna be okay with it. I'm gonna still criticize the person. I'm gonna still be hating on it. If you come out and tell me you don't like me and you are a politician with governing power over me, I'm gonna be all over that.
No. I'm talking about just the regular average day me to MAGA reacts. If MAGA reacts came to me and said, Quinn, you know what? I just don't fuck with black people.
You know, I got MAGA. You know, MAGA reacts was in the box. You want to holler at them?
It don't bother me. Tim, you act like Tim, my heart don't pump no.
I'm just asking. I would give him the flow for a second because now MAGA reacts. I'm gonna give you a chance to defend yourself. I'll give you a couple minutes. Go.
Hey, for the record, I love black people. I grew up in hip hop. I grew up all around. I was hanging out in our Florida version of the projects. I was in Overtown before they turned it into Midtown, riding my motorcycle.
All right, you love black people. I get it.
Oh my God.
I used to ride with Rough Riders. They were trying to get me to fucking patch up for so long.
All right. What is he getting wrong about you? What is he getting wrong about you?
Well, what were we talking about? The gerrymandering thing. Both sides do that. That's why the Senate doesn't match the House. If our lead in the Senate matched our lead in the House, that would show you that there's no gerrymandering. But the fact that we got such a big lead in the Senate, yet a small majority in the House, that shows that, especially like here in South Florida, where Trump won Miami-Dade, yet what's her name? Schultz is still a congresswoman here, even though Trump is this MAGA country right now in South Florida. So yeah, that's one thing he got wrong. What else were we talking about?
You mentioned the military. You mentioned that you need to shut the hell up or grab a post.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the soldiers. I was talking about our technology. I was talking about droning and our use of drones and we have the best military in the world. Yeah, we can't stop a bunch of K people from crossing the country and taking over actual cities from their little villages. We could have droned them. We could have, we have the best spies, the best intel, the best of the best. I think we could have stopped them in their tracks without using troops. And what else? What else?
That's about all I can remember.
I mean, I don't think that insults soldiers in any way saying that, or it has nothing to do really with the soldiers. I mean, I respect them, and I think they could have put a stop to the Taliban without even, being deployed, just by being in control of, just supporting the Afghan army.
Now, was that you that believed that they could have controlled the Taliban solely by air?
Yeah, of course.
That ain't true.
It's hard to kill them when they're in their caves, but once they leave their caves and they're trying to get to major cities, they could have been stopped by air. But somebody had to be paying attention and willing to do it.
How can you tell who they? How can you tell who they are by air? Aren't they? I mean, they're not dressed in any specific uniform.
I mean, it's a giant army of people. I don't think they took over the country with 10 people. And finally, I mean, I think that's how we defeated ISIS. I mean, one of the big debate points that I kept getting every time I said there was no new wars under Trump is how much he droned. Like, who would he use these drones on? He used the drones on ISIS.
We didn't really.
ISIS.
I think when you see what happened in New Orleans just on the 1st of this month, we didn't defeat ISIS. I mean, he told you they're gone. I mean, you clearly see there. I mean, ISIS is like a movement. You can't defeat a movement.
Hello?
No, you're right. You can't defeat an ideology, but we did defeat. We took the land back.
Am I here, Tim?
Yeah, you here? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. We hear you.
All right. So first of all, to say that if they were in caves, we could not handle that situation, that tells me that you know nothing of what our arsenal actually has available to it.
I'm talking about from air. We're talking about specifically from air. Of course.
We have the capability. The second part of it is you follow the mission as it is given to you. And if the mission is, hey, we are evacuating, and what the deal that was negotiated was that we were leaving and they would not come after our troops, and we worked that deal without the Afghan government. That deal was, he brokered that deal with the Taliban. He didn't have anybody from the Afghan government in the room. So he brokered a bad deal.
But that deal wasn't to give them the country back. That was not part of the deal.
What happens after we leave is not on us. And here's the thing. At the end of the day, until every one of those, you don't know what it's like to lose. Listen, I'm just telling you. Don't mention the military. We can discuss. You don't like how it was done. Leave it alone.
Thank you, real talk.
You weren't there.
Yeah, I will say this: when he said that deal was not to get him back to country, we didn't leave any provisions in place to defend Afghanistan. So the country was up theirs for the taking. I mean, if they want the country back, it ain't like Trump was like, well, if you guys try to rise up again, we're gonna strike and stop you. I mean, so
that wasn't included in the deal. The deal was not for us to manage.
Right.
Afghanistan and the Taliban. That was not the deal. The deal was, hey, you don't take a shot at us, we won't destroy you. So we're going to leave here. And the problem was, when you're sitting up here and you've brokered a bad deal, and I'm telling you this because it was a bad deal, the time frame was bad. He was told that that Afghan could not, the Afghan government and the security force couldn't handle it, and that this was going to be a problem. 45 was told that.
Yeah. It sounds like what you're saying.
You know what the difference is between 45 and 46? Is Trump, when it comes to the final actual decision, he will change his mind. So if it was a bad deal or he felt the Taliban wasn't going to live up to it, he would have stopped, he would have never left. Or he would have made sure to enforce the deal to his liking or change the deal. How many times have Trump changed the deal? You know, he changes all his deals, even the ones he just negotiated, like the one with NAFTA and all the other ones.
So I know. So
he would have changed the deal, or he would have.
I know.
Reacted differently. Go ahead.
So I know. What is your official title in the White House, since you have all this information about what he's doing? Because what we know is that Joe Biden had an order, a deal that was left to him. He had to fulfill that obligation, and he fulfilled the obligation as best he could. Now, we lost some of my brothers in arms, and that is tragic. And he has to eat that, and he has ate it, even though it was your boy's deal. So how about, like I said, instead of sitting up here coming with a critique, sit there, be quiet, respect the sacrifice, and let it go.
Look, I respect the military, and the military had nothing to do with this. It's Biden and his decision.
Let it go.
Let him speak there. Let him speak there.
I mean, if anything, you're the one that's having issues not letting it go.
I have an issue when somebody who's never had the courage to stand up post.
Yeah, but hold on, hang on a second. Al, I haven't served, but I will say that the way that evacuation. Hold on, the way that evacuation.
And I'm not critical of the military. I haven't even.
Hold on, hang on. Let me
saying
speak.
they
Okay,
failed.
folks, let me just say this. Now, I haven't served either, but I do believe that the way that evacuation happened, there was a way to do that better than what took place under Biden's watch. I mean, you telling me that's the best he could have done?
I'm saying that the time frame that he was given, and when you're told this is not going to be good, this is not a good idea. We need to get other governments involved. We need to have a better plan than this. That should have happened. That's what should have happened.
No.
But here's the thing: what I'm saying, Tim, is that every American has a right to express an opinion, and that's absolutely right. And I fought for that right. But what I'm saying is, bro, keep in mind what you're talking about and who you're talking to. Think about the audience, because you don't know who's on here and who takes that and what they've been through. And you're just sitting up here spouting stuff. Just listen. You just come up spouting stuff, and you don't know. You're speculating because you sit up here and you view this man as some, I don't know what your hero worship of him is, and you're entitled to that. You are absolutely entitled to worship him and glaze him as much as you want. But how about this? How about you stop glazing him long enough and say, you know what? There were real soldiers that were unalived in that situation. Maybe let me go on to something else political and use that as a football. Just pick something else. That's all I'm asking. You can do with it what you want to. You're a grown man. But I'm just telling you, you go to any bar and there's a non-com in there and you say some of that, you might have a different outcome.
All right, Al. You know what I got? I'll give him the last word.
You're right to say it.
I'll give Maga the last word.
I did not criticize the military in any way. I was not speaking about the military. I was speaking specifically about Biden and how he is in general. Biden takes 3 years to do something. He took 3 years to address the border. He takes, unless he gets a poll saying that the American people are unhappy, he doesn't listen to the American people. Where Trump, it's like he listens daily. Like every day he comes out with shit that whatever we're talking about, he's talking about the next day.
When are your grocery prices going down?
Maybe at least a year after. I say a year after inauguration. So let's
then
talk
do this.
January 20th.
When they go down, when they go down, say thanks, Joe.
I gotta let you go. I disagree. If they go down under Trump, I'm gonna give Trump credit.
So when will Trump get credit?
If they go down under Trump, I'm gonna give Trump credit. I believe if it happened under your watch, you get credit for it. Because if they go up under Trump, we're gonna give him credit for that too. So if they go down under Trump, I'm gonna give Trump credit for it.
Why is the withdrawal an exception when every part of it?
I didn't exclude him for it. I just said he could have done it better. The difference what he's talking about though is you and I didn't serve. But I am saying that I do believe that
I'm not criticizing the military in any way. In fact, I think they have the power to stop these people without even being in the country.
I don't buy that.
If anything, I'm giving them credit.
I don't believe that. I don't believe you can do all that from the air without putting boots on the ground. That part I don't buy. I'm gonna go ahead and move it on from you guys because I got other folks in here. But I do believe you got to put people on the ground though.
Thank you for bringing me back up to clear things up.
All right, you guys, appreciate it. And as always, thank you for your service. And I mean, he makes a point that from a passionate standpoint that it's hard to challenge. I mean, I didn't serve, so it is hard to go against folks who put their lives on the line. Real talk, man. Thank you very much. Real talk. Wow. Appreciate those galaxies, plural. Wow. Thank you. You've made my evening with that. Thank you, sir. So I don't like to, but as MAGA Reacts was saying, he wasn't really criticizing the military. I do also tend to fault Biden for the evacuation, or better. Now, Biden didn't have shit to do it. Let's be clear. Biden didn't have shit to do with the evacuation. It's the generals that served under him I think General Milley. I mean, Biden is not planning a strategic evacuation. He's just signing off on it. But it happened under his watch, so he's going to get blamed for it. But you know, Biden is not going to plan all of the tactical shit that comes along with an evacuation. He ain't got nothing to do with that. He's going to sit down with the Joint Chiefs and go, "Sir, this is what we should do, and I think this is the best route." And he's just going to say, "Okay, all right," because he trusts the person. He's going to sign off on it. Jessica, thank you. Also, appreciate that. Thank you. Much love to you. But I will say that if it happens under your watch, you do get the blame for it. So having said that, it happened under Biden's watch, and I do believe that the generals pretty much left him and hurt him. Jessica, shout out to you for that graphic. Thank you. I mean, but in my opinion, the way it should have been done is the military should have, and like I said, I hate going in it because what my last guest just said, you didn't serve, but I do believe that they should have gotten, I don't know. First of all of the soft targets, or all of the folks that are not military, get them out first under cover of the military. That's the first thing. Keep the base secure. And how all of them folks got there, and they're hanging on a C-130 or whatever that plane, C-5 or whatever the hell it was. Oh, you guys are being very kind this evening. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wow. Haven't seen it even like that in a very long while. Thank you. But folks are hanging on a plane and they're falling off and shit like that, which in itself is a safety risk. I mean, how did they get that close to the aircraft? I mean, for all you know, one of them could have had a magnetic IED or something like that. I mean, there's just no reason that they should have been allowed to get on the runway and hang on to the plane as it's leaving, and they're falling off the plane and shit like that. So the evacuation was not done properly. And obviously somebody did have an IED, because I think one or two of them blew themselves up in the crowd. I mean, so it's undeniable that something was done wrong. They didn't secure the facilities during the evacuation. They should have secured the facilities first, got all of the folks that were going to be refugees out safely, got them in the air, and then the only thing that's on the ground now is armed military. And then they're leaving and able to cover themselves as they leave. Seems like, now I'm not, like I said, I'm not military, but it seems like that would be the right way to do it. You have folks, you got the airport or the base or whatever it is. You surround that with armed military, and you only let in the people that you're going to, give refugee status to, and they get on the aircraft, it takes off, and once it's out of there, then the military can, evacuate themselves, and they got their own cover. How that went so bad, I don't know. I don't know. Real quick in the comments, we lost an unusual amount of spies, informants when Trump was in office, declassifying secrets, documents with his mind. Well, one of the problems with that, and thank you, Will, I think one of the problems is Trump got too friendly with our adversaries. I think he did reveal a Russian double spy, and they executed the guy. I mean, yeah, being too friendly with Putin wants to know who is in America, or better yet, who is in Russia, rather. Putin would definitely want to know who is in Russia operating on behalf of the U.S. So I do believe, maybe directly or even indirectly, maybe questioned the wrong way or something, I do believe Trump actually did reveal some identities. And obviously he spent time with Putin, and nobody knows what was discussed during the meeting, because he spoke to Putin with a translator. And when they came out of the meeting, Trump took the translator's notes. So there is no record of what was ever said to Vladimir Putin. He could have cost some people their lives. He really could have. We don't know. We don't know what he was talking about. Why he would do that, I don't know. I mean, because he's supposed to be working on behalf of the people. For all we know, he could have been working on behalf of himself in that meeting. I don't know how he shouldn't be allowed to do that. He can classify it from us citizens, but someone should have record of what you guys discussed. You shouldn't be able to have a one-on-one discussion, and even Congress and the Senate, nobody can know. I don't think that should have been allowed, but apparently it was. In my opinion, what they should have did is probably demanded that the interpreter come before Congress and testify under oath. It don't have to be public, but the interpreter should have had to tell. I'm surprised Biden didn't do that. The interpreter should have to tell. You shouldn't be able to have a secret meeting with an enemy like that and not let anybody in the whole country know. He did that. I see in the comments somebody says he's the Manchurian candidate. I hope not. But that looks suspect as hell. And I'll tell you this. I'm not saying Trump did anything wrong, but he could have. And I damn sure know that if Obama did the same thing, MAGA would be saying that he's a spy. MAGA would have a problem with it too. You'd have a problem with this guy meeting with your adversary and having a closed door meeting and then taking the notes from the interpreter, which means you really do not want people to know what you're talking about. That's the only reason why you would take the interpreter's notes. You don't want anybody to know what was said. She should have, whoever, she or he, I think it was a female interpreter, they were saying, that person should have had to go before Congress. Closed door hearings or whatever the case may be, but they should have been required to tell what was said at that meeting. You shouldn't be able to do that in private. Because that just leaves room for all kinds of bad outcomes. All kinds of shit can go wrong. Because he could out some spies and have people executed. You never know who it was. Real quick, we know after the deal was made with the Taliban, the Afghani people found out about that deal, and that's why they were clinging. Oh, now this is what he said. Now, and Will is military also. He says, we know that the deal that was made with the Taliban, we know that after the deal was made with the Taliban, the Afghani people found out about it. That's why they were clinging on to the airplane, and then the Taliban took over the country. So he's saying that the Afghanis knew that Trump made a deal with the Taliban and that the Taliban was about to regain control. And obviously there's a hell of a lot of Afghani citizens that work with America because they thought America was going to bring freedom and democracy to their country. The same way a lot of folks in Iraq thought the same thing when George H.W. Bush during the Desert Storm thing was going to help out, and then we left them as well, and Saddam Hussein killed them all. Remember the whole, they're right, he's using weapons of mass destruction and all this shit on his own people. Because we told those people to rise up against them, and then we left them and broke our promise to them. Well, what Will is saying is we kind of did it to the people in Afghanistan as well. That we gave them the inclination that their country was about to be somewhat freer and better off, under our control. And then Trump comes along and makes a deal with the same people that's been oppressing them. And then the Americans leave, knowing damn well that these Taliban folks are going to go around now and start delivering punishment to everybody who may have worked with the Americans. So that's why they're clinging onto the planes and things he's saying, is because they knew it's pretty much death if we stay behind. I actually believe that. I've heard something like that before. I actually believe that because we know negotiating with the Taliban and giving the country back to them, if they were brutal leaders before, they're going to go right back to that, which is why I was disagreeing with MAGA React saying that they're going to stay in caves. No, they're going to, and that's exactly what they did. Women were allowed to drive, and women started being able to read and go to school and own businesses. That's what happened while the U.S. were there. The minute we left, they've taken all of those rights from women. They went right back to pretty much having to stay in their lane and be servants to men. They put them right back in that place once we left. It's going to be the same shit with the Ukraine. I don't know, King. You think so? The Ukraine is a little bit different. Their country is not as oppressive as some of the Middle Eastern countries. I don't think the Ukraine was ran like Iraq or like Afghanistan. The whole heavy religious aspect, I don't think the Ukraine is the same, is it? I've never heard that. Now, Russia wants to be in control of the Ukraine, but I don't think it's going to be the same as what you're talking about. That was not supposed to happen, says MAGA Reacts. If you're not doing anything to prevent it, what do you think's going to happen? Before I go back to the box, tap the screen, Get us on up to, can we get this? I don't know, 60,000 maybe a bit to ask, but 55. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube, vertical. I always use the example of what happened in this country after the Civil War in the South. After the Civil War was over and blacks were free, Abraham Lincoln left Union soldiers throughout the South to maintain control and help the South get reestablished. During that time, while Union soldiers were controlling the ongoings in the South, blacks became free, just like the women in Afghanistan became free as long as Americans were there, protecting their interests. Blacks started becoming politicians and business owners and being educated in the South right after the Civil War. There was a black congressman, because you'll hear people say, well, see, blacks, no, what ended up happening is as long as the Union soldiers are there, blacks were allowed to start resembling something towards freedom. But once Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, the next president, I think it was Andrew Johnson, removed all the Union soldiers, just like Trump came along and negotiated with the Taliban and removed all the U.S. soldiers from Afghanistan. And in both cases, the Taliban and the Confederates in the South went right back to their nasty old ways. Once the Union soldiers were removed from the South, they went right back to oppressing black people. They pretty much took it right back to slavery. They just called it sharecropping or, loitering. They could throw you in jail. I mean, they pretty much went right back to what they were doing, just like the Taliban did. And of course, it took about 100 years for freedom to come for blacks in the South. And I don't know how long it's going to take for women in Afghanistan. But they would, if you don't keep something in place, bad people want to continue doing bad. Real quick, looking in the comments, the Afghan army was supposed to prevent it. I don't think anybody expected that to happen. Dinkel. Shout out to you, Dinkel. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Why does this keep starting? Dinkel, good evening.
What's happening?
Not much at all. I'm going to give you one of the earlier things we were also talking about. This has made a hell of a lot of news in right-wing circles. I want to play this quick clip for you. This is Don Lemon. This is in regards to the
H-1B debate. Take a look.
This is in regards to the H-1B visas. Now, he went on a tangent. It's been all, you may have seen it because it's been all over right-wing media, but I want you to hear this.
Some farmers say without these workers, they have about 2 days that they can run their farms. And then after that, it's over. Oh my gosh, I love this. Now you're finding out, you dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it.
Now he's referring to MAGA in these hardcore derogatory terms, calling them dumb idiots and all that, calling them fucking stupid. And the right is going apeshit about this. What say you?
Are you asking if I agree with him?
I mean, just the language too. I mean, do you think it's wrong to use all this?
I think the right wing shouldn't have no problem with foul language. They should be saying nothing about people with foul language. The leader is the foul language. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT of foul language.
You could go for some mean tweets and $2 gas, huh?
I just said, how could they say something about somebody saying something using derogatory terms when their guy, uses those terms every day? I mean, he doesn't talk trash about the Pope. He doesn't talk trash about every president that's ever, lived. He talks shit about them having the flag at half staff.
I cannot believe that. I swear to God, we were talking about that earlier. I cannot believe he's criticizing mourning for the. I mean, that is a tradition to lower the flag to have.
Exactly.
He's actually complaining that Jimmy Carter died at the wrong time. I mean, like, serious?
Yeah, exactly. He do not give two craps, and he say it out loud, and his people be like, he says it like it is. I don't like a man who just tells you what's on his mind. That's the president of the United States. I don't need to know what's on his mind 24 hours a day. I need him to find the problem, get with the proper professionals, talk about the issue, and solve some damn problems.
Yeah. What it is that because his inauguration is coming up, he wants to be the center of attention. But because the flags are going to be,
that's the most ridiculous thing. I mean, these are things we've done throughout our history of honoring what at their time was the most powerful man in the world. Like, you give respect to people talking about, yeah, once he gets in office, you know, he'll start to realize the enormity of the position. Not to this day. He don't give a damn.
Yeah, that's terrible to actually do that to somebody in death. I mean, yeah, it's your inauguration. You want to be the center of attention, but I mean, unfortunately, the man died right before you got elected. He didn't do it on purpose. Damn. I mean, ain't nobody.
I am so big. We just gonna excuse all traditions, rules, laws, everything.
Yeah.
Everybody's supposed to stop when I talk.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's doing. And that is the wildest thing, you know, when I give reference to that position, the president of the United States, and see what he just came in and just moved all the furniture around, moving statues inside the Oval Office of people he like and don't like. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's petty. It's petty. And unfortunately, in some cases, it goes beyond petty because you could be affecting lives and things like, I mean, I don't know, the whole mourning thing, that should rub everybody the wrong way. Even if you are an ardent Trump supporter, the idea that he's trying to limit the amount of mourning time for a former president, knowing that there one day will be a mourning period for him. I mean, and if you support Trump, you wouldn't want somebody interfering with that. I mean, nobody should defend that. Everybody should be calling him out for doing that.
Should be. But I bet you I could turn on Fox right now. You can find about 2-3 people right now who's saying, yeah, I mean, what is it? You know, you took it out of context. You know, you guys are making a big deal about nothing.
Yeah, that to me that borderlines on cruel. That really borderlines on cruel to do something like that.
To something like that, Trump probably, if he was hearing this right now, he'd be like this: "Hold my beer, watch the next thing."
Well, if he'll do that to a former president, the largest deportation in history is going to be real interesting to watch.
Hey, bro, look, some of the stuff he's doing, like messing with the subsidies for the farmers and stuff, like all of them people that don't went out and voted for him, and then when all the people in the steel industry that was dependent on him to reverse the deal so Nippon could buy, American steel or something like that. Trump ain't trying to help. He don't care about the unions. He don't care about none of that.
Are you indicating there may be some buyer's remorse?
Nah, I ain't saying all that. I'm not right there with Don Lemon. I'm gonna let it marinate. I'm gonna wait for the real stuff to happen. That was little.
I think there already is somewhat. You mentioned the unions because there was a union that supported him, and now he's going against, I think, steel or something like that. He's doing something that's already going against the benefits of the union workers. So that there's already a union or two. I think one of them was in Pennsylvania that went with him, and they're like, shit, we didn't expect him to do this. Even some of the Hispanics are coming out and saying, you didn't run on taking the damn Panama Canal. So even some of the Hispanic community is like, we voted for you. You didn't run on this or invading Mexico. I mean, so he's doing some of those things. So some of the Hispanic community is already like, you didn't run on this stuff because the Panama Canal was not discussed at all during his campaign. So all of a sudden you get elected, and now you're talking about taking the Panama Canal. So some of that stuff is changing.
Yeah. After he had that vote, and the reality set in, it was that one union boss that was on there talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
Yeah, that was a gut punch.
Yep.
Well, I hope he do something. I hope he'll do something for us, but that stuff he's doing right now.
Are you now? I've talked to a lot of African American, a lot of black folks who actually are, I hate to say it, but almost wishing for a very harsh deportation so they can tell the Hispanics I told you so. There's a lot of people hoping that
No. Well, at least not me. It might appear like some people is taking it like that, but not me.
Okay, because I've had people come on the program and say, "Hell yeah, I want them to kick them all out."
Something. It's more like people get what they deserve.
Yeah.
Like I ain't got no control over it. That's something y'all voted for these specific reasons, and when those reasons don't materialize, you gonna realize that you wasted your vote on the worst person on earth.
Well, I guess they thought.
That's just my opinion. But he could flip things and he could dip things and everybody could get jobs and gas could go down to $1.50 and all of the world wars will start. I'd be like, I was wrong like a mug.
And that's what I'm saying. If he gets in there and he starts,
but he got to do all of that stuff.
Yeah.
No participation trophies.
No, I agree with
trotting a couple of immigrants across the, Fox News saying, look, we getting them. None of that. I want to see. And I think mostly it's because, and I hate to really say it like this, is because I know a lot of that stuff is not going to affect me. But the problem is it's going to affect a lot of people I love. It's going to affect a lot of people when he don't live up to them promises because they don't understand the oil industry. And just because he get up there and say, drill, baby, drill, they think all drills is just going to pop out of the earth and start pumping oil. That's not how this works. We already pumping the most oil of any country in the history of civilization right now.
Yeah, I do believe there's definitely some promises he's made without really doing so much as explaining. Like, you gotta tell us how you're gonna do this. Some folks just believe if he say I'm gonna do this, it's gonna come true. Like, they didn't demand an explanation or anything.
He can't, and he has given them no reason to believe that he can. But they keep saying it. When I try to explain something and I try to get to like root cause if I'm gonna have a conversation, but if you just stuck on where he said it, I'm like, okay, well, let's look at it. What would it take to round up just 1 million people in this country?
Snitches. You can do that. Snitches. If you start.
No. I'm not talking about catching them. I'm talking about the logistics of moving them.
Oh.
Like, you got to feed and house these people. You got to have temporary shelter because you're not going to be able to. It ain't enough planes in the world to ship, 1 million people.
Well, it depends on how humane you do it. You could hollow out a bunch of cargo container ships off the coast of San Diego, throw them in a hole, and float it down to Mexico and push them out. I mean, you could, if you do it from a draconian level, it ain't got to cost as much as you think. You can bust them all.
I think the country will revolt before sitting there, and I would like to think that we are enough of a civilized society that we're not going to see, door-to-door raids and all over the.
Then Cal, they talking about throwing,
shit, and the people is going to revolt against that shit.
Then Cal, they talking about throwing women in, possibly giving women the death penalty for terminating children, and people are letting it out. I mean, I hear your point. You should revolt against draconian shit like that, but I'm seeing more. There
I go, thinking society is, is going to actually do what it's supposed to.
Well, the participants on September 11th were viewed as heroes. So I'm telling you, it ain't going to go the way you think all the time.
They about to get out on parole.
Right. They got an album.
Some of them was asking to get out on a temporary so they could go to the inauguration.
The nerve. Oh my God. They won't even let people out of jail to go to their mom's funeral. How the hell you going to get out to go to a fucking inauguration?
If I'm not mistaken, 1 or 2 of them got it granted. Now, I don't know what all his charges were or what, but that is the crazy, like these folks, it don't take, he can piss on them and tell them it's rain.
Well, if I'm in jail for January 6th, I'm MAGA for life because he is going to get me out. I mean, he got my back. I mean, what can you say? I mean, that would make my view of voting for him much stronger. I mean, he came back for us. I mean, kind of like Rambo shit. He came back.
But not just that. Just think of what a recruiting, advertisement this will be for those groups.
Yeah.
I mean, they come out, they're gonna be out here like heroes, and they was beating police.
Yeah. It'll be like they'll be at a rally saying vote for when Trump can't run again, but support Trump. He got your back through thick and thin. I mean, he came and got us. Kind of like Chuck Norris is who I'm thinking about in the Missing in Action movies. He came back for us. I mean, he actually left Vietnam and came back to get us. I mean, shit. I mean, he would be like that. I mean, he came back for us, got reelected, and came back and got us out.
Look, they in there like they Nelson Mandela. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm a political prisoner.
All because they are to some degree, but not, you don't go in there and shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk and call yourself a political prisoner. But they did think that they were trying to say the Republic. They just made the fallacy of believing Trump. Trump lied to them.
That's the worst. That's the worst part about it, man, is knowing that there's people out there that did this to think they was doing it for the better of the country.
Yeah. And that's where the problem is. Trump lied to the American people about it, but I think history will say he got away with it. Looks like he's going to get away with this.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I'll give you a big ups for that.
Yeah.
There's
no denying that he lied about the 2020 election. Not only about the election, but lots of aspects of it, lots of things he did. And, whether it's dead people vote. I mean, he said all different, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss in Georgia, that whole thing was a lie. That's why they won a bunch of money. I mean, there's no denying he told a lot of lies about the 2020 election.
Yeah. Hey, King Fan, I know that I was just saying the Jan 6ers are acting as if they on the same level with Mandela being a political prisoner. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and Trump views them that way. So, before he would hold rallies, they would come out and say the national anthem, which was sung by them. When we say, please rise for the, I forget what he was calling them, J6 hostages or something like that. And the people would do that at the rallies. I mean, they were doing that. So they were viewed like Nelson Mandela types.
Exactly. They were going to rallies, which are supposed to be a place where you get information about the direction, the candidate is going. His was like comedy shows, like a skit show or something.
Bro, that shit won. That shit got him the victory.
He would get up there and lie all night to these folks. And they'll be, and he'll start acting like he jacking off 2 midgets. He just will be doing a dance right in front of him.
Jacking off 2 midgets. All right, Big Cal. Oh my God.
You see what he did to that one microphone when he was giving fellatio to the
I did see that. Was he? Who was he imitating doing that? Was that Kamala he was trying to imitate? Because he was imitating.
I can't remember what I can remember.
Yeah, I do remember. Now that you brought that up, man.
Exactly. Like. And they said, we don't give a fuck. They said, that's our guy.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I do. I'm trying to see if I can even find it. I mean, it is crazy how many things he's done that should be beneath the office that folks overlook. But yeah, pretending like he's giving head to a microphone.
And then coming to his rally at the end of doing the little jack off dance, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's stuff.
It's a show, man. They're not getting no information. No new information is ever coming out. He's just gonna complain and talk about himself the whole time.
Yeah, I got friends overseas, and they often tell me like, that stuff should. I mean, it's embarrassing to have people bring that stuff up. Like, that's your president doing that stuff. So
yeah,
and that's what we like in this country, though.
Right. And look, it's gonna get even worse because they're gonna start. How do you feel about what he's doing in my country?
Yeah.
Because he gonna be messing with every country right now. He said, all of y'all, I'm gonna put a tariff on all of y'all.
This kind of sounds like Denzel in Training Day. I'm gonna put cases on all. You gonna be in Pelican Bay.
One more thing. Did you hear about old Elon telling King Charles he should dissolve the parliament and just become a king again.
What? Really?
Yeah. Eli Buzz told the king just get them jokers trying to be kings and queens around this piece. That's why he love Russia and China and North Korea. They trying to all become dictators together, bro.
You know, I've heard people try to say that the dictator talk is a bit wrong, but I mean, he does say. I mean, it's not coming. It's not coming from anywhere. I mean, he does say. Trump does say a lot of dictator sounding shit. Hopefully, it's just, as they say, a joke or take it out of context. But he does say. I mean, that the conversation that he's acting like a dictator does not come from nowhere. He is doing and saying things that's making people say that. Not to mention him claiming he wants to be a dictator on day one. He doesn't reassure you on that.
But you don't know until he's right there, and then it's too late.
Yeah, well, he's our president now in less than 20 days, so we'll see.
Yeah. All right.
All right, good talk. Appreciate it.
Hey, see, you got that video, right?
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to play it in a second.
All right.
Jesus, I hate to even play it, but now this is on Dave Pakman. I don't like bringing content about Trump from, other sites, but this isn't something, if Trump gets up there and starts performing fellatio on the microphone, the only place you're going to find this is on our liberal site, because obviously Fox News is not going to cover Trump doing embarrassing shit like this. So, I mean, it is him on screen. So regardless, I'm telling you, David Pakman is a left-leaning host. But regardless of what his commentary may be on here, and I have never seen this before. I've seen Trump do that, but I've never seen a video I'm about to play. So I don't know what his commentary is going to be, but it is not going to be pro-Trump at all. It's going to be anti-Trump commentary. Anyone that has this clip on their page is not favorable to Trump. You're not going to see this on Candace Owens or the Hodge twins or, any right-wing site, Ben Shapiro, none of them folks, Dan Bonnet-Django, whatever his name. They're not going to show this shit. They're not going to show, because this makes them look bad. They're not going to show this. So you'd have to go to a left-wing host just to get it. So here goes. Anyway, I will turn on the commentary because I'm interested in what he says.
I'm blowing out my left arm. Now I'm going to blow out my right arm, and I'm blowing out my damn throat, too.
That's undeniable. Let me see if I can. I don't think I can zoom in on this computer, but he doesn't just stroke the microphone, then he opens his mouth up too. So I don't think that there's no way to say this is anything other than him imitating oral sex on the microphone.
Throat too.
I don't know what the context of what he was talking about was, but do you really need to? There is no reason ever to do that to a microphone. I don't know if he's talking about Kamala or somebody else that sucked a dick or not. I don't know who he's talking about, but he is 100% imitating somebody sucking a dick. There's just no reason to do that to a microphone, to stroke it like that and then put your wide open mouth up and down like that. I mean, he's imitating, and you can hear the audience reaction because they can tell too what he's imitating. So anybody who tries to say it's taken out of context or that ain't what he mean, the audience is clear that they can tell what he's talking about. I want to go back a few seconds because I'm curious to see what the host of this program said. Like I said, this guy leans left though.
This is a heavily visual clip. I don't know that I really need to describe it in detail to those who are just listening, but the microphone stand is now reportedly suing Trump for sexual assault. I'll tell you that. Okay, here is Trump. Oh boy.
I'm blowing out my left arm. Now I'm going to blow out my right arm, and I'm blowing out my damn throat too.
I have no clue why he did that. There is no context for it. I mean, I guess the best way you could defend him is to say it was a joke, in incredibly poor taste. Children are at that rally. This is why I talk about selective outrage all the time, where I say you're okay with one thing, but if it's in your favor, you suddenly don't have a problem with it. You talk about the LGBTQ community, how they, they're harming kids in school. Kids are at this. Kids are at this rally. So I would tell you right off the bat, if Kamala Harris or Biden had a drag queen or a trans person at one of their rallies and they did something like this, the right would go ape shit. They were talking about how kids saw it. Trump does it, you don't hear a sound. That's what I'm talking about when I say selective outrage. I mean, in fact, I believe there's a few, in fact, I'm certain I can see a few young faces in the crowd behind him. He did that in front of children. And like I said, if an LGBT member did something like that in front of kids the right way, all of a sudden you talk about transgender and stuff being shoved down kids' throat. He is literally imitating something being shoved down his throat. Right in your face on camera. Racism worked both ways. Saying all white Republicans are racist is the same as saying all blacks are criminals. Good job keeping calm, MAGA reacts. Other guy was a bozo. You're talking about the conversation between MAGA reacts and Michael, I think that was. I don't think he said that all white Republicans are racist. There's no way I would ever believe that. There are legitimate reasons to vote for Trump, regardless of what your skin color are, that have nothing to do with being racist. I mean, if you truly believe the economy was better under Trump, that's a reason to vote for him. I mentioned the LGBTQ community. There's a lot of independents and Democrats that do not favor some of the gains that have been made, particularly by the transgender community. And Trump is going to turn all that stuff backwards. A lot of folks that are liberal, that live in liberal cities, that do not favor immigrants getting EBT cards and things like that they can't get. There's legitimate reasons for white Republicans to vote for Trump that has nothing to do with racism. There's reasons for blacks to vote for Trump. Like I said, I'm just giving you some of them now. So I don't think it's all about racism. But I will say this: I do believe that for Trump, racism is not a deal breaker. I do believe that if you do not like African Americans, and I say this, there are people who don't like every group. There are people who don't like whites. There are people who don't like Hispanics. But if you do not like African Americans, chances are your political affiliation leans right. It's just the way it is. I mean, we can come up with the crime bill from Biden or vote for me and you ain't black and all that bullshit, but there's no way you're going to make as many black appointments as Biden if you don't like black people. It's going to be more like what Trump administration looked like, where you're going to have a whole bunch of folks that for the most part are white with maybe what they call a token black person here or there. That's how if a person does not like a group of people, that's kind of what you would see. I got to put somebody on here so they think I'm not just crazy. But for the most part, Trump's administration is overwhelmingly white. What Biden is doing doesn't fit that. You're not going to put somebody on the Supreme Court and appoint your own VP as a black person if you got that type of bigotry and intolerance. That makes no sense. So I'm not saying Trump is racist, but I'm saying it's not a deal breaker for him. There are certainly people that are around him that, I mean, the whole Nick Fuentes coming to his house and, he don't know who David Duke is. I mean, there's a lot of suspicious statements that has come from him. I've played a few of them here that bear explanation, and he's not made explanation. So I do believe that if you're in that mindset, you're more likely to vote for Trump. I mean, he's talking about renaming military bases back at the Confederate soldiers. That ain't something pro-black people do. That's something that anti-black people would do. The black community as a whole is not in favorable of giving all of this kudos and credit to Confederates. The right is doing that. So you just got to look at it with a sensible mindset. If you're looking at it from unreasonable angles, then I can see how you come up with this stuff. But Trump will stay in not just for the things he did, but for the things he's about to do. Well, a lot of people believe that Trump is about to do some great things, so we'll have to see. MAGA was complaining New World Order and one world government They just voted it in. Damn. And it was never in their favor. Well, we have to see about that. You're saying that Trump is not going to be favorable to MAGA. I don't know if I agree with that. I think he's going to be favorable to MAGA. Maybe the other groups may not like him. White privilege personified. Yikes. Ugh, yikes. Says MAGA doesn't care. MAGA doesn't care either, though. They are glad to be dancing on Carter's corpse. That shouldn't be allowed. I mean, well, you can't stop it, I guess. But yeah, the fact that the right is not going apeshit about that, it does show bias. I mean, we talk about the lack of patriotism on the left. I mentioned Obama not wearing a flag lapel pin, or the Democrats got on stage to debate and there was no flag. He's doing this to a deceased president. And there's no outrage to that. You got outraged that the president appeared on television and he didn't have a flag lapel pin on his collar. But here we got a president. We've only had 46 of them so far. Trump's 47. And one of them died and he won't let the flag remain at half staff. And we made more fuss about a flag lapel pin than that? There's no excuse for that. Regardless of how much you support Trump, there's no excuse for remaining silent on that. That's bad. That is really bad to do that. Trump literally quotes Hitler in his speeches, says Hubert Cumberdale. Well, I'm assuming you're talking about the vermin, and I mean, he has said things that people are tying as to be right out of Mein Kampf. We'll see. Hopefully he doesn't govern that way, but we'll see. TDS is alive and well, says Bill Michaels. And it will always be. Bill, I'm assuming your version of TDS is people who don't like Trump. I don't see how you could view Trump not wanting the flag to remain at half staff as not being Carter derangement syndrome. I mean, that's blind hatred when you're going after the guy who's dead. I mean, whatever your definition of TDS is, Carter derangement syndrome has to be in there somewhere, unless you just only want to give it to other people and you want to get Trump a pass. That is cruel to do something like that. Hubert Cumberdale says, and his ex-wife years ago said he had Hitler's speeches on his nightstand. He said he had a copy of Mein Kampf on his nightstand, didn't he? His ex-wife said that. They denied it and said it ain't true, but I have heard that. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 60,000 if you may. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program. Hubert, ex-wives don't count. I can't argue with that, Walter, because I got one. But he does make statements that are reminiscent of Hitler. There's no denying that Trump does that part. Travelman, good evening.
Good evening.
What brought you on this evening? I saw you holding on there.
Well, I just came on. I came on actually when you guys were talking about the Afghan withdrawal.
Right.
And so I don't know what you guys were talking about.
Do you fault Biden for that?
Actually, the report that was done faulted both administrations.
How so?
Because it said, well, for one thing, the deal that they did, the surrender deal, okay, the Taliban had certain criteria that they were supposed to meet, right?
Right.
And the only criteria that they met was that they would not shoot at U.S. troops. That's the only one.
Damn. So anything goes on the Afghan citizens.
You can do what you want to do. They never met any other condition of that.
And I don't think we held them accountable because at the end of the day, we didn't give a damn about the Afghan citizens and assumed Americans would never find out.
And well, that and the fact that how you gonna negotiate a surrender or a treaty without the third party doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Just so happened that I actually spoke with one of the guys that was at the gate about 30 minutes prior to the explosion.
Really?
And he was a corpsman. And he was also the last U.S. military person to examine the Afghan president before he fled the country. And he got on the plane that night with a lot of duffel bags and
money.
It was money.
Is that Hamid Karzai?
No, that was Ahmad Karzai. He was the first one.
Okay, he probably got duffel bag too, because he got out of there.
But he rolled out legally.
Okay.
And so probably based on the deal and based on how they were treated, the Afghan army threw down their weapons and they rolled out of town. No leadership, Ukraine has had leadership from the beginning.
True. That's a good counter to, because one of my guests was saying it's going to be like the Ukraine. That's a good point there. Yeah, Ukraine has been.
Ukraine had leadership.
Yeah.
They say you need to get out the country tonight. He said, no, what I need is more weapons.
Yep.
That's what he said.
There is no Afghani that's equivalent to Zelensky. That is a good point.
No leadership. And also the Ukrainians take great pride in their country.
Well, some would argue that them being white don't hurt either.
Well, tell that to Putin.
I'm talking about to America though. While we're backing them, we would never have given Afghanistan that kind of money.
You also got to think about it. Also, is that we trained the Afghan army for 20 years. Basically, we propped them up. Is what we did.
Yeah.
So, but.
Yeah, but we didn't give them anywhere near the kind of weaponry. We wouldn't have. We could have beat the Taliban we could have gave them a lot less weaponry and had them defeat the Taliban, because the Taliban don't have a lot.
No, we didn't give them. We can give them all the weapons in the world, but if they ain't got no backbone, it's not gonna matter.
True. Yeah.
Because they threw the weapons down and they rolled up out of there.
Yeah. Well, the Afghanis, for the most part, they've lived in that heavily religious mindset. A lot of them don't want the Western way of life.
That is true.
So the incentive to fight for it is not as strong.
It's certain aspects of the Western life that they don't want. But they probably did much better during the 20 years when the U.S. was there and women could go to school, people could vote. You had things being done.
Yeah.
Instead of like it is now. But there was an after action report that was done. I forget if it was the Senate or which agency or IG or whoever did it, but they actually put the fault on both. And that timeline, the timeline that was done, when was it, August when they pulled out or whatever it was?
Yeah.
If they would have stayed any longer, if they would have altered that timeline or broke that what was agreed upon in that treaty, they would have had to send more U.S. troops to Afghanistan.
And it would have kept going. But see, this is why I say the messaging from Biden is poor. You got the entire right-wing party blaming you for the botched evacuation. The minute the report came out where they fought at both sides, post that shit on your website and start holding rallies and telling people, you got to defend yourself. You can't just let Trump go around attacking the shit out of you, because we know Trump will say whatever. Trump is not, it's not like, okay, well, it's okay for Trump to, as long as he's telling the truth, you can't, but no, he'll say whatever. So you just can't let him say that stuff and do nothing about it. People believe him.
How many times, okay, so we've talked a few times now, and I always say how bad the messaging is for the Democrats.
Terrible.
The Republicans repeat. 4 years from now, they'll still be repeating it, just like they're still repeating the 2020 election. They still talking about election integrity. Everybody know it's a lie. Okay, you got people sitting in jail for a lie, and they still hollering about the election. Yeah. And it's a bunch of BS.
Here's a question I have. How do you get that kind of power? I wish I could get it. I know I never will, but how do you get to the point where you can tell people something, they believe it, and they don't even require you prove stuff? Even when stuff looks like it's not true, they still stick with you. How do you get people to do that?
Because of the infrastructure that they have set up.
What do you mean?
Okay, because they watch Fox News, OAN, or Newsmax. And that stuff is drilled all day long. It's in a loop, the same thing over and over and over. They leave the house, they get in the car, and they turn on talk radio. Who dominates talk radio?
Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a constant feed of it. I was talking to a guy the other day, and I told him, Fox News had to pay $700 million for lying. And he was like, when they had to do that?
Didn't even know.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because if Fox News may have said a quick blurb on it, and then they went on to other things.
And that's what I always say in the pro. That's why I always encourage folks: watch media that you don't like as much as, or at least somewhat. People tend to watch media that falls in line with their own political beliefs, but watch the other side some, because the side that favors your side is not going to cover any negative stories about your side. And like what you're talking about, to have somebody who is so far to the right, they don't know that Fox News lost nearly $750 million for lying about the election, because Fox News is not going to cover it. And that is true. OAN and Newsmax, they're going to barely cover that shit. But if you watch MSNBC or something, they're spending days covering it.
And OAN and Newsmax are getting ready to pay the same thing.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they say OAN may not survive that suit because they don't have the cash, the deep pockets like Newsmax and Fox does. But they still repeat the same lies.
And that's what I'm saying is, how do you get to the point where you can say something, and even a whole news organization, attorneys and all, repeat what you're saying without asking for a shred of evidence? Like, for instance, when Trump said the other day that the guy who ran everybody over in New Orleans was an illegal immigrant, you had news organizations repeating that. You had senators in Congress repeating. Nobody said, well, could you make sure we get some evidence first? Nobody asked that.
They jump right on it. That's what they do. I mean, it's the same thing. Like we were saying the other night. Everybody, they've been saying for 20 years that the president has no control over gas prices. They've been saying it for 20 years. Somebody even put on the string that a little while ago, well, what, you gonna say that when Trump make the price of gas go down? And it's the same thing.
I want to be Trump. I want to be Trump.
It's the same thing. It's like, who's gonna bring down the price of groceries? It's not gonna be Trump. Okay?
Well, but let me say this though. If it happens under his watch, you do realize America's going to give him credit for it.
But see, this is the thing. The prices will not go back to what they were.
Even if they go down 10, 15, 20%,
they may go down.
Then he's going to get credit for that.
But see, even I saw somebody talking. I saw one of the guys. Part of the spiel that they give, that they're still talking about, is how high inflation is right now. And so the rhetoric isn't matching the reality.
I hear you, but I'm saying that if Trump gets in there and all of these great things start happening financially for people, even if he gets in there and he doesn't give us an A+ economy, but he gives us a B economy while people are perceiving it's currently at a D or whatever. I mean, I'm talking about perception. I'm not talking about what the economy really is, because the analysts will tell you the economy is flourishing right now. But people's perception is that the economy sucks right now. So if he gets in there and that perception goes away, because keep in mind, the same analysts on the right that may tell you it sucks right now will suddenly start talking positively of the exact same economy when Trump's in control, and they're going to believe that.
Like they've already started doing.
Yeah.
Because that's how they roll, So, and just wrap this thing up with the Afghan thing. Withdrawals are messy. Okay, go back to 1975.
They could have did better than that, though, couldn't they?
When we withdrew from Vietnam, you had people jumping off roofs of buildings, hanging off the helicopters back in 1975.
Wow.
And now you did have the first day was a mess. But then look at what happened after that. They got everything in order, and they evacuated, over 100,000 people in a certain number of days. People focus on the first day. Yeah, it was a mess.
Well, 13 service personnel. I mean, that was a high, because they count how many people died this month. 13 was, they hadn't had any deaths for months. You got 13 people on the same day. They're gonna make a big fuss over that.
Well, yeah, they are. But it was a they blew themselves up. That's not a novel thing over there. And when you got chaos going on like it is, it's very easy for somebody to get in there with a bomb strapped to him, And like I said, the guy that I talked to, he said he had just left the gate 30 minutes before that.
Wow.
So it was chaos going on. So it is, they acting like the people just walked up and, hey, nothing else was going on. They just walked up with a bomb and blew everybody up. And that's not what happened, Shit, they went through the guard things in Beirut and blew up a whole barracks and killed 200.
That was back in the 80s. I do remember that. Well, I mean, like I said, the problem
those
with
things do happen.
Yeah, they do happen, but the problem is the messaging is bad. You got one guy that is going to attack you to insane levels. He has Biden derangement syndrome, for lack of a better term. You can't let this guy just keep going like that. I mean, Trump's attacks are far greater than what you normally might get as a politician. I mean, they all criticize each other. I mean, when Obama got elected, he still continued criticizing George W. Bush for a few things. But nobody takes it to Trump's level. I mean, Trump is still criticizing Hillary Clinton and John McCain on some cases. I mean, nobody does it to that level. So you can't just sit back and let this guy have derangement syndrome on you for the rest of his life. You got to speak back.
Well, you got to think about, Hillary been residing in their head since the 90s. She's been in Republicans' head rent-free since the 90s. She's the most investigated woman in the history of this country, probably.
No, he says he's the most investigated man in the history of the country.
No, they've been investigating her since the 90s. Remember Whitewater?
Yeah.
They've been investigating her since the 90s. They knew she was going to run for president. They knew she was going to run for the Senate. They knew she was going to be the Secretary of State. You got all these people doing research, trying to come up with something. And you know what? The only thing they came up with was that Trump had a fake foundation, and they closed it down. They did the Clinton Foundation, and everything was good.
Well,
see, if it was something out there on her,
they would have found
Sandy Adelson, the Koch brothers, all those other billionaires that's on the Teal and those other guys. If it was something on her, they would have took her down.
Well, they sure that was the aim, but as you point out, even Benghazi, she testified for 11 hours and that didn't stick. But they gave it a go. She didn't win. I mean, it was enough of that shit to prevent her from winning, but she is a free woman. But they once, like I said, in the Democrat messaging stinks. They cannot stay on message. They're not as ruthless. I think somebody said that the Republicans are good at campaigning and the Democrats are better at governing, or something like that. I heard something like that. Well, I don't think the Republicans are that great at campaigning. It's Trump. Trump is excellent at campaigning. It's him. Well, yeah, that is true. But then, because everybody is under this impression, when the Republicans are in office, the economy performs better. Okay, well, that's not true. They did a study. And the study says when the economy does better under Democratic president. I have seen that. I have indeed seen that. But Republicans... That's not one study. That's a study that's been done multiple times over the years. Yeah. But I think the Republicans, because their focus is more in line with small and big business, they're going to do well no matter what. When you talk about the economy, it's mainly for you and me and working class people. That ain't their target. Their target is small business and big business. And they do quite well under the Republican Party. And their constituents are convinced that you should be concerned for the well-being of small and big business. So there you go. Well, yeah, but then at the same time, I lost my train of thought. Okay, I'll give you that. All right. They do. But at the same time, okay, I'm off. You sound like Biden on the debate. I gotta go. Type it in the comments. All right, then. Appreciate it. But at the end, we fixed Medicare. Look, we all have a Biden moment every now and then. I have them a lot. So I'm staring in lights and shit. I got multiple screens, comments flying all over the fucking. I mean, I'm trying to keep up with a lot at the same time. You'll be amazed at what I'm looking at. I got 3 different devices and there's comments flying all over the place. And I'm trying to have a conversation with folks. Folks are on hold. I got to, it's a lot. I mean, so we have a Biden moment every now and then. Angie says, ask Biden how he got all of you guys repeating and believing he was healthy enough to run again. He got the gift of gab. He got the gift of gab too, or either the left is just dumb. No, well, The reason Biden, because I was convinced he could run again as well. The reason is because you don't have access to him. I mean, whereas Trump is saying things that are numerous, first of all. I mean, Trump is constantly, Obama wiretapped his office, or, Barack, he was born in Kenya, or, I mean, Trump is saying, Haitian migrants eating, I mean, he's saying a lot of things. You bringing up one thing that the left bought from Biden. I think the left knew that Biden was not necessarily there cognitively. They just feared Trump so much that they were like, because, I mean, someone came out and admitted it. I don't think that the left necessarily were like cult leaders or just blind to the fact that Biden's ability was declining. I think they just feared Trump just that much. I mean, and you had folks come out and admit they didn't necessarily believe that Biden was there. I mean, like you had Mark Cuban, the former owner of the Dallas Mavericks, the guy from Shark Tank. He stated that he would not vote for Trump if Biden was on his deathbed being read his last rites. So he made it clear, I know Biden may not be there. I'm just still not going to vote for Trump. You had Bill Maher of HBO state that he would not vote for Trump even if they had Biden's head in a jar full of blue liquid. I've had guests come on the show and say, I would not vote for Trump even if gas went up to $10 a gallon. I don't think Biden's cognitive abilities were as big of an issue with the Democrats as maybe they should have been. I think it's the fact that Trump's rhetoric really had people just did not want anything to do with him. I mean, so it ain't that the Democrats were necessarily convinced that Biden was all healthy and shit. I mean, George Stephanopoulos, what is it magazine? TMZ caught up to him. And they asked him while he was walking down the street on a regular day, I guess going to get coffee or whatever, do you think Biden could do another 4 years? And he didn't realize it was going to go viral, but he was like, no, I don't think so. Now, George Stephanopoulos he was a spokesperson for Bill Clinton. He's definitely Democrat. And even he admitted, no, I don't think he could do 4 years. But he was going to vote for him. He wasn't going to vote for Trump. So I don't necessarily know if it was a case of the Democrats were being hoodwinked. I think that it was just, it may be, and I said this during the primary for the presidential election. I said that if Chris Christie won or if Nikki Haley or somebody won, you would probably have a lot of people supporting Biden that would go to the other side. It was just that Trump was so inflammatory and so divisive that people would have been willing to vote for a damn dog over him. There's a lot of folks that were just not going to vote for Trump no matter what. But he got enough of them and he won. So that's all that matters. Looking in the comments, I used to be a Democrat, but I realized I don't want to sell my soul to that party anymore. Y'all have gone nuts, says Florida Blondie. I don't think it's okay, first of all, I'm not going to pretend like the Democrats don't do some things that are nuts. Like I could put on a wig and become a woman in some people's eyes. That's going nuts. But I don't think that you're going to escape people being nuts by voting Republican and getting rid of the Democrats. I mean, like I said, you see what happened on January 6th and everybody thinks that's a love fest. Those folks went nuts too. I mean, there's all kinds of shit I've seen from the right that says, you guys have went nuts. I mean, as hard as it is to accept that the Democrats can't tell you what a woman is, you guys don't seem to know what a coup or what an insurrection is or what it is, you're doing things that are crazy too. I mean, I can tell you all kinds of shit I've seen on the right that is crazy that you guys are overlooking. So you just like the craziness of the right and you don't like the craziness of the left. You're not escaping it by going to the other side. Can you show the clip of Trump saying the Democrats are better with the economy? I can show you. Yeah, I don't know. I may look it up. Since you sent the super chat, I'll look it up. Dennis Calhoun. But not only that, but he also said he identifies as a Democrat. Yeah, he did say something to the effect that the economy and the country was ran better. It is ran better when Democrats are in office. I've played the clip before. I'll see if I can bring it up with the next caller. But yeah, you're not going to escape craziness by voting Republican. You just go to a different type of it. I'm just going to type that in because I'll look it up real quick. In fact, my previous search came right up. So I don't know what happened to my audio there, but.
I've been now around long. I think of myself as a young guy, but I'm not so young anymore. And I've been around for a long time. And it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans. Now, it shouldn't be that way. But if you go back, it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats.
Well, it certainly did well under Clinton. Well, but I wouldn't suggest it was so great under Jimmy Carter.
That's true. That's
true. You remember the interest rates.
No, I know. It's Jimmy Carter was not in the same thing, but certainly we had some very good economies under Democrats as well as Republicans. But we've had some pretty bad disaster under the Republicans.
2004, so that's not super old. He said that in 2004. I don't know. We can bring up, the crime bill and Willie Brown and all this other shit. It's amazing how we hold folks on the left accountable for things they said in the past. The right gave him, Trump would be the definition of a flip-flopper if you really look at his stance on the Second Amendment, his stance on pro-choice, pro-life issues. He is the definition of a flip-flopper. He just happened to flop to the side you favor. But, man, he said a lot of stuff that go against the person he is today, and the right ain't holding him accountable. Remember John Kerry was running against George W. Bush, being reelected. They were holding, I'm doing the symbol, they were holding flip-flops in the audience, like sandal shoes, and they were flipping them over and saying that he's a flip-flopper. I don't know how Trump didn't get that designation. There are so many flip-flops that are of him are on video. Suspend the Constitution, he's pro-Constitution. Take away gun rights, he shall not be infringed upon now. Women should have a right to choose. Now all of a sudden he's pro-life. He's defending the evangelicals. He's on video saying, I'm not a Christian. He is really a flip-flopper, and they're not holding him accountable for it. Like I said, I need to be Trump. I need to figure out how the hell you do that shit. The guy could be a god. Some might say he's already one. Look at it in the comments. I don't know how he's been able to do that, but he's really good at doing it. As long as he supports 2A, he gets my vote. But that's the point, Walter. There's tons of videos of him saying he doesn't support 2A. Right after the Mandalay Bay mass killing, which he was president at the time, he came out with anti-2A shit. We talk about the liberals get elected, they're going to take away everybody's guns. The liberals are anti-2A. Trump, out of all the presidents in our lifetime, maybe since Bill Clinton, all of the ones since Bill Clinton, he's done more against 2A than Obama, Biden, Hillary Clinton. He's the one that banned bump stocks. And he's on video talking about you don't need an assault rifle. You don't need high capacity magazines. How did he become the shall not be infringed guy? Like I said, a lot of the flip-flops of Trump were just forgiven. He said a lot of shit that goes against the principles of the Republican Party. Well, but he's talking right now, so we'll go with him. Ed G, don't talk too much about president's health, and don't be surprised if Trump falls like a rag doll. Trump is not too far behind. Trump appears to be far more youthful and vibrant than Biden. There's no doubt about that. He appears to be more healthier in terms of mental abilities. But what Will is saying is correct. At that age, you can go downhill pretty quick. There are people who have an issue with their hip or something and never walk again and die shortly after. Trump is approaching 80. Both of these men are beyond the average lifespan of an American, even an American white male. They're both past. They both already had a whole lifetime. So while Trump may appear that way, expecting 4 more years out of Trump, people should realize that. He is expected to be viable until he's 83, I think. 80, because I think he's about 83. I think they're expecting him to be good. He sounds good now, but like I said, elderly people that are at that age can go downhill pretty quick. People should, as Will was pointing out, you shouldn't just be making fun of Biden and assuming that this guy is going to be vibrant for the next 4 years. Shit can happen to him too. And it would be, and most likely, like I'm talking about Carter and people, you know, with Trump not even wanting the flag to remain at half-mast, you know MAGA would go ape shit. If all of a sudden Trump gets out there and he starts having ailments and he's shaking like Michael J. Fox, or, you know, he's out of his mind like Ronald Reagan or something like that, the right would be real insulted if the left started making fun of him or something like that. If I'm hosting a program, I'm going to call it karma, because he's made fun of somebody who's disabled. He's made fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband when somebody tried to murder him. I mean, I'm just simply saying that because of how Trump has done people, there's a lot of people wishing and hoping for his downfall. I would submit to you today that if for some reason Trump had a heart attack or passed away or something like that, I'd say at least 10 to 15% of America would be in the streets celebrating. There are people who would actually favor him passing away right now, because he's just been so harsh and cruel to so many people. Call it what you want. Call it Trump derangement syndrome. Call it whatever you want. But when you're making fun of people like that, people are going to be wishing for your downfall. Might be higher than 15%. But if Trump all of a sudden croaked, I do remember when bin Laden got taken out and people ran into the streets, Times Square, they're in the streets yelling USA, USA, hugging each other. I do believe if for some reason Trump passed away, you would have at least some Americans doing that, because there are people that don't like him just that much. And it ain't like he's helping the cause. It ain't like he's reaching out and trying to fix that. Fuck your feelings is not exactly favorable to unity. Looking in the comments, it's Democrats who would sell. Yeah, of course it's Democrats. 100% true on that, Star. Star Wars Forever says it's Democrats who would celebrate his death. That's sick. It's sick to joke about Nancy Pelosi's husband almost dying. It's sick to make fun of disabled people. It's sick to fight against Jimmy Carter being mourned. Don't pick and choose when sickness is wrong. I mean, I get your point. It's not a good idea to celebrate the death of a president. But you're ignoring when he's doing all this stuff to other people. That's why. And if you don't see that, then yeah, there's some bias in the way you're viewing things. But I mean, like I said, when her husband, when somebody broke in Nancy Pelosi's husband's house and hit him over the head with a hammer in front of law enforcement, they wrote down that the guy lunged at him and started beating him with a hammer. They made jokes about that. It was a gay lover and all of this stuff. Trump was on stage right along with him making jokes about it. So yeah, if something happens to him, there's going to be some people that are not going to be very sympathetic to it, because how you lived is how you're going to die in some cases. You should have spoke out against that. For folks on the right, you should be critical of him doing that stuff, not laughing at his rallies when he's doing it, because you're not going to like the liberals laughing at him passing away. If somebody had the guy who took a hit out on him, the guy who struck him in the ear, if that guy had to hit him in the chest or something, and Trump is on the ground flopping or something as he's trying to breathe and gagging on a collapsed lung, you would have had Democrats probably on the ground flopping and imitating him. People don't like the guy. You making excuses for why they don't. There are people that don't like the guy. He is gay. What proof do you have? Mowgli, that's what they said. I don't have any proof that Nancy Pelosi's husband is a gay guy. That's what they said. And I asked for proof when we covered the live streams on it. I asked folks for proof that he was gay. They didn't have it. They tried to say if the guy was in his underwear or something like that with another man. I mean, they came up with whatever. But, you know, my opinion on it is it doesn't matter what the sexual orientation of the victim is. Somebody tried to kill him. I mean, since when does a murder victim's sexual orientation dictate whether you should have sympathy for him or not? Even if he was gay, what does that got to do with it? Somebody tried to kill a guy. If you watch the body cam footage, you can clearly tell it's a setup. Ain't none of this justifying making fun of it. Nor, I see that in the comments. You said it's Nancy Pelosi's husband, the house getting broken into. None of this is justifying making fun of it. I don't care if the guy's gay. I don't care if it's a setup. I don't care what it is. The guy got hit on the head with a fucking hammer. That ain't something a president should get on stage and make jokes about. Your Speaker of the House's husband had his skull cracked with a hammer, and you're holding rallies making jokes about that. I don't care how it happened. That's not something to make, I mean, that is as tacky as fuck. Derangement syndrome? You don't have a name for that? Looking in the comments, the guy broke in his house. Yeah, like I said, I'm not even going to entertain, whether it was a setup, whether it was a break-in. It clearly was a break-in. But even if everything Trump and his supporters are saying about Nancy Pelosi husband is true. Let's say it's a setup. Let's say the guy, none of that justifies making fun of a guy who almost died. None of it does. This is why I say if something happened to Trump, there's a possibility, a high possibility that people would be in the street celebrating because he's done some horrible stuff like that while he was alive. That's the point we're trying to make. He actually did not get hit. Watch the body cam footage. Okay, so the officers are lying about it, huh? He was in the hospital for several days. All of them folks are just lying about that. Okay, all right. So they just decided for no reason at all to make up a story about Nancy Pelosi's husband being, for what purpose? He's not running for office. Nothing. For what? Why would they make that up? That makes no sense at all. Why would they make up a story like that? The Speaker of the House, I need you to make up a story about your husband getting, somebody almost killing your husband. What would be the purpose of that? What would be the purpose of two sworn officers playing along with that? What would be the purpose of the hospital playing along with that? All of them putting their careers at risk to do that. That makes no sense at all. I don't know the thing is about the Democratic Party. I just hate they just think they better than everybody else. So you're saying the thing about the Democrat Party is you just hate they think they're better than everybody else. They stuck up, bam, and then they blame the other party. Then they do it. Then they do it that hypocrite. I don't know where Moonlight. You're saying you hate the Democratic Party because they think they're better than everybody else. I don't know. What do you think a libtard is? I'm assuming you think you're better than a libtard, right? So I think that happens on both sides. In regards to thinking they're stuck up, I'd have to hear what your definition of that even is, because, I come from the south side of Chicago. It's a whole bunch of different, I don't think those people think they're stuck up. Some people can barely afford to pay their damn rent. I don't think they think they're stuck up. Maybe you think the Democratic politicians think they're stuck up. I'm going to assume you don't see that in Marjorie Taylor Greene at all, huh? Matt Gaetz wanting to be the top cop when he's actually committed all kinds of felonies himself. You don't see no stuck up in that at all, huh? Make Armenia great again. Good luck on that. Let me look in the comments though. But that's crazy. You only see that from the Democrats, huh? Tim, we didn't have any proof. We didn't have any. What does that say? We didn't have any of that information when we made fun of Pelosi. You heard that he was attacked with a hammer. You did have that information. And I'll tell you this. Anytime you do something that is wrong and you don't clear it up, you don't apologize for it, the only conclusion is you did it intentionally. Let's say, for instance, somebody wanted to say that when Trump thought that the guy who ran everybody over in New Orleans he didn't mean to just bash immigrants. If he don't clear it up, if he don't apologize for it, how do you know? Maybe he was trying to bash immigrants and maybe he is looking for bad things to make immigrants look bad. He didn't clear it up. He didn't apologize for it. So Trump did not apologize for what he did in regards to Nancy Pelosi's husband. And that guy did get beaten pretty bad. I mean, he was in intensive care. He got beaten pretty bad. Trump made fun of that, never apologized for that. That absolutely is something you should come back. Okay, if you hadn't heard the information and you said all that awful shit about him, and then you found out he went through something that horrific, if you were a decent soul, you would, man, look, I didn't know I didn't know all that happened. Look, I'm, my fault. I would be on stage like, look, politics is dirty. At the end of the day, the goal is to win, but I didn't know he had went through all of that. So this is one of the times I'm gonna take this one back. I didn't know the man had got hit in the head with a hammer and all that. I wouldn't have won. That's how you clear it up. You're not gonna lose any supporters by doing that. When you don't do that, it looks like you did it intentionally. So you don't get to make excuses when he does that. They're just talking about rich white Democrats. How that minority came to represent the entire party always confused me. It's almost like MAGA is trying to wish black and poor people out of existence. I don't know about that, Benny. Damn, you think MAGA's trying to wish black and poor people out of existence? Yikes. I don't know about that. That's pretty harsh. Because some MAGA are black. Not many. The percentage of MAGA that's black is very, very low. It's under 1%, but there are some blacks that are MAGA. By the way, folks, if you do enjoy this type of civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle, this is the time I'll take out to tell you. We're here Monday through Friday, oftentimes on weekend. I'll ask that you get your boy a subscription. We've been doing it for a few years now. Give your boy a sub. Follow the program if you're on TikTok. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You may have been able to tell that by now. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including the host. We are all about free speech here. Been that way since day one. We're MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests, but liberals are welcome on the program as well. So give your boy a sub, follow on the program, share the live if you will. The words decency and Trump shouldn't be in the same sentence unless is placed in the middle. Damn. George Golden, look, making fun of a guy who's passed away or trying to limit how long you can mourn a former president because you got to beef with him, that ain't decent at all. Trump does do some things that are, I would say beneath the office, but just beneath a human. Why would you interfere with the mourning process of a former president? Why would you have any problem with that at all? Why would you even publicly criticize that? I could see going to your wife at home in bed at night, this motherfucker's even don't die, they ain't gonna fuck up my inauguration. Maybe in private say some shit like that. I can't even get my flowers because this motherfucker don't die 2 weeks before I get inaugurated. But to say it in public, that's tacky as hell. Tacky as hell. Democrats are trying to abort blacks out of existence. What? How? You're telling me by giving a woman the right to choose, that qualifies as trying to abort blacks out of existence? Really? I think that's a hell of a stretch. Tim, Trump has no beef with Carter. He doesn't want mourning at his inauguration party. To me, that's beef. To me, you're going to become the 47th president, and we don't lose presidents very often. You don't want a guy who just died doing what you did to even be discussed at your inauguration. If you didn't have beef with him, you sure sound like you got it. I mean, that's horrible, man. I don't know where. This is why I wish I could be Trump. How do you defend that kind of shit? We've only had 46 presidents in U.S. history. He's about to be the 47th, and he's a repeat, but 47 presidential switches in U.S. history. One of those dudes out of the 47, just one of those dudes died. It ain't been many, only 47, and one of them died. And you don't want that brought up when you get inaugurated. You got 4 years to run, 4 years to be in the spotlight. Once Jimmy Carter is buried, a few days after your inauguration, he ain't gonna be mentioned probably ever again in any significance. You're gonna get plenty of time to be in the spotlight. That, I don't know if it's jealousy or if it's narcissism to some umpteen level. That's terrible. Don't defend that. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Look, you defend the economy, gas price. Don't defend that shit. That makes you look horrible trying to defend that. Don't defend that. That's terrible to do that. It looks like the country is sad because Trump won. There's a lot of the country that's happy Trump won. The whole country ain't sad Trump won. But I will tell you this, him getting on social media over the holidays, over Thanksgiving and Christmas and sending out hateful messages, that don't help. That don't help. If you want to know why people got Trump derangement syndrome and why they hate him so much, that stuff, that don't help. You can say whatever you want about liberals criticizing Trump. Ain't nobody making him do that. Getting on Merry Christmas to all the left-wing lunatics that hate this country and shit. That ain't how you, if you want to complain about not being given a chance from day one, that ain't gonna make it any better on day two. That stuff, remember when Biden called MAGA garbage and he just offended half the country? What do you think Trump just did on Thanksgiving and on Christmas? Selective outrage. If you can see Biden's insults as wrong, but you don't have an issue with Trump, then you're just biased. Carter was very active in the civil rights movement. Yeah, Carter was his presidency people didn't favor, but as a man of character, I don't know who else would be better than him out of all 47. He probably, because when you see what he did after leaving office, when he could have rode into the sunset, a very wealthy man, wrote books, charged a fortune for speech and engagements. He could have just chilled like Bill Clinton or went surfing like Obama. To be out physically building houses for poor people, he could have did what most of them do. Wrote a little check so he could say, I donated some money. Donated $1 million to charity or some shit while he's sipping on a nice drink somewhere, floating in the Riviera on a yacht or something like that. Well, here's a check. Get lost. He actually was out there doing it till he was 90. I don't think any other president has come close to the moral character of Jimmy Carter. Not even close. And I don't think, and I know Trump ain't gonna do that. We know, and like I said, Obama hasn't even went to that level. Not even remotely close. Biden at this point is too old. Once he leaves office, my guess is, shit, it would not surprise me if Biden was gone in a few years. But yeah, Jimmy Carter, the character of the man, is what we would hope we could all strive to be like. And I don't think we have that anymore in politics. We just don't have that anymore. Will G says, imagine if Trump goes, MAGA will want the whole country to shut down and delay the inauguration of the next president. Oh yeah, if something happened to Trump, put it this way, there is so many conspiracies that has come from MAGA, not Republicans, from MAGA, that Trump could literally be as old as Betty White. Whenever he passes away, somebody gonna say it wasn't natural causes. Somebody got to him. The deep state poisoned him. No matter when he passes away. there are so many conspiracies in that camp that whenever he passes away, somebody gonna say somebody got to him. So, I agree with you, Will. Hopefully he doesn't drop. Let him do his 4 years. Maybe we'll get a decent ran country out of it. Maybe Trump will keep his promises, but let's hope he don't drop. Come on, Tim. Carter was out there 1 week per year. No, that's not true. Draco, that's not true. Carter did more work than 1 week per year. Maybe maybe toward the end of his life, but he did more than 1 week per year. Not to mention he established an organization that is built. The guy has done that. The whole organization he established just helped out. That was literally his mission once leaving the White House, is to help poor people out. That was his mission, was to do that. Nobody else is in that category. They don't want Trump out. They do. Wait a minute. They don't want Trump out. They do that. They have the VP in line. He's a Trump. No, I don't think J.D. Vance is Trump. if you're on the left, I don't think the left would prefer Trump over JD Vance, because JD Vance doesn't have the strong support that Trump does. I don't think JD Vance could do any damn thing and have folks where you took it out of context, it was just a joke. MAGA don't love Trump. I mean, MAGA don't love JD Vance like they do Trump. MAGA loves JD Vance because Trump says JD Vance is cool. If Trump came out tomorrow and said JD Vance is a traitor, MAGA would turn on JD Vance like that, like everybody else. There's a whole bunch of people that Trump has stated that were great, fine, patriotic Americans. And the minute Trump had a problem with them, MAGA turned on those people. JD Vance is only as good as Trump maintains him. Like I said, if Trump turns on Elon Musk, his whole direction is going. I mean, it's Trump. That's what I say. I don't think that JD Vance has the power of Trump. Trump can survive anything. JD Vance cannot. But I definitely believe that if Trump had a falling out with JD Vance, the right would get rid of JD Vance. Like, I mean, look how many people they don't get rid of. Even General Milley and folks like that. Mike Pence is garbage now. Liz Cheney is I mean, anybody, if he turns on them, they gone. And JD Vance is in that category. You know, Nikki Haley and Chris Christie that used to hang around him, all of them folks. If he says they're garbage, they instantly become garbage. So I don't think the Democrats would suffer as much with President JD Vance compared to President Trump. I think you would have more members in Congress that are on the right that would be willing to push back if they didn't like something of JD Vance, because they don't fear losing their whole damn career if they go against JD Vance. Trump's different. So I don't, JD Vance, if Trump died and JD Vance became president, JD Vance wouldn't have anywhere near the power over the right that Trump has. I don't know anyone right now. Maybe Elon, but he can't legally be president. Elon could possibly reach that because he's very similar. He's you know, the same language, obviously incredibly wealthier. I mean, he's an alpha male. Elon could possibly get it, but right now I don't think there's anybody else in the right that comes close in terms of love and adoration than Trump. Vance and his Indian wife for president. Shit like that is what I'm talking about. Shit like that. His Indian wife. Damn. Cruel. Anyhow, I do appreciate the 56,000. I didn't ask you guys to tap the screen enough, I guess. We should have been around 80, but a lot of lazy thumbs in here, smaller audience. You know how we do. I got pregnant at 18 and kept my baby and raised it. I didn't go abort him. Shout out to you, Star Wars Forever. Good thing on you. Good on you. The thing is, people voted for Trump. They basically, the whole America went red. Every culture voted for, that ain't true. You said basically the whole America went red. Every culture voted for Trump. Donald Trump, they got the House, they got the Senate, they got the speakership. You make it sound way better than it is, Moonlight Ace. First of all, the whole country didn't go red. That is patently false. I mean, look at all the blue states. So the whole country did not go red. Also, you say every culture voted for Trump. Patently, once again, false. Trump did not win every culture. Trump got an increase in support from every culture. But winning every, okay, if you win a culture, let's say, for instance, you win the Asian vote. If you win the Asian vote, that means you got more, let's say I run against you and you win the Asian vote. That means more Asians voted for you than they voted for me. Trump cannot say that he won the black vote. He didn't win the Hispanic vote. He didn't win the women's vote. So he didn't win every culture, as you say. He didn't win the Muslim vote. What happened is he did significantly better in all of those cultures. You don't need to win those cultures. Most of America's white. And you're going to win the white vote as a Republican no matter what. Obama did not win the white vote. Obama won twice. He did not win. If you are a Republican, you're going to win the white vote on default. It's just how much. Now, Obama did better among whites, but he didn't win the white vote. So when you say Trump won all of these coaches, only 7% of black women voted for Trump. 92% of black women voted for Kamala Harris. So he certainly didn't win that culture. I don't think he won no more than 20-some%, if I'm correct, of black males. He didn't win to me, winning the culture, as you say, you should have at least 50% of that culture, or 51% rather. You should win more people from that culture than anybody else that ran. He didn't do that from any of the, there's a whole bunch of cultures he didn't win. He did exceptionally well with white men, like 50, what was it, 40-some, 50-some, plus 50-some like that. I mean, this is insane. Kamala Harris won the women's vote by +8. Trump won the men's vote like plus almost 50. I mean, just insane. So he won by a lot, but he won. Let's just say he won, but he didn't win all those cultures and shit like you're talking about. Trump and Elon is putting up a big enough distraction. JD Vance is doing the Project 2025 plan. That's why Vance is so quiet. Well, they're still denying that, but there is a host of members that authored Project 2025 serving on Trump's administration. So it is kind of difficult to believe that none of Project 2025 is going to come from Trump's administration. You got all these people that wrote it that are working for you. So you know it's in their mind. So you're going to tell me you're going to stop all of them from doing what they want, even though you put them in positions of leadership? So I don't know how far down the Project 2025 road we can go in only 2 years, but I can guarantee you this. Some of that's going to be attempted on the American people. Makes no sense otherwise. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I got to move it up out of here. Take care of some biological shit. Have a good night. Appreciate you folks tuning in.